I'm Daniel, and in this video we are building Deal, a full e-commerce website using the latest technologies and inspired by Temu's flashy design. On the homepage, we can browse through all products, and we can click into the product page where we'll be able to add items to the cart. The cart is a sliding cart, including a free shipping progress bar that updates as I update the product quantity here. The cart's state is managed by Sustan and is always synced to the user, making it work between devices. The technologies we'll be using for this project are the new React 19 and NextJS 15 versions with server actions and server-side components all deployed to Vercel. We'll use TailwindCSS for styling, Prisma and PostgreSQL for our data, Stripe for handling payments, and for managing our products and orders, we'll use Sanity CMS, including their new live content API feature. Now, once the order goes through, we'll land on this success page, and we'll also build this special spinning Wheel of Fortune feature here, where products are randomly selected from Sanity, and we use calculations to spin it just right to land on the winning product. This can then be added to the cart as a free item. Now, inside of Sanity Studio, we'll set up product categories here, like men's and women's clothing, electronics, etc. We'll also be creating products in here as well, just like this one, including pricing and other product details. And also, as orders come in through Stripe, they will automatically be added in here for easy fulfillment in the backend. Now, in this video, you'll be able to build everything you've seen and much more, from the user and the cart system, Stripe integration, Sanity live updates, advanced CSS animation using Tailwind, and much more. So let's get right into this video and let's get building. So the first thing we're going to do is just head on over to the Next.js documentation. We're going to go to Getting Started and hit Installation. Now we're going to go down to Automatic Installation and just copy in this command right here. We'll just paste that right into the terminal like that. Give that a little second to do its thing. And then we can just hit Enter on all of these different settings. I want the default on everything. Yep, let's go. Now we get this folder here called My App. And I think it's just running an npm install command right now. So we'll just leave this for a second and come back. Now I usually like to have everything in the root folder of my GitHub repository. So once this is finished, I'm just going to delete node modules and drag everything into the root system. That's just my preference. I don't like it to be in this My App folder right here. So that's just going to be what I'll do right now. So I like to just delete the node modules folder right here. And we'll give that a second to delete. There we go. And then I'll just take all of these right here and just drag them into the root. And that is great. Yeah, we'll do the replace right here. We can delete the My App folder. And now everything is in the root. And we can just hit npm install once again. And this is just going to take a couple seconds. So I'm just going to pause and come back. Okay, awesome. So now we can run npm run dev. And we can see that we've got TurboPack, the flag TurboPack right here, which is awesome. Now if I go over to localhost in this area right here, we can see that we've got the Next.js project set up, so everything's good to go. So now we can start installing all of the different libraries we'll be using for the tutorial. So I'm just going to close the server first. And the first thing we'll be installing is just Sustan. So I'm just going to be doing npm install Sustan. And we should actually get a little error right here because it's React 19. Oh, actually, that worked fine. Okay, cool. So if it doesn't work, you can just use npm install Sustan with the legacy peer deps like this, and then that's just going to install just fine. Because right now it's the release candidate of React 19, and we're obviously going to use the latest and greatest technology. So we're also going to install SOD for some schema definitions, Sustan for state management, of course, and then we're going to npm install Prisma right here, and we're going to do -d to save as a development dependency. And once Prisma installs, we're also going to install the Prisma client, and then we can quickly set up a database. And so this is going to be where we have our users. So npm install Prisma, so it's add Prisma/client, and that's without the development dependency. That's a real dependency. And so we can see here we got Next.js 15, we got React 19, everything's the latest. Okay, cool. So we got all the different libraries installed that we'll need for now. Later, we'll install a couple more things, but this is all good for now. Now we're going to be setting up the project on Vercel. So I'm going to head on over to Vercel right here. And so here we just want to sign up or log in. I'm going to just quickly log in to make sure that we can set up the project. And so if you're also following along, just make sure to also publish your own Git repository with this project, and then we'll be able to import it just like this. You can see that it detects the NextJS, and I'm just going to press import like this. And I'm going to go ahead and deploy with normal settings. We're going to go through deployment later, but just to get the database, we need to get this set up. So I'm just going to give it a moment here. Okay, nice. So we can just ignore this deployment right now. And instead, what we want to do is click into the project and go under storage. And then under storage, we want to use Neon serverless Postgres. So this is our Postgres database, and that'll allow us to get the Prisma client set up with a database. So I'm just going to create here. I'm going to choose just some server. Germany is pretty close to me. And then let's go ahead and select default settings. Select the free plan, of course, so you can also follow along. It's just free. We just need this quick thing. Yeah, we'll just create with the default suggested name and select all of these 3 environments. That'll allow us to get full access to the database with the whole shebang. So now we get taken to this area right here. And so I'm just going to go ahead and create a new file over on the left for our environment. And I'm just going to copy snippet. And then inside of here, we get all of this different stuff. So this is just everything we need to connect to the database. And so I'm going to now run npx prisma init. And so this will create a Prisma folder. So you can see we have the Prisma folder right here. And now you can see that inside of the Prisma tab here on the right, we could just make sure that everything is set up to be PostgreSQL. So this is actually the same thing. So that's all good. And now we can just check if this works by making a simple model. So if we make a model user and just give it a normal ID like this, ignore this AI stuff, and we'll just do npx prisma db push. So this pushes the schema to the database that we've just set up. And if this works as expected, you can see that we have the connection URL right here. If this works as expected, that'll make the user. And if it says your database is now in sync with the Prisma schema, everything should be good. So I can now run npx Prisma Studio, and that should now open up a website that'll show us the user model. So everything's good to go now. So if I click into this, it should just have a simple ID column and nothing else. Yep. And now the database is all set up, all good to go. Perfect. Now the next thing I want to do is just quickly add a font to the system. So I want to go into source and layout. And you can see that we already have this Geist Sans stuff going on inside of the fonts folder. Now I'm just going to delete this, and we can delete that. And I'm just going to select this and hit delete. Inside of this, we'll get to that in a second. So also no more import from local font. I'm just going to use the Inter font. Inter is like a pretty standard neutral font. And inside of here, what we want to do is import that from, from next/font/Google, because this is a Google font. And so this will just load Inter as a font every single time from Google. And that'll just take care of everything. Now we want to change the class name from all of this Geist variable to Inter variable, because we're now using the Inter font. And now when I go to npm run dev right here, and I refresh, so I'll just refresh, and it compiles super fast because we're using TurboPack. Now we can see that this should be the Inter font right here. So if I go in here, you can see Inter right there. Perfect. So that should be all good to go. Now we've got the Inter font set up. We've got TailwindCSS set up. For example, if we do a BG white, we can see that we got Tailwind working, everything set up and good to go. Now we can get started building some stuff. So the first thing I want to do is just create a components folder right here. And I'm just going to make a layout folder under that. And under this, the first thing we want to do is just build a header. So that's the header component. That's like the announcement bar and the navigation, essentially. So I'm just going to go to page right here and just delete everything on the home page. We don't really care about this anymore. Let's just put home, something like this. Yeah, looks good to me. And inside of the layout, that's good. Okay, so I'm just going to use React arrow function export component. This is like a little snippet, and that'll allow us to get the header. So I'm just going to instantly add that to the top of the layout like this. And now it should be in the layout. So we have the header and we have the home. Okay. I'm just going to refresh real quick. I think I'm on dark mode, so that's why it's a dark background. So yours might be white. Cool. So the first thing I want to do is just create another component inside of this file called announcement bar. So we'll have an announcement bar, and this is going to be a relatively simple React component. It's just so we can separate the navigation from the announcements, essentially. So it's going to have width full. It's going to have a black background with some padding. Then we can ignore this AI stuff. We'll have another div, and then we'll have a span. This div is going to have container. So this limits the width to be responsive. And then it's MX Auto. MX Auto makes sure that it's centered within its parent. So if we have a parent with full width, and then we have a responsive width container inside, which is centered, then that makes it very nice and responsive. So that's what we're doing here. Then we're going to make that flex, item center, and justify center. We're also going to add some padding just for smaller screens. Now for the span, we're going to make text center. So we're just centering everything as much as possible. We're going to do small text with some medium font weight. We're going to do tracking wide and text white. And then we'll do a simple announcement. So we can do something like free shipping on orders over $15 and free returns. And I actually have a little icon logo, kind of text-based logo I want to paste in here. Little dot like that. So that's very cool. There we go. So I'm just going to quickly refresh right here, make sure that that compiles. Of course, because the announcement bar is not set up for the header yet. So inside of the header, the first thing we'll do is, of course, use the semantic HTML for header. So this is like similar to a div, but we're just telling the browser this is a header. So inside of this, we're going to have a div, and here we can have the announcement bar. Now this div here is going to be, actually, let's do the header first. We'll just wait a little second with this. So this div, of course, we want this to be full width. We're going to do sticky, and then do top 0 and set 15. Set 15, make sure that it's always on top, so the other elements will be below it. Now we're going to do class name on this equals width full. We're going to do transform. So we're going to add a little scroll animation in just a sec. So when you start scrolling, then we'll see that the header will disappear. We're going to make it very nice. So we're going to add some transform. We're going to add transition transform, duration 300, ease in out. And now what I want to do is just add a variable called isOpen. So you can see the AI is pretty smart. It pretty much knows what's going on here. So we'll do use state. I'm just going to also declare this as a Boolean just to make it even more type safe. I like that. And now we're also going to add a variable called previous scroll y to track the current scroll state. And inside a use effect, we're going to add a use effect tag right here. We're going to have handle scroll. And this is going to be a function that basically gets triggered when we scroll on the screen. So we're going to first of all unmount. So we're going to have an array of nothing. We're going to set prev scroll to scroll y. So when we just mount the component, we're just going to make sure that if the screen, for some reason, when someone gets the header mounted, if it is already scrolled down a little bit, we just want to set this to the correct default value. And then we're going to add an event listener, and we're going to have the event listener be removed when we unmount to clean it up. Now, under handle scroll, we're going to have current scroll y. Then we're going to have scrolled up. So this is going to be a Boolean that says, okay, current scroll y. If that's less than previous scroll y, then that means that we have scrolled up, right? So current scroll Y is the new scrolling location. And if that is less than the previous scrolling location, then that means we just scrolled up, because if Y is 0, that means that we're at the top. So if Y goes down from the previous to the new scroll, then that means that we scrolled up, and so that has to be true. So we're going to have that Boolean, and then we're going to just say if we scroll up, then we set is open to true, and else if current scroll Y greater than 100, then we're going to set is open to false. And so current scroll Y, if that's greater than 100, so if we scrolled down, so you have to think of if it's greater, that means we're scrolling down. So if we scrolled down by 100 pixels or more, we want to close it. So we don't want it to instantly close no matter what when you scroll. We want it to give a little bit of leeway, because some devices are a little different. So we want set prev scroll, and then we want to update the previous scroll Y to be the new current scroll, like this. Now what we want to do is just quickly, to the top, we want to add use client, of course, because this is a client-side component. And you can already see here that we have a nice announcement bar. Now I'm just going to try and refresh here to get the background to be white again. So I'm just going to go ahead and do BG white on the body. This is just because I have dark mode enabled on my computer. And let's also just make it, just for now, so we can see minimum height 125 VH. So this makes it so that we can do some scrolling. So you can see that when I scroll right here, I'm just scrolling right now, and the announcement bar, of course, with the header is not being hidden, because we need to just add a little bit of logic in the header component. So inside of this class name right here, so I'm just gonna copy this and we'll make it look a little nice. I'm just gonna add these backtick strings, and then we're going to do a ternary operator. So if it's not open, then we're going to do something. Otherwise, we're going to do something. Actually, let's do it the other way around. So if it's open, we're going to translate Y0. So this pops the header into the default Y state. So right now we have translate Y0. This is what that looks like. And if it's not open, we want to translate it up by its full height. So translate Y, oops, I misspelled that. So translate Y is basically when we put the minus, then that means that we're gonna subtract from the Y position. And so remember, if Y goes down, that means we go up. So translate Y full with a minus sign in front of it, make sure that the header actually goes up. So like that. So you see, when we translate like that, then that means that the header is going to be going up. So it's actually still there, we just can't see it. And I believe we need to add brief scroll Y to this use effect, because, and the reason for that is we need to actually update the handle scroll function every time we have a new scroll location. Otherwise, it will not work. So there we go. Now we can see that that works. We got a couple little errors right there. That's just because we just added it. So if I refresh, that works fine. So if we go up, we can see that that works just fine. If I refresh and go down, so you see I scroll once, and then I scroll one more time, and then it goes down. And then the first time I scroll up like that, it goes up again. And then I can scroll down because we have the 100. So this is like a little calibration number. Now, when I refresh, of course, it's not being shown because the default state to is open is false. But if we just set that to true, then we make sure that if you just load the site, it's open. So now we can start adding some navigation. So what we want to do here is do a div, and this div is going to be the div containing all the different navigation stuff. So we want this to be full width and flex. We're going to do justify between. So this is going to be separated into 3 different pieces. It's going to be a couple buttons on the left side. It's going to be the logo in the middle, and then it's going to be some account and search kind of features on the right side. So we're going to do flex justify between, item center, py3, and then from small screens, we're going to do a little more padding. We're going to do bg white /80. So when you do /80, that means we want a white background with 80% opacity. And so that makes it a little bit transparent. And we're going to do that because it makes for a pretty cool effect when we scroll with items underneath. So we're going to give it a little shadow to separate it from the rest of the site, some gray border as well as the shadow. And then now we have 20% transparency, right? 20% is let through, but we can also do something called backdrop blur. And I'm going to do small. So that means that when we scroll past items with the navigation, there will be a little bit of blur, but we can still see what's behind it. So it gives a nice cool effect. We can see that that compiles. We can see the shadow is starting to be there. And now I want to make another div. We're going to give that a class name. We're going to do flex, justify between, item center. And that's going to be a container. And we're going to do mx auto and px8. Inside of this, we don't want a link yet, not yet. We want another div. So this is the first item. Then we want another item right here. This is going to be the logo in the middle. And then we want a third item right here. This is going to be the container for the search and account and sign in, sign out buttons. So the first one right here, we're going to give this flex1. Flex1 means that it's trying to get as much space as possible. We're going to do justify start because we want it on the left side. And then we're going to do item center. So it's aligned on the y-axis and a little bit of gap between the items. So we want two different items inside of this. We want a button. And inside of this button, I'm just going to copy paste some SVG stuff. And the button itself here is going to be text gray 700. And when you hover, so this is just the burger menu on smaller screens. So I'm just going to copy the hamburger menu right here. And we'll work on making this fully implemented later on when we do our responsiveness section of the video. But for now, we just want to make this to have an initial setup. So you can see when I'm on a smaller screen like this, we have a little hamburger like that. So now we can move on to the next part, which is the stuff we actually want to show normally. So I think I removed my link. I'm just going to give this a couple different random items. Yeah. And so we do a nav. This is also a semantic HTML element just to tell the browser this is a navigation. And we'll do hidden, but when it's a medium screen or above, we want to show this. And it's going to be a flex with some gap, a little more gap on larger screens, and then some basic text. And inside of here, we're going to have a few different links. And we're going to just add a couple placeholder links for now. We don't actually, we'll implement these a little later, but we just want these so we can start working with it. So inside of here, we have shop, new arrivals, and sale. I'm just going to quickly swap my computer over to light mode so we can get this to be a dark color. Perfect, that is much better. So now we've done this side. Now we can do the right side, and we'll do the middle at the end because it's going to be in a slightly special way. So the right side is going to be very similar. So we're also going to do flex1. Now we're going to do justify end instead of justify start because we want this on the end, so on the right side. We, of course, still want item center and a little bit of gap. Then inside of here, we want a button. And this button right here is going to have a class name with text gray 700. And when we hover, a little bit of color. We're going to make it hidden per default, but on small screens and above, we want to show this. And we're going to just copy paste some SVG logo in right here. And if I refresh, we can see that that's a little search icon we have right there. So the SVG is a search icon. So if I hover, it's like goes a little darker like that. So it's nice. Now the next thing we're going to do is just do a simple link and say sign in. We're also going to have sign up. We're going to add these in just a sec. This is the first thing we want to add. So this is going to be /auth/sign in and sign up like that. And we'll do a little bit of logic also, making sure that the user is signed in or signed up, just to display the correct things. And at the very end, we want a cart. So we're going to add another button. And again, this is just a little placeholder for now. We're going to add the full functionality a little later. We're going to make this relative. And inside of here, we're going to have the cart. So this is the cart logo. So if I refresh, we can see that that's a little nice cart logo, but we also want a nice number on the top right. So that's why we made it into a relative in the button. So inside of this, we're going to do position absolute. We're going to do -top -1. We're going to do -right -1. So this puts it on the top right, but a little more to the top and a little more to the right. So it's going to be like, if you see my mouse, it's going to be like up here instead of in the corner. It's going to be a little further than the corner. Go outside. We're going to do black background. We're going to do white text. We're going to make it very, very small text, just 10 pixels like this. And then on larger screens, we're going to do extra small text. We're going to make the width into 3.5. The height can also be 3.5, so it's symmetrical like that. On bigger screens, we can do 4. Then we want to do rounded full, so this makes it into a circle. And then we're going to do flex, item center, justify center. And then if I refresh, we can see that we have this nice little circle with the 0. So that's really cool. So now we have the overall style of the header. And now you can see when I scroll down a little bit that it comes down and it comes up again like that. You can also see the little backdrop we were talking about. So if I just go to the home page, maybe make this a little more visible. So I'm just going to copy this and just put a bunch of random text in, right? So if I go like this, you see that when I scroll over it, it blurs in the background, but I can still see that it exists. And so we can also even adjust this to make it even more visible. So 60, for example. So now it's even more visible, but it's blurred in the background. But I'm just going to go with 80. That's enough. You can just about see that something's in the back. So that's pretty cool. So now we're going to work on setting up the authentication system. And so to set up the authentication system, what we want to do is go to lucia-auth.com. So we have lucia-auth.com. And this is a way of setting up an auth system. It's very, very easy. You can also use something like NextAuth, or I think it's actually just called Auth now, but Lucia Auth makes it very, very easy to set everything up. So we're going to follow this. So the first thing we need to do is go to the basic API right here. We're using Prisma, so that's a pre-made Prisma guide right here. And so what we need to do is store a user and a session. So sessions would be when you're logged in, it remembers that you're logged in. And so we're going to copy that into the models, into the Prisma schema right here. And on top of the user, we actually also want to store an email, and we also want to store a password, but not just the password. It's going to be a password hash, because we're going to store this in a secure way so that you can use it for production. Now, I've just closed my server, and I'm going to install these dependencies. This is to do some proper encryption so that it's secure. And those have just been added. Now, we can create our own API. They've actually been very nice and already created all of the code that we'll need. And then we need to create a little more code after. So if we scroll down, here's the full code. And so basically, it's different functions for generating session tokens, for creating a session, for validating a session token. So to make sure that a session is valid. Otherwise, they should be locked out. And then also to invalidate a session. So when a user presses sign out, we want to invalidate a session. And so if we just scroll all the way down here, what we need to do is inside of the source folder, or actually I'm probably going to, under the source folder, we're going to do actions. And then I'm going to do auth.ts. And at the top here, we're going to do use server. And inside of here, we're going to just copy all of this like that. And we can see that a couple things are missing. And actually, I think that's because I didn't paste the proper thing. So if we scroll down a little more, here we go. Cool. So now we can see that, of course, session type is not working because we need to do npx prisma db push. So now we're pushing the new schema with the user and the session. We're pushing that to the database. And when we do that, Prisma will generate our types. So we already did the user, but we didn't push it after we did the session. So now we need to add the session. So it says there might be data loss. We don't have any data, so I'm just going to press yes. And we'll give that just a second to update the database. You can see that now the types have been resolved, or once loaded. There we go. So you can see the session is now loaded and the user type is working on the Prisma. Now we need to fix this Prisma client thing right here. So what we need to do is add a folder called lib. And inside of this, we're going to put prisma.ts. And it's very simple. We're going to do const prisma equals new prisma client. And we're going to import that from prisma/client like this. And then we do export default prisma. And then this is actually where we're going to import from. So I'm just going to remove this and then do an auto import here. So make sure to import from the Prisma file we just created like that. And that'll allow us to make calls to the database. So let's just go through this. So we have a function to generate session tokens. So this just generates a token. That's all it does. So it just generates some random, so it just creates a random uint8 array of 20 in length, and then just puts random values inside of it using the crypto library. Inside a create session, this takes a token that has already been generated and a user ID, and then it encodes the token, and then it creates the session, and then the session is stored in the database. So this links the session to the user in the database, just like this. And that's why we want to have the user ID. Otherwise, we can't take a session and link it back to the user. So that's all that does. So imagine when we sign in, we want to create a session. Then we have validate session token. And this one takes a token as an input. So this is, for example, when a user is connecting to the website after already having logged in before. We're going to try and validate the session token to see if it's still valid or if they need to log in again. So we take the token from the user's browser, then we encode it, because this is what gets the session ID out of it, and then we look for the session in the database. If it's impossible for us to find anything in the database, we're just going to return null. We're just going to say, actually, there's no session, you got to start over. And then if this happens, we would probably send them over to the sign-in page or something. Otherwise, if it's not null, that means that we found something. And if we found something, we need to just make sure that it's not expired, because we actually have, if we just go to the schema, we actually have an expiry date as well. So we want to make sure in this part that it's not expired. And so we can check if the current time is later than the expiration time. Then of course it's invalid. So we delete the session, we just clean it up, and then we again say, hey, this is not valid by returning null. Then we can say if the current time is less than the time of the session expiry minus 15 days, then we're going to just refresh the token automatically. So we just add 30 days to the token, and then we just update it. So this is basically an automatic check that says, okay, the token is going to be valid for 30 days, but if there's only 15 days left and the user just logged in, let's just make it like, let's just extend the expiration date. We refresh the time of the expiration, because otherwise they would have to log in every 30 days no matter what, even if they use the page often. So this is like a refresh logic. And then at the end, we add the session and the user to the return statement so that we can access this and get the user information. Then of course we have this simple invalidate session function where we just have a session ID and we just remove it from the database. So if a person logs out, we just want to invalidate the session. Now, we want to go the next step as well and add this to the cookies, of course, because if you don't have the cookie, then you can't keep the session between different browser sessions. So if they log in and they shut down the computer and then they open back up, it wouldn't log them back in. We need to use cookies to do that. So I'm going to go into NextJS right here. So all I did was click into, so we were in basic API. Now we want to do cookies. So I'm going to go to cookies, and they have an existing setup for Next.js right here. So I'm going to click into that. So again, we want to make sure that this is very secure. So the first thing we want to do is just create a file, and this is going to be a file inside of the root right here. So in the root, we make a middleware.ts file, and this file right here is going to have some code in it. So we're going to copy paste this. So this is for CSRF protection, which means cross-site request forgery. So this is basically where someone is trying to make it look like they are requesting something from our domain, but actually they aren't. And so we're just adding some checks here to make sure that this is all valid. And otherwise, we just return null and say, this is a bad request, like ignore this. Now, the next thing we want to do is set up the cookies right here. And so the cookies, this does not go into the middleware. This actually goes into the action that we created just a second ago. So I'm just going to close some tabs, clean it up. So we're going to add, first of all, we're going to import cookies. We'll import cookies like that. And then I'm going to copy these session token functions, and I'll put these at the very bottom so we can keep this organized. I'm just going to go down a little bit. Do cookies. Like that, and just paste that in. So we have these two new functions. We have set session cookie token, a set session token cookie, and we have delete session token cookie. And so when a person logs in, we want to set the cookie with the session token, because then when they make different requests, we can validate the session token by using the token that's in the cookie. So if they log in, we can set the session token, and then if they shut down the computer and they open the browser back up, we will be able to read the session token cookie, and then we can validate it, and then we can log in the user, and they don't have to log in again every time. So we'll set the session token cookie when they log in, and then when they sign out, we're going to delete the session token cookie, or if it's invalid, of course. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to go back to the right side right here. There's a little more we need to add inside of the middleware. So this is the part that says when there's a GET request, so when we are trying to connect to the website. So that is what this part is right here. So I can separate this into two things. CSRF protection. So it's CSRF protection is right here. And then up here is if we just have a GET request, if we're just trying to load a web page and display it to the browser. So what we want to do here is say, and I'm just going to copy this in, and we can go over it like that. So if it's a GET request, then we want to make sure that, first of all, we just get the response object, because this is where we can make edits before we go to the next step in the request. So we try to get the session token cookie from the session key in the cookies. And so when a request comes in, the browser is going to send all of its cookies to our server, and we're trying to see, okay, is there a session value already? If there is one, so if it's not null, so this means we found a session token cookie, then in the response, we're gonna set the session token cookie again, but with the new max age. And so again, this is just a refresh. So if the user is trying to connect and they already have a session token cookie, then we're just gonna refresh it and make it 30 days every single time. Otherwise it expires and they have to keep logging in every time. So, every 30 days. So this is like a little bit of refreshing logic. So now we made sure that the cookie is always gonna be set if it already exists. So we have the refresh logic like that. Now, the next thing we're gonna do is some session validation functions. So we're not gonna do this one right here because we're actually going to use server actions for everything. So this would be if we have API endpoints, then we can get the session token cookie when the user is trying to make a post request or a GET request. then we can get the token and we can say, well, if that's not a token, first of all, that's just going to be invalid because they need to be signed in. So we can gatekeep and so on. And then we can also check, well, if there is a token, we want to validate it. And if it's invalid, we're gonna make sure that they don't get the permission. But we don't need this. We just need this function right here called get current session. And I'm gonna copy this. So copy, and inside of the server actions right here, I'm gonna do get current session, and cache is a function by React. So this makes sure that when we have server-side components and they call the get current session, that means that get current session will only be called one time before we stream it down to the browser. And so this is just nice and optimized. And so we can see in a little simple example here on the right side where we can just get the current session, and if the user is not logged in, we can redirect them. Otherwise, we can do all this different stuff, right? So now let's start making the functionality so that a user can register and sign in and sign out. Those three. So the first thing we need to do is make our own custom functions. So we need some password functionality. So let's just do password user. Let's do user register, login, logout, something like that. So the first thing we need to do is export const hash password. We're going to take a password as an input. Oh, actually, we need to do, it's an arrow function. And we're going to do async password string. And this one right here is going to just return encode hex lowercase SHA-256 new text encoder. So we're just going to encode the password and hash it using SHA-256. And we're going to just encode that like this. There we go. So we're going to do SHA-256 encoding, and then we're going to just make that into simple hex lowercase like that. Then we're going to do export const verify password equals async like this. Then we're going to do password string hash string like that. And then inside of this, we're going to do const password hash equals, so we're going to hash the original password. And then we're going to do a comparison like this. It's also possible to use bcrypt for these two. Bcrypt is also very, very safe, but for our purposes, we're going to just do this. Then we're going to make a couple different functions. So we're going to make a register user function. So this is going to take an email. So inside of the Prisma schema, we already added the email and the password hash like this. So it's going to take an email. We'll just make that like this. It's going to take an email and a password, and that's it. And we're going to first of all hash the password. Then we're going to do a try catch. And we're going to return user null. So we're going to return a user object and an error object. So we're going to return user failed to register user. Then we're going to do const user equals await prisma.user.create. So we're going to try and create a user. And inside of here, we're going to do data, and we're going to do email and password hash. So we're going to just try and make the user like that. And then we're going to do return user and error null, because there's no error if it worked. And so the user is just going to be a simple user right here with the ID, email, and password hash. So what we can see if we just hover over this return statement is the user will include the ID of the user, the email of the user, and also the password hash. Now, we obviously don't want to send the password hash back to the client. So what we're going to do is do const safe user equals, and then we're going to just do ... user. But then we're going to say password hash undefined, like this. And that's just going to remove the password hash. We don't want to display that at all. And then we're going to do user safe user. So this is just us removing the password hash from the user because we don't want to send this back to the client. Now the next thing we're going to do is just say login user. This is going to be another async function, and it's going to take an email and a password. And then the first thing we're going to do is do a password hash so that it is safe like that. And actually, we actually don't want to do that. So we're going to try and find the user. So we're going to try and match on the email. Email. And this works because inside of the schema, we set the email to be a unique field. And so you can use find unique on unique fields in the Prisma. So that's why we've done that. So that can only be one user per email. So if we don't find a user, then we're going to return user null. And we're going to say error, user not found. Now you can also say something like invalid email or password if we don't want to tell the client that the user doesn't exist, but there we go. So the next thing we want to do is just compare the passwords. So const password valid equals, so we're going to run this verify password, and we're going to give it the password as an input that the user tried to log in with, and the hash that we already have on the user right here. And the next thing we're going to do is say if the password is not valid, so if it's the wrong password that they try to log in with, then we're going to not return the user, and we're going to say invalid password. Otherwise, we're going to return the user. And first of all, we want to make that a safe user. And that's going to be the same as before. So same as when we register, we want to return the safe user like that. And then we're going to do user, safe user, and no error. Now, what we also need to do just before this is we obviously need to set the session. So we can generate a token, generate session token. So we want to generate a token. And if we go back to this and export function, oh, I don't want this. So we want to make this an async function. The reason for this is because we're making this inside of a server action file. So use server. And if you do that, every function has to be async, even though this is a synchronous function. So if we extracted this to a utils file, for example, it would be fine. But I don't want to do that. I want everything in one file like this. So the first thing we're going to do is just generate the session token. And if we remember from before, this just generates a random unique array of 20 values. So we're going to have the token right here. Then we're going to make the session. And we're going to give that the token and the user ID. Now, create session, of course, it makes the session ID based on the token that we created. So that's the ID, and that's just a SHA-256 encoding. And this is going to be the ID inside of the database. And we want to create this beforehand because this is what we have to store encoded inside of the cookie. So now what we're going to do is, after the session has been created, we're going to set the cookie. So we're going to do set session token cookie with the token and the session.expires at. And so this takes the token as an input and expires at of the session we just created. And so that will go into the cookie store. It will set the session key to be equal to the token that we just randomly generated. And it's going to have these secure fields set, including the expires at time, right? So this is something that can be tweaked when we generate the session token. Not the session token, but when we create the session, of course. So this part right here, if we wanted to change it to be 14 days, we would just do this. And then, of course, in the middleware, we would also want to do the same thing. So we generate the random session token, we create the session, and then we save it in the cookie so that the next time the user tries to log in, it will automatically detect it, and then it will work. Now we will also make a function called logout user. this doesn't need to have anything because we're actually going to now use this get current session function. So this also already goes in, looks for a session token, and then if it's a valid session token, well, then we can just delete it and invalidate the session. So we're going to go ahead and do session equals await get current session. And if that is a session, so we can see that we get a session, we also get a user. So if that is a session though, with an ID, then first we're going to do invalidate. And then second, we're going to delete the cookie. And actually, we can probably move this out like this, because this just deletes it no matter what. So if that is a session that is valid, then we're going to just invalidate it in the database like this. We just delete it from the database, that's all. And then we're also going to delete the session token cookie, because we assume that if they are trying to log out, then there's probably something on the browser that thinks that they're logged in, of course. So no matter what, we just wipe the cookie when we try to log out. And that is pretty much all of the different functions we need. And so now we can start building the pages. So the first page I want to build is just, if I go into app, then I can go to auth. So this is going to be /auth. And then I want to do /sign up. And under this page.tsx, I'm going to do sign up page like this. And then if I go to the local host, close this down. Maybe if I started the server first, like this. TurboPack is so fast, it's crazy. So I'm just going to wait a second, and then that's going to be compiled. Pretty cool. So if I go to sign up, we already set this, so that instantly loaded, and it says sign up page. Now, the first thing we want to do is just check if the user is already logged in, because we don't want them to sign up if they have already, if they're already logged in, because they're already logged in. So we're going to try and do user, and actually this is going to be a server-side page. So we're going to get the user from get current session. So the first thing we'll do is say, if there's a user, and you can use return on this, if there is a user that is already signed in, because get current session, it validates the session token, as we can see here. So if the user is already logged in, we're just going to redirect them to the home page. No need to sign up, right? Otherwise, we want to have a form. And so this is going to be a client-side form because we want loading states. So what I'm going to do here is inside of components, I'm going to make an auth, and we're going to have a sign up, just sign up like this. And this is going to be use client in the top because that's a client component. And we want to return that. So we're going to return sign up like that. There we go. Now, what we want to do from here is you can actually call a server action from inside of the client component. And I want to define that server action on this page. So we can define an action by simply saying async. And so the way that this works is inside of the signup form, we're going to use something called use action state. And when you call the action, it's going to give us the previous state, which we don't need, but we need to define it. And then the form data. So the form data are the input fields. So we're going to do form data. Now you can do use server as for an inline action like this. And then we want to just, first of all, validate that it's the correct email and it's also a password. So we're going to make a sign up schema. And this is going to be using sod. So we're going to do sod.object, email, sod.string.email. So this is just standard validation on the server side. We're going to say minimum 5 characters for the password. And then we're going to say const passed equals safe pass. Now, if there's not success, then we're going to return a message saying invalid form data with the errors. Actually, that's a little too advanced. We don't need that. Then we're going to say Now we can get the email and password. As long as it's successful, we can get the input field, and we're going to just try and register the user. So we're going to do user and error, await, sign up, or what did we call it? Register user. So we're going to call this register user function now. So register user, and that just takes the email and the password. And if that is an error, right, because error can either be a string or null. So if it's null, that means that there's no error. So if there's an error, then we're just going to return the error so we can display it back. Otherwise, we want to check if there's a user. We're going to just await, redirect, slash, and I also want to sign them in right away. So I'm going to do login user, email, password. So this makes it so that we can instantly, and we actually return redirect here. This makes it so that we try to register the user after we validate the input fields. Then we say, if there's an error, we just return that as a message. We want to display that. Okay, sorry, there's an error, try again. Maybe they didn't put an email or something, or the user already exists. Then we're going to have, okay, now the user has been created. We're going to log them in straight away. It's a smooth experience. And then we're going to redirect them to the home page. That's the logic here. Now, we're going to pass this to the client component like this. So this is a very cool feature in NextJS. So, oops, I don't want to go full screen like that. There we go. So the first thing we're going to do inside of the sign up, so this is the client side, is we're just going to define the props. So sign up props equals, so this was the action. And so we're going to say brief state is any. So this is a function, and it takes the form data. And all it does is it gives us a promise with a message or nothing, right? Nothing if it's a redirect. And that's it. And then we're going to just say action sign up props like that. And that resolves the type. So now what we can do is we can say const state form action is pending equals use action state. So this is a new function that we can use with React. And this is a React 19 function. So this is really cool. New stuff, everyone. So we want action, and then the next field, the next parameter of this function is the initial state of the response of the action function. And so we can see here that it responds with message. Now I can also just put undefined, because it can either be an object with a message or it can be undefined. But we want the message to already be set, but just to nothing, because then we can always count on it when we do our checks and it won't be null. So now we have the state. We can see it's going to be message or undefined. We have the form action. So this is actually the function we want to call. It's this one. And then we also have this state variable that says, is it currently pending? So when we press the button to submit, this is actually what it's gonna show us. So inside of here, we'll just do some formatting. Now we can start doing everything. So we're gonna use the new form component from NextJS. So this is an awesome function. It is an awesome component. So all we need to do is import the form from next. Well, let me just quickly check. I believe it's next/form, like this. And it's without tree shaking, so it's like that. There we go. And all it takes is an action. So when we submit this form, it just calls the form action. That's it. That's pretty cool, eh? So now we're going to do class name. So it's going to be max width. So just now we can start styling it, right? So we're going to do mxauto, center it, my16, because it's too close to the navigation right now, so we can see. And we're going to do white background, a little rounded, some shadow, basic stuff, right? We're going to do H1. Now we're going to make it pretty cool. So we obviously want our, oh, and I think inside of here, I want deal right here. So we have join the deal revolution. Yeah, like that. So our store is going to be called deal. So we're going to make this text a little bigger. Do all this fancy stuff right here. Now let's also add some padding. Maybe P8 sounds good. There we go. Starting to look like something, eh? So we'll do some paragraphs. Now I want to use I have some copywriting I want to use. Limited time offer. Oops, I don't know if I want that styling. So class name, we can do text center maybe. Text small, text rows. We want to make this feel like a real like TEMU or something like that, you know? Semi-bold, margin bottom too. Yeah, that looks good to me. Awesome. Then we'll do another one of these. And let's say sign up now and get 90% off your first order. Crazy, eh? And we'll make that gray instead of rows. I think we can also remove this right here. A little more margin on the bottom. Yeah, that looks good to me. So we'll do some spacing on here. Now we're just building the form. So we'll do class name, and basically what we want under this is going to be the email address. And this is going to be the password. We're going to have a little more stuff here, and then a button. Right, so we have these right here. So I'm going to do space Y2. Then here I'm going to have a label, and it's going to be for the email. Then we're going to do the input right here. We'll just separate this a little bit. So if I just email, add some comments to keep this organized. So we want the email, the password, some more text, some copywriting right here, and then submit, right? Email, password, some copywriting, and the submit button. Submit button like that. There we go. So inside of the label right here, it's going to be HTML4 email. Then we're going to add some styling, of course. So let's do block, text small, medium. We're going to do text gray 700. And we're going to put email address like that. Now the next thing we want to do in the input is type email. We want to do ID email, name email, everything email. Autocomplete email. So autocomplete is cool because when you're on the phone and you've typed in your email before, autocomplete email, it'll make it so that it autocompletes for the email. Also on stuff like LastPass, that'll trigger to put the email in there. We'll do with full, some padding. Make this a real nice input field, eh? Rounded MD. We're going to do a slightly thick ring. Oh, I think I misspelt the P for an O. Get some space on the right. Maybe like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, so we'll do focus ring 2. We'll make that black. We're going to make the border transparent when you focus. And then we're going to transition the colors. Now we want, as the last thing, we want placeholder. Enter your email. There we go. So let's try and see what that looks like. So that's pretty good. That's pretty cool. So now what we can do is do the same thing for the password. So I'm just going to copy all of this. Do the formatting, of course. Password. We'll change this to password. of course, so what you can do is if you select a string and press, so I'm on Windows, but you can press Control, hold down Control, and then I can press D. Control, D, 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 D. And then I can put password. We want to have it be create a password, like that. Now let's just double check everything right here. I believe autocomplete should be new password. And if we see what that looks like, it's pretty good. Pretty cool. Let's move on to the copywriting right here. So we want to do text center, and we want to do 2 of these. Class name is going to be text XS, text gray 500, and then some margin, some little less margin on the top. And then I have some copy with a little crazy icon right here. And some crazy stuff here as well. Just make it feel like a real discount store, you know? Yeah, you see that. That's pretty good. I like that. Then now let's make the button. So button's gonna be create account. And of course we want it to be, let's style it at the end. So let's do type submit. Now remember we have the isPending variable right here. So we can start using some state variables to make this dynamic. And class name is going to be, I'm going to do backtick string right here, so we can do some string interpolation, I believe. We're going to make this rows background, text white, py3, rounded. We're going to do when you hover, it's going to have a slightly darker rows. We want a transition, of course. Let's do medium font. Go to the right a little bit. We'll do flex. We'll do item center, justify center, gap 2. And now we want to say if it's pending, cursor not allowed, otherwise just nothing. Cool. Now, of course, we also want to change the text if it's pending. So let's just go ahead and say is pending. Then we want to do something, otherwise something else. So create account. Now I want a spinner. I want a crazy spinner. So we can either do these empty tags. I prefer to do react.fragment. It's the exact same thing. It's the same. So you can do either react fragment, oops, or you can do this. These two are the same, but React Fragment, obviously, in the code, it's easier to read. So we'll do React Fragment, and I want loader 2. And so this is actually from Lucid React. So I'm going to do npm install Lucid React. So you see down there. I'm just going to install that. Give that a little second. Cool, there we go. And now I should be able to import that. So I can just go up to the top, import loader 2, and I want to give this some styling. So we want to give this animate spin, and then limit it to just 16 by 16 pixels. And then we'll do creating account, ... So that's going to give it a loading animation. So that's cool. So let's save this, and I'm just going to start the server again, npm run dev. There we go. Let's refresh, see what's going on. All right, now we have the button. Look at that. That's sick. So let's see if we can just put in anything. Okay, yeah, it doesn't work. So now let's try to actually put in some real stuff. So I'm going to do test like that. And for the password, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm just going to press create account, see what happens. So that's going to go ahead and compile. And as you remember, when we do the action inside of here, we actually want to redirect them to the home page once they've logged in automatically. So that, I'm guessing, just logged us in. So let's try and print. Maybe it's better on the home page. Let's just try and, can we do this? Yes. So let's just try and print. So if we make the home page, I'm just going to get the file system again, equals async. Let's try to get the current session and print the user, see what's going on. Are we logged in right now? And if I just do a JSON dump, so you can do JSON stringify on anything, it'll just print. Of course, we need export default. There we go. And as you can see, we got the user. We got the user right there. Now, in get current session, it seems like maybe under validate session right here. Yeah, so we don't actually have a safe user. Safe user. I'm just going to make this safe. You can see the password hashes right here, but we actually don't want that. So session validation result, this type right here is going to just have no password, just like that. I believe if we do omit, something like that. There we go. And now if I refresh, we can see that the password hash is gone. Everything's good. So we actually have the user logged in right now, which is very, very exciting, eh? Now we want to go and make sure that we can also sign out now. So let's go to the header. So if we go to the header, and I actually just want to style this link a little better. So this in the middle right here, deal. So that's going to be absolute. We're going to do left 1/2, and then minus translate x 1/2, like that. And then inside of here, I just want to make sure that the logo here in the middle looks good. So we'll give that a span. I don't know why it didn't indent. There we go. So our store is called deal, so we're going to do all this deal stuff. So let's go ahead and give that a text gray 700. Actually, let's just do text large and even larger. We're going to do font bold and tracking tight. There we go. That looks real. Nice. There we go. Cool. So now let's do this sign in, sign up, sign out type stuff. So basically now what we need to do is pass to the header some props, because this is a client-side component, so we can't really call this get current session function because that's on the server side. So let's define a type. So type header props equals, and then we're going to do user, and this can either be a user without the password hash or null. So we're going to take the user right here, and so when we just inside of the layout, so let's just quickly change this layout function. I want to just change this. So I think it's easier if we just do something like const root layout equals async, like this. Yeah, that's much better. Oh, that was a little fast. And then, so now it's an async function. So we want to change the root layout to be an async function. It's very important because we need to await. So as you can see, the AI already knows this, but we want to do get current session on the user to get the user. And so remember, so since we're calling this in multiple different places, right? We're calling it in the home page, we're calling it in the layout. This will actually only trigger to be run once on the server because, of course, we are using cache. So that's why we're using cache. And now we can just pass the user straight to the header like that. And now we have access to the user. So let's do some cool stuff. So the first thing I want to do is check if the user has been set. And then we can display the sign out button. So if the user has been set, then we'll do something, otherwise something else. So what I want to do is a React fragment. So we'll just remove these, move these fragments up a little bit. So if the user is not signed in, we'll give them the option to sign in or sign up. And otherwise, we'll do a little element where we can see the email, like that. we'll do span, and then we want to show the user email. So we can see, you're signed into this email. Oops. So we want to do text small. Actually, maybe do extra small, and then yeah, something like this is good. Then we want to hide this, but only display it on medium-sized screens. So that actually logics out to just being that. There we go. So we just want to hide the email if it's too small of a screen, and otherwise it'll take up too much space. So we'll do a link, and so this link is not going to give us, we're not going to do an href on this, we're just going to do a hashtag, which means it stays on the same page. Let's just give it some styling. So small, medium, we'll do gray 700, text gray 900 when you hover. And then that's going to have sign out. Now we'll add an unclick function here instead of an href, and we'll do async, and it's going to prevent default, yes. Then it's going to log out user. So that's the function that we just created. This one right here. So it gets the current session, it invalidates it, so it deletes it in the database, and then it deletes the token cookie as well, the session cookie. And then we're going to just refresh. Oops. We're going to do router.refresh. And router is going to be obtained with a hook. So const router equals use router. And we have next/router and next/navigation. Make sure to import from next/navigation. That is the correct place. Otherwise, you're going to get a problem. Next/router is if you use the page folder instead of the app folder. So we prevent default, we lock the user out, and we refresh. So let's see if that works. So I just hit save, and you can see that we now have the email right here. We can sign out. So if I press this sign out button, I press that right there, and now we have sign in and sign up. So that worked. We also have a null user, and if I refresh, it's still null. Nothing's happening. Perfect. So let's just quickly copy this style over to sign in and sign up. I want this to look the same. Copy that in, do a little formatting like that. Excellent. There we go. So that's pretty good. So now we have the sign up functionality. Now let's make the sign in page. So relatively similar. So we'll do a sign in folder, page.tsx. Now I'm just going to copy all of sign up because we have the style going on. And now let's do sign in schema. Now these two schemas are the same because we just need an email and password. So it's the same. Sign up page becomes sign in page. Now, if they're already logged in, we still want to redirect them to the home page, yes, because they are already logged in. Why should they try to log in again? They need to sign out first. Now instead of doing this, so we want to pass it, of course, we want to get the email and password, but we don't want to register the user, right? We want to log them in. So simply what we're going to do here is just use this login user instead. And then that's actually going to give us the exact same output. So that's going to give us the user and the error. So it's the same thing. We just want to log them in instead of registering them first. Very, very simple, eh? And of course, instead of using the sign up component, we're going to make a sign in component. So if I go into this sign up component right here, I'm just going to copy it just like that. And I'm just going to do sign in.tsx. Now I'm going to, again, select sign up, and I'm going to hold down Control and press D. Control D, 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 D. Sign in. And now that edits in every single place. Very nice. Now we can just make a couple changes to the component itself. So I'm just going to save this and import it inside of the sign in page right here. And if I press sign in, that's going to just be the same as the sign up component. So I'm going to go into the sign in component, make sure to not mix them together because they're the same right now. And now I'm going to style this. So instead of saying join the deal revolution, let's just put something like welcome back. Welcome back. There we go. Now I also want to change limited time offer to member exclusive.
member exclusive like that. And now we can say sign in to access your exclusive member deals like that. Now, of course, the email is going to be the same. The password is going to be the same. Now, inside of the copywriting section, we can do something a little different. So we can say members save an extra 15% on all orders like that. So give some incentive to log them in. And then we'll do plus get free shipping on orders over $15, just like in the announcement bar right here. And so I'm just going to paste in a little logo right there. And I'm just going to save, and we can see we have welcome back, member exclusive, all this different stuff. So instead of doing create account and creating account, we'll do sign in. And we'll also do signing in. Let's just make this uppercase, sign in, like that. Now they're pretty similar. So if I go to this and I go to this, these are very similar, very easy to see, okay, this is the sign in, this is the sign up. So if I just try test at test.test, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now we already set it up to just try and log us in. So if I just click the sign in button right here and give that a second to just compile, there we go. Now you can see that we just logged in, and I can log back out and we can sign back in. Now, of course, we want to handle some error messages as well. Oops, I don't know what just happened. Took a screenshot. Okay, so we also want to handle error messages. So I'm just going to put in, 1, 2, 3. Now, that was an error, but nothing happened, right? I can't see anything. So we need to just also handle this. And so what we do with that, what we do to do that is use state. So state, of course, has the message. And so we can say, we can do underneath this, we can do state.message and state.message.length greater than 0. Then we want to do p, so a little paragraph. And the paragraph is going to be like an error paragraph, right? So it's going to be text center, text small. We'll do text red, 600. And then let's just give it the state message like that. And we can actually do the exact same thing for sign up as well. So you see invalid form data at the bottom. So let's do the same thing just for the form, for the sign up form. So if the user already exists, for example, that message is going to be sent back like that. There we go. And now I can see if I try to use an email that's, not quite in the database, I'm going to try and sign in. It's going to say user not found. And if I just do test 1, 2, 3, add test.test, I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the password, create the account. That should work just fine. So now we just created that account. But if I try again with the same email, says failed to register user, right? But I can now sign in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So now we actually have the whole login system with cookies. It was so easy. We didn't even need to do any NextAuth stuff. We just copied a few functions like this, like less than 200 lines of code, less than 200 lines. So easy. We have the middleware, of course, with the CSRF protection. So we don't have cross-reference, cross-site request forgery. And we also have the refreshing of session tokens. So it's really, really nice. And now we can start focusing on the next step. So the next thing we want to do is head on over to sanity.io. So we're going to set everything up with our content on Sanity. So only 2 different places where we have data. We have the very, very simple user and the session to store the login system. We have that on a secure database elsewhere. And then everything to do with the web store, like products and orders and all of this different stuff, discount codes, we're going to store that on Sanity. So the first thing we want to do is just get started. And I'm just going to quickly set up the account, log in and everything, and then we can get started. Okay, so I just created this Sanity account, and I'm just going to create first project. I'm just going to say NextJS tutorial, create project. So I'm just in sanity.io/manage. We'll just give that a second to create the project. We already see that we have this free growth trial to begin with. And the first thing we just want to do is underneath, so I'm just sliding over to settings. Underneath settings, we want to scroll back up and go to the API settings right here. Under cross origin origins right here, we want to do add, and then 333 is fine, but I also want 3000 because Next.js does port 3000. And I'm going to tick allow credentials. Now, this just allows us to do the Sanity Studio editor in the web browser on the local host, which we really want to show off. So that's cool. Now, the next thing we're going to do is inside of the terminal here. So I'm just going to shut down the server. I'm going to do npm install sanity-g. So that's global. So that installs Sanity on the entire computer. So you can also go ahead and do this if you want to. And I'm just going to, if you get this error, you can do legacy peer dependencies like that. If you just want to do this, have Sanity installed for the project, you can, instead of -g, you can do -d, D for Daniel or something. Then that'll just install in your project as a developer dependency. So that's what you want. And that's going to maybe take a few seconds. It's a pretty large package, so I'm just going to pause and unpause. Okay, so that just finished. And now I'm going to just do Sanity init to initialize the project. And we're going to end up in this place because we need to just set up authentication. So I set up my Sanity with my Google account. And so whatever you set up Sanity with, you can log in with that. So I'm just going to hit Google. And then that should be pretty good. So we just set that up. And then once you have signed in with Google or GitHub or email and password, whatever you did to set up your Sanity account, just choose that option. Then we should end up with login successful, return to terminal. I'll just close that tab. And we can see here in the terminal that we have an option to create a new project with the init, or we can select an existing project. So I'm just going to put arrow down and click NextJS tutorial. There we go. And we'll go ahead and use the production dataset. Would you like to add configuration files? Yes. Would you want to use TypeScript? Yes. Embedded Sanity Studio? Yes. What route do you want to use? /studio is fine. And when it comes to this last one, don't do the block schema, just do clean project with no predefined schema types. We'll do all of those just now. For the project ID and dataset, press yes. For the environment, there we go. And now it's going to start installing some other dependencies automatically on our behalf. So let's just pause and I'll get back. So now everything is installed and we just want to see that we have Sanity CLI.ts, we have Sanity config.ts. And so this is the thing that defines the studio path and all the different structures. Then the next thing we want to do is we have these two environment files now. So I'm just going to take this environment.local and I'm going to copy this over to our just .env file. So it's in one thing. And I think probably the strings, I have a plugin to hide anything in strings. So let's do that right there. There we go. And I'm just going to delete this local in file. I just want everything in one thing. And there we go. Cool. So now that we have linked up Sanity to the we've linked up our Next.js app to the Sanity project, we want to just do a couple different things. So the first thing we want to do is, since we're going to load images, so the product images, they're going to be hosted on Sanity. We're not going to host those on Next.js or anything. We need to add this to the next config. We need to tell Next.js, hey, it's okay to load images from this other domain. And this is like a security feature of Next.js. So we're going to do images. So under the next config, we're going to do images. And under this, don't forget the colon right here. Under this, we're going to do domains. And we're going to do cdn.sanity.io. And so this is the This is the Sanity domain that they host images on. And so we want to say to Next.js, it's okay, you can load images from this place. Now what we want to do is activate the experimental mode for Sanity, because we want to use the live editing feature. That's a very, very cool feature. So I'm going to add an environment variable here called nextPublic Sanity API version, and it's going to be VX. So VX is if you want to enable the version experimental, you do VX, because that's what that is. And inside of here, that's going to just update in all the different places, because it reads from that environment variable. So we have this new Sanity folder as well. So a lot of different files. So we have under source, we have src, we have this Sanity folder, which was just created. And so if we go under env, we can see that the next public Sanity API version, these two have to match. And so they do now. So now we're going to be on the experimental Sanity version, and this allows us to get a bunch of new features. So now we can start coding the Sanity schema. So the schema is basically similar to how we do models for the database. So we say, this is how a user looks in the database. We say, this is how a session looks in the database. A Sanity schema is the same thing. So it's just coded in a different way. So under Sanity/schema types, I'm just going to make a schemas folder like that. And now we can start adding a bunch of different stuff. So I want to add a product category. And under a product category, so we're defining, okay, we want to have a product category. What kind of data should a product category have, right? So let's do export const product category equals define type. And define type is just when you want to define a new type that you want to make accessible inside of Sanity. So we're going to call this product category. We're going to title it product category, so that's the display name, and then we're going to make it into a document. So documents is a type of object that you can make many of these objects, and then we can pull them later. So a document has multiple fields. So we need to have fields, which is an array because there are multiple of them. And since we're doing fields, we need to use define field instead of define type. So define field. And the first one I want to do is the title. So what is the name of the product category? And it's going to have a type as well. And the type is going to be string. Now we can just copy this 2 more times. We're going to also have a description. This is going to be text. So text is a little longer than just a string. So that's why we put text. And the last one is a slug. Slug. And slug is actually its own type in Sanity. So we're also going to just put slug as the type. And that's going to be it for the product category. Now we can just add the product. So product right here, I'm just going to copy product category to begin with and say this is a product instead. Remove the category part. So a product also has a title. A product has a description as well. Now I don't want to have a slug. We'll just make it ID based. So we can now define some new fields. So I want a price. I want to have a price. How much does this thing cost, right? And this is going to be a number. I also wanted to have an image. Title, image. And in Sanity, it's very nice because you can just say that it should be an image type, and then Sanity handles all of the image hosting, all the stuff for you. That's very good. So we'll define this last field. Of course, we have the title, the description, the price, the image. The last field is the category. So that's going to have to point to this category that we just created right here. So it's going to be a reference. So it's similar to when you do a reference, like we reference the user inside of the session. It's the same kind of thing. That's what we're doing now, just for the product, which belongs to a product category. So this is going to be a category. So when you put name, that's going to be the key. So category with lowercase is going to be the key to access it. We're going to do title, category. The type is a reference, and then it's a reference to a product category. Now, the reason why this is inside of an array is because you can say that it's okay to refer to multiple different types of things, because Sanity makes it very flexible. But for this case, we only want it to be possible to refer to a product category, because it doesn't make sense any other way. Now, the next thing we're going to do is add promotion codes. So these are going to be discount codes. And I'm going to just copy the product category. And from here, we'll do promotion code. And title is going to be promotion code. See, it's pretty simple. It's the same as just using Prisma to define a database, just in the JavaScript instead of Prisma schemas, right? So the code is going to have the code, which is a string. It's going to have a discount percentage, add a little percent symbol, and then an expiration date. When does this expire? And that's going to be a date. There we go. So now we have a promotion code. Now I also want to have a promotion campaign. So we'll do promotion campaign. And inside of here, promotion campaign. We'll do a promotion campaign here. Now this is going to have a title. So this is going to be like a banner on the homepage. It's going to say, big promotion campaign, Black Friday or something like that, right? So we can make these promotion campaigns where they have a title and a description. Oops, I was trying to accept the AI thing. Description. This is a text. And then this should point to the discount code affiliated with the promotion campaign. So we're going to make this into a code, and it's going to refer to a promotion code. And that's it for now. So we have the product category, the product, the promotion campaign, and the promotion code. And so now to actually add these inside of Sanity, we need to go to this index.ts. So we have under Sanity folder, we have lib right here with some stuff, but then we also have under schema types, index.ts. And under this one, under types right here, we just need to import all of these types that we just defined. And so we can just import the promotion code, the promotion campaign, the product category, and the product, like that. And that's just going to tell Sanity, okay, Sanity, the schema you should follow has these 4 types. And that's it. And then it just goes in and reads, okay, it's the product category type, right? So now what we can do is we can say Sanity deploy. And we can do value.sanity. So I'm just going to do next 15 deal tutorial. It has to be relatively unique name. So this is actually going to deploy directly to Sanity's own domain. And then we can go in and start adding data. Okay, and now what we can do is just do npm run dev. And then we can go to localhost/studio. And it's going to have to be localhost :3000, of course, /studio. And so this is because under the app folder, when we did Sanity init, it also added studio. And under this, it's going to actually have its own entire widget for us to start adding things. It's very, very cool. So let's check this out. So just give it a couple seconds to compile. And we see we still have the header, which is funny. And now we have Sanity right here. So of course, no, not everyone can access it. You have to log in first. So I'm just going to quickly log in, and that should be good. So it even gives you the login. It's funny. You see the header is like it's sticking on top, but we can make do with this. So we can see that we now have the product, we have the product category, we have the promotion campaign, we have the promotion code. And if I want to go in and add a product category, it's as simple as just pressing the content right here, pressing the type, and then just pressing the plus button. And now we can put the title, we can do, I don't know, electronics or something, do an electronics title later, do that. We can scroll down and publish. It's really, really cool. And now we just have electronics right here. Super, super cool. So what I'm going to just go ahead and do is import all of the data. You can access the data that you need to import. It's a lot of data. It's some different product categories and products, and then we can start playing around with this. And so what we can do here is just type in Sanity dataset import, and then you will be able to access this production.tar.gz or gz. You can access this in the GitHub repository in the description. So you want to just make it Sanity dataset import, and then point to production.tar.gz like that. And then that's just going to import everything. Now we're going to just do production as the target dataset. So that's just going to import everything. We already have a bunch of products. You can see that it instantly updates here on the right side, which is very exciting. And that just allows us to get everything going faster. We don't want to go ahead and spend an hour creating products. So we have all these different products now, as you can see, which is very nice. So I'm just going to run npm run dev again, and that'll allow us to refresh. And there we go. We have a bunch of different products now. So we'll refresh, and this one should also compile as well with the studio. Yep, there we go. And I can even go in and edit things right here. Yep, very, very nice. So the next thing we're going to do is just set up a live update functionality. So Sanity just made this function, this feature where you can have live updating. So the second that anything changes inside of Sanity Studio, like I change the product name or price, or I make a new discount code or a new promotion, I can actually instantly have this update on the live site. And so the way we can do this is, again, if we go back into, if I can make this work, so we want to go into settings and then API settings here, and then it's under tokens. So we want to generate a token, and this token is going to be, let's just put live update. So live update. So live update, and this needs to have viewer permissions. So we'll save that, and we're going to copy that code, and we're going to put it inside of env, and we're going to call this Sanity API read token. And that's just going to be pasted straight into here. And now the way that we can get this to work is inside of Sanity lib and then live.ts. We already have Sanity fetch, as you can see right here, but we need to give it the read token. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to work. So if we actually just start from scratch here, so we'll get the token, Sanity API read token. So this is simple. We just get that from the environment variables. If this can't be found, we need to throw an error and say, hey, we need to get this, we need to set this, and then we can export it. So Sanity fetch, Sanity live, and we'll define live. And it's going to take the client, and it's going to take the server token, which is the token, and the browser token, which is also the token. Again, just because it has a viewer, it just has the simple viewer access, so that's okay. And there we go. And now every time we fetch data using Sanity fetch, this Sanity fetch function, that'll instantly have the live update features, which is awesome. We'll go ahead and show that in just a moment. So now if we go into the client, and let's just try and show off all the products, right? So if we just go ahead and say export const, and let's say get all products. So we just want to fetch every single product in the database. So const query. So this is kind of how it works. So you have this programming language. It's similar to GraphQL called Grok with a Q. So Grok essentially is a way to query the data. And so this just says we want to get everything that is a product type. And so the way that we can know if it's a product type is if we have said that the name of this type here, so we define a type, and if the name is product, so if the type is product, then we'll just get that. And so we can see here that this uses client fetch, but really what we want to use is Sanity fetch. There we go. And we don't want to do this typing, not right now. And so this just takes the query like this. So to be more accurate, this like that. So it takes a query parameter and we just say, get us all of the products in the database. That's basically what we're asking for here. And so if I just go ahead and fetch this on the page, so on the home page, say, so if I just go back to the home page, I do products equals await get all products. Now we don't have typing on this, but we can get that in just a sec. So one last thing we need to do is just do product.data. We don't care about the rest. We can stringify all of this. So these are all the products. And that's just one thing we need to add. That's why we have an error. So if we go into layout.tsx, inside of here, we just need to also quickly add Sanity Live. So Sanity Live right here. That's just a widget we need for the live updating to work. There we go. And we can see that these are all of the products in the entire database with the prices, with everything. It's crazy. So if we just want to go ahead and make it very, very simple. So one thing we need to do first is we don't have any types. So let's just fix the typing. So the way you can get the types in Sanity is very, very simple. 2 commands, Sanity, schema, extract. So this takes the schemas, so product category, product promotion category, it goes into the schemas, and then it generates a JSON file that describes the types of these. And so what we get out is this file called schema.json, and this just explains in JSON format all of the types of the whole schema, of the whole database. Now, we want to convert this into TypeScript. So what we need to do is say sanity type generate. And this goes into the schema file, the JSON file, and it generates the types. So now we have sanity.types.ts, as you can see here. And I'm just going to go into tsconfig and add the root folder to this pathing, because that makes imports a little cleaner. And then if I go into the client right here, I can cast this to product. And it's a list of products. So now we can see that we get the product type. And it has more than just the stuff we asked it for. So it also comes included with ID, the type, like these underscore keys, created at, updated at, revision, we got the title, the description. These are the things we defined, right? Even under the image, we have reference, we got the type, we got all this different stuff, right? So I'm just going to save that. And now we have the type. So now we can start doing some cool stuff. So if I just quickly ask Cursor to make a simple display of products in a grid, just so we can display this. So I'm using Cursor to do this. Cursor is awesome. So we just want to make a simple grid so we can see everything. So I'm just going to go ahead and run the server again. I think I closed it. And when I refresh, so you can see inside of the image source, we actually used this pre-made function called URL4. It's very simple. It just takes the image and then it gives us the URL by using the URL call. So that's simple. Yeah, there we go. Nice. So we can see all the different products now. So we have the title, we have the description, we have the price. It's awesome. We even have I renamed this one to Scam Disk. Yeah, we have all this different random stuff, right? This is great. So we can see that works. So now let's just show off this live update. So what you'll be able to notice is, say, this is an experimental API version, and that's good. That means that we have the correct version. So we're on this BIY lack lesson something. If I just say test on this, and then remember we need to publish. So I'm going to publish. And if I publish this is going to immediately update. And this is going to work the same way on the live side. So someone, for example, in product management or marketing or whatever the person is doing with the discount codes or the products, someone can be in the CMS and publish a change, and then it will instantly be pushed to the live website. And so that's incredible, because normally it takes 5 to 10 minutes to refetch everything, but now it's instant. So that's awesome. So there we go. So now we have everything set up. So I'm just going to delete this again. Pretty crazy how Cursor can just do it so fast. So we can do that again. And now we have set everything up with Cursor. We have set everything up with Sanity. And we can start moving on to actually creating the e-commerce pages. So the next thing we're going to do is build the product item, the grid. And so yeah, let's get into that. Okay, so I'm just going to save here. We can go back to our initial page. I'm just going to refresh, get rid of all these products, get rid of this, get rid of everything. Now we can start actually designing some real stuff. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing I want to do is just inside of the home page, we really want to have like a grid of the products. We want to have some kind of banner at the top, and then a way to interact with these products, right? So we can separate this into a couple different things. I would probably say that it should be a sales campaign banner. We can implement some Sanity stuff to this later on. And inside a section, I want this to be container, MX Auto, with a little bit of padding on the y-axis. Now, let's just get started with a product grid. So we want to create the sales campaign banner and the product grid. So let's first do this sales campaign banner. So first of all, let's start by saying product grid right here. And under components, so I'm just going to close down Sanity right here. And under components, I'm going to go ahead and say, I think layout is probably fine. We'll do sales campaign banner.csx. We'll make that into an arrow component like this. We'll have a few different divs. So the first thing we'll do is just give this some style. So we're gonna really make this feel like like Temu as much as possible. Something like that at least. Some kind of a cheap discount store where it's straight from the factory. Let's just put it that way. So let's do from red 600. Let's do via orange 500 to red 600. We'll do PY3 relative overflow hidden. Then inside of here, we'll do container MX Auto. We want to align everything with container and MX Auto. That's how we're going to make everything centered. So little padding here. We'll just import this straight away so we can start seeing the changes. Now under here, yeah, that's exactly what we want. So we have flex call, flex row on larger screens, a little bit of gap, a little more gap on larger screens. We'll do some white text. Then finally here, we'll do flex, item center, gap 2. Now we can start adding some content. So we'll do very large text. So I want to have like a flame icon bouncing. So I have this text icon here. So let's see what that looks like. I don't know, can we even see it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, look at that. It's like bouncing. That's perfect. Cool. And then under here, let's go for a div and say flash sale ends in. We'll make this small, a little bigger on the big screens. A final div. Some basic styling on the font. And then look at that. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. Wouldn't you trust that? Cool. So the next thing we'll do is under this div, we'll do flex, item center, gap 2. Then we'll do a span, and instead of a flame, we'll use the same lightning that we used for the login screen. So we'll give that some font. Another span, up to 95% off. Well, that's a good deal, isn't it? We'll make that bold. Give that some yellow text. We'll make that animate a little bit. See what that looks like. Yeah, look at that. Up to 95%. Yeah, stuff's moving. We're moving now. And let's just make a quick button, just to have a button. Shop now. So we'll give this BG white, text red 600, px4, py1. Oh wow, I don't know what just happened. Probably hit the wrong button. They're rounded full. And we'll give this font bold, text small. Now when we hover, we want the background to be yellow. So usually it's white, but now we're going to make it slightly yellow. Large shadow. And obviously a transition here as well. Now that should be a button. There we go. Look at that. And so we can just make it so let's make it so that when you click, you get pushed over to the home page. And we'll do this router right here. Here we go. Use context. Ah, this was imported from the wrong place. Remember to import the router from Next Navigation. And if we do that, we need to do use client as well. There we go. So now that's going to redirect straight to the home page. There we go. We're already on the home page, but if I don't know, this is only in the home page right now. So yeah, anyways, that's the sales campaign banner for now. We can start off with this. Now let's do the product grid. So we got the product grid. Now let's create that component as well. So underneath components, I'm going to make a folder called product. And here we're going to have product grid, just like that. And product grid is going to be an arrow function. It's going to have a products input, and we're just going to use the products from the Sanity types. So I don't think it could, it's product. Yeah, like that. And then we're going to just import those. And this is going to be a very, very simple grid. It's just a grid. So it's a div, and we're going to do grid. Grid calls to. We're going to do some breakpoints, of course, just to make sure that it's the right number of columns. Even on extra large, we'll do even more, and gap 4, like that. And then we can just do products.map product. And this is going to give us a product item. And that's going to be another component we'll make in just a sec. We'll give it a key, because since we're mapping in React, you have to give it a key. So we can use the inherent Sanity ID right here to get the key. And then this is going to take a product. So we're just going to give that a product. And we can make the product item right here. And yeah, there we go. Get those types. We can import product item now. And now we can start styling the product item. So let's just see what happened. Yeah, so of course. So in the home page, of course, we want to fetch all the products. So we'll get all the products, and then for the product grid, we're going to input the products. Here we go. So what's wrong? Yeah, we need to import this. There we go. So now if we refresh, that's going to give us a bunch of, pretty much a bunch of nothing. Yeah, exactly. Cool. That is perfect. So now when we go to read null of memo, blah, blah. Yeah, that's fine. We can go to product item. And now we can start actually defining product item. So the first thing we'll do here is just say class name. We're going to do white background, rounded, hidden overflow, and relative, because we're going to have some crazy stuff going on here. Now, the first thing we want to do is just give this absolute, top 2, right 2, set 10. And then we're going to have a really funny span saying hot. This is a hot item. BG red 500, text white, text extra small, font is going to be bold, a little bit of padding. We're going to do a bouncing animation. So for each of these product items, it's going to have bouncing animation. We can't really see it yet, obviously, because obviously there's nothing to really show, but let's keep moving. So the next thing we're going to have is a relative, and this is going to be the product image. So in Sanity, most of the time you're working with objects that might also be undefined. So we need to check if the image has been set. Then here we want to use the next image to load in the image. This is very optimized. It's very nice for a fast ecom website, for example. And now again, we're going to use URL4, which is Sanity utility function. And this just takes the raw, just Sanity product.image. And then we can turn this into a URL. Now, the reason you have this is because we can do all sorts of things to the image, like transform it, or say, give it, we only want width 256, for example. And so this is a way for the image to be much more optimized on the Sanity side before we actually get the image. And so this is a really nice way to get the image. So I can do alt text. We'll do the title, and if the title has not been set, we'll just do product image. We'll fall back to that. We want to do fill. And under class name, we want to do object contain, and then a little bit of padding. And then we need to do lazy loading, because that's going to be a lot of pictures, and we don't want to block the website from loading. So if we refresh here, we're going to have a bunch of different pictures. So let's see. Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's perfect. Cool. So the next thing we want to do is just create the next section. So we'll do another div with a little bit of padding. Let's do P4. H3. So this one is going to be the product title. And the styling for this is going to be small. Font medium. Line clamp 2. H10. Little margin on the bottom. And now we can make the rest. So this is going to be the price. So that's going to be a column. And what we want here is a couple different items. So this one's going to be the price. This one's going to be some kind of the number of items sold in the last X time. And then we're going to have a button as well so that users can grab it now. Grab it now, like that. Now, under this div right here, we're going to have two spans, but let's just start styling this div. So this div is going to have flex, item center, gap 2. Very simple. This span right here. So this span right here is going to be the real price. Text large, font bold, text red 500. So this is the real price. So that's going to be $ product price. Now, product price is either number or undefined. So first of all, we need to fall back to 0, and then we want to round this to 2, because sometimes when you load a number, the decimal points, it can give you like 20 zeros in a row, and we don't really want that. So we want to round this down to 2 decimal points to give this some consistency. And then what we want to do here is, and this is the fun part. So, I think I removed an N from the span. There we go. So we'll make this a little smaller. And this is line through. So this is going to be the previous price, the original price, right? So this is going to be the same thing, essentially. So we'll make it the same. But here, we'll put this in parentheses and say that the original price was just the real price times 5. Because, always when you go to these stores, if I go to Temu, for example, always you see this, it's like 5 times cheaper all the time. So we're going to make the same thing here. So if I just save that, we can start to see that this is going to turn out pretty well. Yeah, look, I mean, come on, that's pretty good. Okay, nice. So let's move on to the next thing. So this one's going to have a div text small, text green 500. This is going to be the one that says how many of these products have been shipped in the last 24 hours. Margin bottom, because obviously you can see on sites like Temu, we can see 10K sold, all this stuff. So we're going to do something similar to this. Obviously, I don't know how many were sold. So what we're going to do is have a flame, and I don't want to paste all of that stuff in. We're going to have a flame, and now we could say something like, let's just type something in. So if we do type something in here, we're going to get some green text. Now, we want this to always be consistent. We don't want to just do a random number. And so what we can do is we can generate a way to generate a number from 100 to 500. So I'm going to do 100 plus math.absolute. And this is going to do this. So we're going to use the product ID to generate this number. So we're going to do this, and then so we're going to loop through every single character. And then under every single character, we're going to just add together the numeric value of the character. And we're going to start at 0. And we're going to limit it to 500. So it's going to be between 500 and 600. It's going to be between 100 and 599, right? Because at 600, it's gonna go back to 100. So if I refresh that again, now it's going to be a random value for all of them. So 289, 547, 141. But if I refresh, it's not going to be a new random number. It's going to be the same one every time. So it's deterministic because it's based on the ID, the numeric value of the ID. So that's the reason we're doing that. Just so that it's more, consistent. So we're going to do with full, background to the right, from red 500 to orange 500. Then we're going to do text white, py2, rounded full. We're going to do small text, font bold. And when we hover, we're going to make this brighter. And we're going to do some transition all. There we go. And then the last thing we want to do here is limited time offer. So we're going to do extra small text in red. We're going to center it, little margin from the top, and it's going to be pulsing. And I'm going to just copy the lightning icon again. We're just having fun with this, of course. Limited time offer. Here we go. Yeah, look at how that button just appeared. That's awesome. Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, so now we have this kind of product grid. We have, it looks like a real discount store now, you know what I'm saying? Like this is just, we just have a discount store feel to this now. This is not like a premium store, you know. This feels a little like Wish or Temu or something like that. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here. Cool. So now the next thing we want to add here is if we go on to the header, we want to add some category stuff. So the first thing we'll do is, since the header is a client-side component and we want a server-side component inside of the header, so we want the category selector. Since we have that kind of premise going on, we want category selector to be input as a prop. So react.react node. And so if I go ahead and user category selector like that, then what we'll be able to do now is, if we just scroll down a little bit inside of, let me just find the right place. I believe maybe we can do it here. So we'll position the category selector right here. Now, the reason we'll do this is because the category selector will load all of the categories on the server side. And so it's not possible to stream that into a client-side component unless you pass it as a prop. That's a special NextJS thing. So I'm just going to get an error now probably, because inside of the root layout, we don't have that. So what we'll need to do now in the root layout is just make a function called categories, get all categories, and we'll make that function now. Actually, I think it makes more sense to just move this into its own component. So if we just go ahead and do user and category selector, we'll do this part, but without the prop. And so category selector is going to be a server-side component, okay? So, and let's just call it header, because we're only going to have this in the header. So header category selector, and under the layout right here, we're going to just paste that in. So header category selector right here, and we're just going to make this into a component just like that. And this should be, we should be able to import that now. And so if we go here, now we want to get all the categories. Get all categories. And again, we just need to make this into an async function now, because this is now a server-side component, a React server-side component. And so what we need to do is fetch the data that we need to get from the server. And we just need to create this get all categories function inside of Sanity, lib, and client.ts. We can do this. So right next to get all products, now we can create get all categories, and the AI already completes it for us. And it's going to be a product category. And so just like with the product, all we need to do is, instead of asking for a product, we are asking for a product category. So it's not a category, but it's a product category, because that's what we called it in the schema, remember? So if I go into the schema, we have product category, and it's on this name that we're searching. So we're just asking for all the documents where the type is product category. And so now we have that. And now we can start designing this. Now, since this is a server-side component, we can't actually do any state management. So we need to do a little finesse to get this to be proper. So you can see here we have a couple items too much on the header. So we have some placeholders here, shop new arrivals. Let's just remove those. So in the category selector here. So we need to do a little bit of finesse, because we want so that when you hover over this, it expands and shows us all the categories, and so we can click on them. But we have to do this in a way where it's not using any state variables. And we can do this with CSS. So let's go into that. So I'll do class name. We'll do relative inline block. Then we'll do a button. So this is the thing that you will hover over. And then under this is going to be all the, not div. Under this is going to be all the items. So the button is going to have peer. So peer is our own class. We just define peer. And we're going to give this text gray 700. And we're also going to give it group as well. So it's both peer and it's group. So we're going to do text gray 700, hover text gray 900. Just some basic styling, text small, font medium, flex, item center, gap 1. Here we go. And inside of here, I just want categories. Oop, not a tag. And then I want a CSV, an SVG, I mean. So I'm going to paste that in. And that's just a drop-down icon. So if we refresh, we can see that when I hover over this, this actually already rotates like that. Because maybe I should have made more clear, but in the class name right here, we have transition, transform, duration, and then we have when there's a hover on group, which of course is the button, right? Because class name in Tailwind is not just class. In Tailwind and it applies styles, but we have to remember that this actually is inside of HTML. This is actually a class that is being added to the HTML tag. And so if this button element has this class, then we can say, well, when something in this class is being hovered, well, then we can do something to this child element. So that's exactly what we're doing right here. So when group is being hovered, we're going to swap that. So now all we need to do is show this one. And this is going to be absolute because it's going to be on top of other items. It's going to be top full, left 0, PT2, opacity 0, some standard stuff to make it invisible. But then now when it's hovered, we're going to make it opacity 100. We're going to make it visible. We're going to make it so that it stays visible when we hover this element. Transition all, duration 100. And so this makes it so that if peer, which is also this button, so this button is both peer and its group. So when we hover the button, so just the categories, it will make this div visible. And when we make it visible, that means that now mouse events will work on this div. And so we can also say when there's a hover on this div, which only works after we have hovered the categories first, then we can keep it active if we hover here and go down, right? That's the idea. Otherwise, we can only hover on categories, and then when we try and go down and press a category, it will disappear. But because we have hover as well as peer hover, it will work. So if I go in here, ignore that, we'll do class name, we'll do a fixed width because it's absolute, and then we'll do some shadow, we'll do border, gray 100, and overflow hidden, no scroll bar. And then under this, we'll do a simple padding on the y-axis. And then now we can start mapping. So if we go ahead and do categories.map, category, and this will just be a bunch of links. So next link, and then this will give us category.title. So we're going to have the category title. We need to put in a key. And of course, just like with the products, we're going to just use the ID of the category. Move down a little bit to make it a little nicer. Oops, I didn't want to do that. So much AI crazy stuff going on. We have the href. We'll do backticks here because we need to use a variable. So we'll refer to /category /category slug, right? Like that. We're going to prefetch. So prefetch means that we are preloading this page before you press the button. And that makes it much faster when you press the button because it'll already be loaded. So we'll give it some style, some padding, some text styling, 700, BG, some hover animations right here. We'll do some transition, of course, and a quick duration, just 100. And so if I refresh this and just save, we can see now I'm hovering. Oops, what's going on? So it's category.slug.current. I missed that. There we go. Yep. Now when we hover, we can see that this is popping out, and I can press women's clothing, men's clothing, electronics. I actually have 2 electronics because I made one just a sec ago. Well, that won't matter a ton, but we have 2 of those. That's okay. We have women's clothing, men's clothing, electronics, and jewelry. And so now we can click into these, but nothing's going to happen, obviously, because we didn't create these pages yet. So now let's create these pages. So inside of the app folder, we want to go /category, and then it's with the slug, so /slug. And then we're gonna do page.csx under that. And that's like all we need. Now we can start making the category page like this. Now we're gonna have to load this in. And this is also gonna be an async function because we wanna take advantage of the server-side rendering, of course, in NextJS. So let's first define the type because it's maybe a little weird because it's new. So the type is going to be params, and the params is going to be a promise for the slug because this is server side. So this is a change in next 15 that it's a promise. If you're on next 14, you can do it without the promise. So what we can do now is we can get the slug by awaiting the parameters, and then now we can get some data. Now we need to make these functions as well. So if we go back to the Sanity client, I want to create 2 different functions. I want one to be get category by slug, and this is the slug right here. And then the query is going to be it's going to be this. So this is a conditional. So we want the type to be product category, and we want the slug.current to be equal to the slug. And so this should actually be, that's fine. And then the way that this works is that the dollar symbol annotation right here for $slug defines a parameter. And because we don't want to have we don't want to have string injection into the string. For example, I could do, up here localhost /category / semicolon drop all tables, like something like that. We don't want to have this type of unsafe injection. We define a parameter slug, and then we have safe parameters like that. And Sanity handles the safe part. We just have to declare them properly right here. And so that's going to give us the product category. And so we want that. Now we also want export const get products by category slug. Exactly. And so this is the same idea as before. So references, get products category. This is not correct. So I just made a little mistake. So basically we want to get all the products, and we want to get all the references for the product where it's a category and the slug is the slug. So how we do this is we say we want to match anything where the type is product category and the slug.current equals slug.id, like that. We just match it on the first matching because it's only going to be an array of 1. Now inside of here, the slug is going to be slug because we have it there. So we say, give us all the products, give us all documents that are products, and where the reference that it points to is a category, and that category's slug is equal to the slug that we input. So that's what we're doing here. So I'm going to just do these 2. So we have these 2 new functions, and I'm going to fetch both of them at once using promises. And so if you want to do multiple server-side fetches at once, it's much faster to do promise.all rather than to do them sequentially. So we can do category and products. We can do promise.all, and this runs it in parallel. And now we can do these two functions, and we'll import them. So we'll get the category, we'll get the products, and now we can start playing around with this. So the first thing I want to do is, just like in the home page, we have the sales campaign banner. I still want the sales campaign banner. But now we also want a couple different things as well. So under this, we want two sections. And then 3. So we have the first div right here. And this is going to tell us a little bit about the category. So we're going to have, of course, red background with P4, a little bit of padding. Inside of here, we're going to make another div. And this div has the class name container and mxauto, because we want that standard width. And now we can add some text. So we're going to have an H1, and this is going to give us the category title. So we fetched the data for the category and also all the products for this respective category. That's what we've done. Now we also want a little more stuff than just the category title, of course. So we're going to put up to 90% off and a flame. Let's do that. Pretty funny. So we'll do class name, and we'll put text 2XL. We want to have it be very big text. Font bold. And we'll go for text center. Text red 600 and MB2 like this. Then we'll make a p tag. I'm just going to remove these files on the left side. Make it a little easier here. Class name, text center, text red 500, text small, text base, animate pulse. We'll do a little more animating stuff here. Now, I have some copy that I just want to paste in here, a little logo stuff going on. Let me just refresh. So when we refresh, we should be able to start seeing, I mean, come on, look at that. Look at that. What a beauty. Okay, and then we can have the category description if we have one. So we'll do category, text center, text gray 600, text XS, margin top, like that. There's no category descriptions, but if we want them, they'll be right there. So the next thing we'll do is we'll add a couple points. So we want some free shipping, top rated, and best prices. So we'll do class name equals background yellow 50, py3, save that. Then I'll do, of course, again, container with mxauto. And then under this one, we can start putting in our items. So we'll do flex, item center, justify center, gap 4, text small. And then we'll have the first one. So the first one's going to be flex, item center, gap 2. And then it's going to have two spans. One is going to be an icon. And the other one is going to be the text. Free shipping, like that. We'll put a little truck logo. And then we'll duplicate this 2 more times. And I have a star. We'll put a star. And I think this is a bag of money or something. That's funny. Cool. We'll put top rated. We'll put best prices. Let's check it out. What do we have? Yeah, look at that. Actually, I think maybe it's better if it's not uppercase. Let's try. Let's just try normal. I like that more. I like that a little more. Cool. Let's go with that. So now we have these couple items here. So the next thing we need to do, and just a couple more things. So we have this section, of course. This is where we want the products. So we have container, mxauto. We need to make sure that we have this consistent width. That's like a common pattern. You see this container mxauto thing. We just want to make sure that everything is centered properly. Then inside of here, we're going to have a text center. So this is just going to tell us how many items. We want to show how many items in this category. I want to use this icon here. Products.length. And we want to keep repeating this deals thing because obviously the name of the store is deals. So little styling as well. Text small, text gray 500. Make sure that that text is properly styled. And then under this, we'll just reuse the product grid because we already fetched the products. There we go. So let's see what that looks like. That's great. Cool. Look at that. Cool. And you see how now the navbar, when we scroll down, it just disappears. So that's perfect. It's exactly the behavior we want. I can even sign out, and that's just going to refresh my page. Now it's going to keep the whole skeleton because it's NextJS with the app router. So nothing, no like flickering or no refreshing. It just refreshes everything with the same shell around it. So very, very cool. And so that's the category. Cool. So now let's add some kind of search functionality. So the first thing I want to do is just make the search function. So this is going to be like a little more complicated search function. So sanity function. So I'm going to make a search products, and that's going to take a query. So the idea is that inside of the search bar, we're going to press on the search button, and then we're going to search for just something, t-shirt or hard disk or something, you know? And then we want to get all the relevant products. So we're going to use a query, and this query is going to be anything that matches where the type is product and all of these. So you can put parentheses. It's the same as an if statement. So we want the title of the product to match the query. And we're just using this params. Or the description to match the query. Or the category title to match the query. Or the category slug.current, because it's .current with a slug, to match the query. So you see that there's a bunch of different if statement stuff going on here, but it's essentially just think of it as we want to fetch everything, so star, that matches this if statement here. So that's pretty much what we have. And actually, we need to rename this because actually I want to just call it search query. Search query. There we go. And then let's just say products equals await sanity fetch. We'll do the same thing as before. There we go. And that's just going to give us a search for all of the different products. So now the next thing we want to do is go into the components, and we want to create inside of the layout a way to add this to the header. So I want to make a header search bar.csx. This is going to be a client component. Actually, no, it's not going to be client component. It's going to be a normal component, and we're going to use the next form right here. And so the very smart thing about next form is that, you know, just like how when we made the auth widgets here, the auth components, we can give it an action, which is a server action. There's also one other way that you can use this. So if you use action and then put an endpoint, a string instead, /search, for example, and we'll make that into a page, then what's going to happen is any of the inputs that you get. So for example, we're going to make an input that's called query. So I'm going to have query right here, and it's going to be type text. Anything that looks like this, when you submit it, you will be redirected to /search, where the query in the URL parameter is set to, you know, whatever you put in. So that's very smart because it's server side. So that's going to be what we're going to do. So type text, name is query. We're going to do placeholder equals search. And then we're going to do class name, and we're going to do a little bit of styling here. So we'll do width can be, let's say, 32. PL is going to be 8, because we're going to put a search icon. Going to do some border stuff. So this is just basic search input. Rounded, MD. We're going to do focus, ring 1. We're going to make it a black ring. Transparent when you focus it on the border. And then just color transitions like that. So we have this so far. Now we also want this inside of a div, and then we want a search icon. So since we want the search icon, I'm going to use relative, and then we have a div which contains the search icon, and this is going to be absolute and inset y0, left 0, PL2, flex, items center, pointer, events none. So it's just a search icon. And then I'm just going to paste in some SVG here, and it has a H4W4 text gray 400. And so if we just add this to the header, so where do we have it? Sign in. It's right next to the sign in button, so that's why. So it's going to be this button right here. So we have this button with an SVG, and we're going to just replace that with the search bar. And now we have a search bar. There we go. Look at that. So that's the search bar. And so if I press, let's say if I put Jewel, you can see that I just typed it in and pressed enter. And now I'm on the search page. So I'm on /search, where the query is Jewel. And so that's very nice, because now we can create a search page. So now we're going to go ahead and do search and do page.tsx. And inside of search page, I pretty much just want this to be the same as a category. So I'm just going to copy all of category, copy paste. Now, of course, this is going to be search page instead. And instead of slug, what we'll have is the query. But it's not called params when it's search, when it's a query parameter. It's actually called search params, like that, right? And so it's the same thing, it's just search params instead. And then we have query because it's query. That's the key right here. So we're going to await on the search params instead of the params. And it's not going to be a slug, it's a query. And then we're not going to fetch category, but we're going to fetch products. But we're going to use the search products function instead on the query, right? So step one, we just get the Jewel. So query right here, this variable is going to be Jewel. We pass that into the search products function, and then we get all the products out. And then we can display all the same stuff. Of course, except for this part, because this is where we display the information about the category. So instead of this, what we can do is a little different custom design. So let's do an H1 and say search results for quote query. And we're doing these quotes here because otherwise there's issues when you build, when you deploy to production. Up to 90% off. Yeah, let's use that fire icon. Sounds good. And we'll do class name. Inside of here, we'll do text, double extra large, even triple extra large, font bold, text center, text red 600, and margin bottom. We'll put some padding, a paragraph, text center, text red 500, text SM, MD text base, animate pulse. We'll have the flash sale ending soon. It already knows. I don't know. It's pretty good. And we'll do text center, text gray 600, text XS, MT2. And we don't want this. We want discover amazing deals again, matching your search. There we go. And we can keep the rest the same. That'll be fine. Cool, yeah, so look at that. So if I type something like shirt, we can see that we have this shirt right here. If I type in jewelry, we have jewelry right here. If I type jewel, we don't get anything. So maybe we want to make it a little more relaxed. So if, for instance, I wanted to also match jewelry with jewel, for example, all we need to do is if we just select all of these different instances. So I'm just holding down Alt. Now we have title match search query. So I'm just going to change this to title match star plus search query. And then on the other side of search query as well. So we match anything. So this means that you can put anything before search query or anything after, and it will still match. And so this means that you can put like EWL, for example. So if I just put EWL like this, it will still match because you can put anything before the search query as long as it matches with the title and as with the search query in the middle of whatever you want, it will work fine. And as well as at the end. So that's why jewel, for example, will work. So if we just have those on either side, that allows us to do a little more, a slightly more relaxed matching on the search. Now I can also just put nothing and then everything will work because everything contains nothing in this search products function.
So now the next thing we'll do is create the product page. So when I press grab it now right here, nothing happens. So if we go over back to product item right here, all we need to do is just change this button to a link. So it's going to be quite a long line. So let's just make it a little more organized. We'll just move this down to the next line like that. And that's better. And we'll just change this to be a link. Get this indentation proper. And we'll do an href and use /product/product.id, just like this. And so when we now press on a product item, you can see the text has just stopped being centered because we changed it from a button to a link. So we'll just add text center right here to the link, and that'll bring us back to normal. So when I press grab it now, we should see the 404 page, just like that, because we obviously haven't created the product page yet. So under the app folder right here, we'll go ahead and create a new folder, and it's going to be called product, and then another folder to get the dynamic ID of the product. And so that's going to be open square bracket ID, close square bracket, and we'll do a file and do page.tsx. Now we'll just create this new component right here, and we'll call it product page. And that's going to be an async page because we're going to load the product. And now when we save, we should have the text product page visible. So let's just give that a second and see what happens. There we go. So we have product page right here. And if I just change stuff inside of here, we can see that this is what we're seeing. So now the first thing we need to do is just get the ID out so we can start fetching the product. And so the way we'll do this is just using the params right here, because it's a parameter on the page, and we need to specify the type if we're in TypeScript, and that's going to be a promise, and it's a promise since Next.js 15. So if you're on Next.js 14 or earlier, then it's not a promise. So it's a promise, and inside of here, it's an ID, and the ID is a string, just like that. And so now we'll be able to get the ID. So this is the product ID, and we need to await the params. And now we want to have a, now we want to have a product. So we want to fetch the product now. So we'll do const product equals await get product by ID. And now we need to make this function. And so if we just move on over to the Sanity client right here, we have all of these different functions from before, but now we need to make a, we'll do it up here, I think. We'll make a get product by ID, and it's just going to take the ID of the product that we want to fetch. And then inside of here, we'll do const query equals, and that's going to be star we'll do, so the type has to be a product, and the ID has to be the ID, which we'll specify like this, and we'll take the first element that matches it. So that should just be a single element, and then we'll do const product equals await sanity fetch, just like this. And so we're going to use sanity fetch so that it has the live updating. We're going to use the query right here, and then we're going to pass the ID as the parameter so we can fetch the product of that ID. And then we're going to make that into a product in TypeScript, just like that. So now we have this function. We can call it inside of the product page, and we need to pass the ID, of course. And let's just see what happens. So we'll just try and do a JSON dump right here on the product. So we can see that we did fetch the women's t-shirt casual cotton right here. So we did get the correct product. That's the one I pressed. And now we can just start designing this. So firstly, we just want to make sure that the product price has been set, because inside of Sanity, this is still an optional. So we'll just say product not found. This is invalid. So this is like a draft product, for example. So that means the product wouldn't yet have been properly configured to be fully set up. And so we don't want to show that to the public. Now we'll get the original price times 10. So that's gonna be what we're gonna show as the original price, like the strike through price. So when I go back here to, we just go to the home page, go to the home page right here. We can see that we have this price right here, this strike through price. And actually, I think that's times 5, right? So 12.6 times 5 is 63. Sounds about right to me. So that's going to be the original price we're showing, and then that's going to be the discount. Now, this is obviously just like Temu, so that's what we're doing. So inside of this div right here, we're going to make a div with background gray 50, so slightly gray. Let's just go back to the product page so we can see this. And inside of here, I want the sales campaign banner again, so we have some flashy stuff to show off. Now, we're going to add a couple things. So we want the breadcrumb navigation. So you can just see and navigate back if you want to navigate back. Then we're going to have a product sale banner like this. Then we're going to have some items. Oh, let's put something like a guarantee items. So this is going to be like free shipping, this type of stuff. And then we're going to do product details right here. So the first thing we'll do is just this breadcrumb navigation. So what we'll do is start out with a div, as we always do, and we'll do a class name right here and do white background, bg white, and it's going to have a border on the bottom. And we'll just do that. And we'll have another div right here. And inside of this div, we're going to give it another class name. This time it's going to be a container, mxauto, py3, px4. So a little bit of padding on the y-axis and on the x-axis. And this is going to have a link right here. And we want to use a, make sure that indents properly. So this is going to have href equals /. So this is like go back to home a button. We'll just do class name equals text gray 600, hover text red 600. We'll do transition colors, flex item center, gap 1. So inside of here, we're going to put two things. We're going to put a home from Lucid React. So this is just a small home icon. Make it a square like this. And then we're going to put a span, which is just going to be home like this. Now we can see that we have the home button right here in the breadcrumb. And the next thing we'll do is do chevron right. So this should be importable. So up here, we'll just add chevron right like so. And that's also going to have the same size as the home icon, of course, because we want to just have this consistency. However, we are going to make it a little gray. So gray 400 like this. Then, oops, I think I spelled that wrong. Chevron right. There we go. That's probably why I couldn't import it before. There we go. Nice. And we have the chevron right. So if I just save, it'll refresh. And now we need to have the span. And the span is going to have a class name, text gray 400, and truncate. And we're just going to do product.title right here. And around all of this, we're just going to make another div and put all of this good stuff inside of that. And we'll give that a class name so we can do a proper flex alignment, a little bit of gap, and default to small text. And now that should be fine. There we go. So you can see that we have some simple breadcrumb navigation right here, so you can easily go back to homepage from a product. Now let's make the product sale banner. So we'll start out with another div, and that's going to have a class name. We'll give that a fancy gradient. So from red 500/10, so like a almost transparent red, to red 600/10. And we'll do py6, px4, a little bit of padding. We'll do another div right here. And inside of this one, we're going to do container mxauto. Just get that width and censoring consistency. And the first thing we'll do here is do flash sale. How much is it? 80% off. And then I have a little fire emoji we want to put in. Like that. Pretty cool. And the H1 is going to have text double XL, text quadruple XL on medium-sized screens and bigger. We're going to do font bold, text center, and we're going to do text red 600 and MB3. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, perfect. That's going to be a big right in your face. So we're going to do a div right now and say flex call, item center and gap 2. Then the next thing we'll do here is we'll have two elements, one saying only this many items left at this price, and then another one saying offer ends soon. So we'll start out with the scarcity part right here. Let me just disable this AI stuff. There we go. Sometimes you can get too much of that. So we'll have text center, text red 500. We'll do text small and just text base. So text base is just normal text, text size. And then we'll do semi-bold and animate pulse because we want to do some fancy animation stuff. And what we'll do is just say lightning only X items left at this price. And inside of this, we'll just do something like just like a random kind of number. So this is just a number from 1 to 10. Obviously, what you would actually do here is put your stock. And the next thing is just going to be div and say offer ends soon. And inside of here, I'm just going to put a little clock emoji, just because that's pretty funny. And we'll give that class name and say background red 100, text red 600. Give this a little bit of padding, so px3, py1. We'll round it as well and say small text. So let's see what that looks like. Yep, that looks good to me. Cool. And the next thing we'll do is just do these guarantee items. So we'll do a div and another div. Now in the first one, we'll just say background gradient to R. And we'll do from yellow 500/10 to yellow 600/10 py6. So this is the same as before. We're just doing it with yellow instead of red. Now inside of here, we're just going to do class name equals container mxauto. Oops. And now we'll have a flex container right here. So we'll do flex wrap items center. And we'll justify center as well. We'll do a little bit of gap right here. And now inside of here, I want to have three different of these little items. So this is like one item. So what we'll go ahead and do is say class name equals flex, item center, gap 2. And then this is going to have, so this is span inside. These are going to have two different types of classes. So we'll do text yellow 600. So as opposed to just this toYellow 600/10, this is a completely solid yellow 600 color. And it has no transparency. And we'll just make that extra large. And that's going to be an emoji. So we'll put this car right here. So this is going to be to do with shipping. And we're going to do free express shipping right here. So if we just save that and look, now we'll do two more of these like that. So the next one is going to be satisfaction guaranteed. And then the third one is going to be secure checkout. And a couple new emojis for that. So we have a lock right here and little magic stars right here. And let's just see what that looks like. Yep, that looks pretty good. Cool. So the final thing, of course, the most important piece is going to be the product itself. So this is going to be the longest bit. So let's scroll down and get some space. We're going to start with a div, of course. Container mxauto py8, and we'll do another div inside of here. So we're just going to make the skeleton right now of where we want to get the product. So it's going to be a grid, and on small screens we want it to be like a grid of one column. So it collapses to one column, and you can scroll down to see two different sections. Otherwise, on larger screens we want it to just have two columns like this. And it's only going to be separated into two separate areas. So it's going to be like product, like information, and product image. So those are the two different sections. So you usually have the product image on the left side. So that's going to be what we are starting with. So we need to first check if the product image has been set, because it may or may not be set. And if it is set, we can make a div. And we'll do class name relative. We want it to be square. And we'll do rounded to XL, overflow hidden, shadow large, like that. Inside of here, we'll do the image itself. So that's going to be a next image, because next image optimizes loading speed for us. We're going to do fill. We're going to do priority, and then we're going to give it a class name, and it's going to have object cover, hover scale 105. So when you hover, it has a little hover effect where it scales and becomes bigger. Then we'll do transition, transform, and duration 300. So that's just to configure the hover effect like this. Now the next thing we'll do is just add an alt. So if the product.title, otherwise, we're going to do product image, just a standard. And then finally, of course, the source itself. So inside of here, what you want to do is put URL4, which is the function we have inside of the Sanity library. And we'll just pass in product image and .url, like that. So let's just quickly make this other div right here. So for the product information, we'll have flex call, and gap4. Now we can just refresh to see the product image. Yep, so you can see the product image right here. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Maybe one thing I'd want is like a little bit of padding. So maybe some P2 or something like that. Actually, I think it's better if we just make a div around this, just to make this a little nicer. So we'll make a div around this and give this one the rounded. We'll do BG white, maybe padding 4, overflow hidden, shadow LG. Then we'll just move that up one level. Keep aspect square on both. And that should make everything a little better. Yeah, that's a little better. Nice. Cool. So the next thing we'll do is just do the product information. So we have the first parent div right here already. Next thing we'll do is just do the product title itself. So product title. That should come out as a simple piece of text. What we just want to add here is text to Excel. It's bigger on large screens with 3XL. And we want to make this gray so it's not just completely black. Now we'll add a product description. So we'll add that with the P tag. And we'll give this text gray 600. Now we'll do price section inside of here. So this is going to be one big div. This is going to be flex call, gap2, MT4, get a little bit of margin away from the description and title. And inside of here, what we'll do is add another div. A little bit of gap on that. And this is going to be separated into two different sections. So it's going to be the price itself, and then also the savings on the price below it. So the first thing is going to be the price itself. So we'll do flex items baseline, and we'll do gap 1. Then inside of here, we'll do US, because we're measuring everything in US dollars. And then we'll do text XS, font bold, text red 600. This US right here, if you'd want to do multiple currencies, this is something you could just store in the Sustan store and have it be dynamic. And we'll do a second span right here. This is going to be big, so this is the price itself, right? So font black, text red 600, tracking tight, so the text is close, and this is the price itself, right? So we'll do format price. So this is going to be a function to format the price. And that's going to be the price. So what we'll just do is inside of the utils. Oh, actually, we need to create utils. So we'll go ahead and do under lib, we'll do utils, utils.ts. And inside of here, we're going to have export const format price. And this is just going to format the price. So based on the currency, we can format the price. So we're going to use international number format. And we're going to use the US format. Again, if you'd want to have this be dynamic, this is where you change it. Style currency. And the currency is going to be the US dollar. And then we'll just do .format price like this. Now we can use this function. And we'll import it. And this is going to come with a dollar symbol. So what we just want is to remove the dollar symbol, because this US right here is the symbol of the dollar in our case. So we'll just do .replace dollar with nothing. So if I just refresh this, we can see that that looks pretty nice. So that's $6.39. And so now we have the price. The next thing we'll do is just do this savings bit right here. So we'll do flex item center, gap 2, and we'll have a span. This is going to be minus 80%. BG red 600, text white, PX2, a little bit of padding, maybe a little less actually, from the top. Rounded, small text. And we're going to do font bold. And it's going to have a pulse, animate pulse like that. And just below that, we're going to put mega savings. Text red. And it's going to have this kind of style. And as you can see, that's going to look pretty sick. So you can see it's going to say, this is the price and this is the savings. Now, just one thing we want to add above that is another div. We're actually going to wrap that around the bottom savings part. And we'll do flex call. And then what we'll be able to do is use the original price as well. So we'll do format price, original price. So that's the variable we declared up here. That's going to just be the product price times 5, or whatever the discount original price is. And we want to use some fancy styling for that. So we're going to do large. And this is going to be a line through. So this is like the old price, and then this is the new price. The line through. We're going to do decoration red 500. Do decoration 2. So that's going to be the line. Now you can see that that is a little bit nicer. So you can see the old price and compared to the new price. Pretty cool. And now next up, what we'll do is just go down here. So we're still inside of this. We're still inside of this price section bit right here at the top level inside of price section. And we're going to just go down here and make a new div. So this is just going to say you save this much money. And we're going to do a div. And inside of here, we're going to have 2 spans. And we'll do flex, item center, gap 2. And we're going to do a slightly red background with padding and some rounding. And then we'll do, I just have a little money bag icon right here. We'll give this a class name and say text red 600, font bold. And inside of here, we're going to say you save. And then how much do you save, right? You save the original price minus the new price. So the product price, like this. We'll put an exclamation mark. Then we'll do class name on that. It's going to be quite similar. So we'll do text red 600. We'll do font medium and text small. So let's see what that looks like. Pretty cool. So we have a little banner right here. You save this much money from the discount. And now just one final bit on the product part right here. We'll do, so this is going to be a section on how many people bought in the last hour. So we'll do flex, item center, gap 2, small text, and well, extra small actually. And then we'll do a gray 600 for the color. We'll do 2 spans inside of here. Oh, not 3. We'll do class name on that, inline block, W2, H2, background green. And we'll do background green 500, rounded full, animate pulse. And that's just going to actually be completely empty. And then what we'll do is, oh, we actually don't need a class name right here. So X people bought in the last hour. So the reason we have this first div right here is just to create this cool little circle dot kind of thing. You could probably do it with list decorations as well on an unordered list, but this is a pretty fancy way of doing it. And so instead of this X, we want to put a random number. This is where you'd substitute it with the real number. So we'll do from 20 to 50. Well, from 20 to 70, right? Because you plus 20 by 50. So that's going to be a random number from 20 to 70. And it's going to say this many people bought in the last hour. You see, it has a cool little signal kind of vibe to it. Now for the next part, we can step out of this price section piece. So we'll go down here, right here. And the next thing we'll do is do a little order now limited time offer. And so we'll do a div background gradient to red to right from yellow 500. We'll do a little more than 10. We'll do /20 to yellow 600. So we'll do a nice little gradient and a couple more things. Then we'll do, this is going to consist of 2 different divs. The first one is going to have flex item center, and we'll do text yellow 800 like this. And then we'll do 2 spans. And in the second one, we'll do limited time offer. And in the first one, we'll just do a lightning dash icon. We'll give this text extra large. And then the second one is going to have font bold, like that. You can see that looks pretty cool, limited time offer. And then the next one under here is going to be order now before price changes. And that's going to be text small, text yellow 700, a little bit of margin, and some font medium, just to make that fit in. So we have a little badge right here. You can see that's pretty cool. Now the next thing we'll do is add the add to cart button. And so we haven't actually created that yet. So let's go ahead and create the add to cart button. So let's put it under components and product. We'll do add to cart button.tsx. And we'll just go ahead and, I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Now we can just import that. We'll come back to that in just a sec. We'll just do the final piece before we do the add to cart button. So inside of here, just under the add to cart button, we'll do another div. That's going to be flex column, gap 3, mt6, text SM. So this is going to just recite similar to how we have express shipping, secure checkout, all this stuff. It's going to recite similar to that, just to wrap it around the entire way. And we'll do background white, P4, rounded XL, and we'll do a little bit of shadow and border as well, just to get that TEMU vibe going. This is going to consist of 3 different items, similar to how we have 3 different items here. These are 3 kind of items, cards, if you will. We have item center, gap 3, and text gray 700. And inside of here, we want to have 2 spans. I don't know why I always create 3 spans. Crazy. And inside of here, the first span, we'll do BG green 100. So a green background, and then we'll do a little bit of padding, and we'll make it a circle by doing rounded full. The second one will give font medium. And so the first one is going to be the icon. So here we'll do a check mark, and then we'll do in stock, ships within 24 hours. And then we're going to just take this div with the 2 spans and duplicate it 2 times. Let's see what that looks like. So that'll be at the bottom. Yeah, so you can see we have these little 3 points that we're going to get. So the second one we'll do is just this money back guarantee. So this return icon right here. So this is going to be 30-day money back guarantee right here. And then the final one is going to be a shield, and it's going to put secure payment processing, just like that. So let's see what that looks like. Yeah, perfect. So we have the in stock, we have 30-day money back guarantee, and we have secure payment processing. Now, the last part we need to do is create the add to cart button. And so this actually involves creating the cart, making the whole cart draw as well. So this is going to be very fun. So let's get into that. So the first thing we'll just do is add the props that we need. So we'll do type add to cart button props, and that's going to be the product. And we want that to be of the product. So the Sanity type right here. And then we'll just simply we'll pack that out right here, and we'll just do product and get that right here through the props. And now we're going to get an error on the product page, and we'll just pass in the product that we have like this. And that's going to resolve all the problems because that fits the type. Now, there's a couple different things we need to do with the button, but let's just design it first, and then we can move on to doing the whole Sustan store, all the different stuff with tracking the cart. So the button right here is going to be, so first of all, what we first need is just a is loading, set loading, use state false. So it's going to start out with not loading. That's just going to have it disabled. Is loading. We're going to play around with this a little bit more. And then we're going to do on click equals handle add to cart. And that's going to be handle add to cart. So we're going to have this async function, which does all of that stuff. That's going to do set loading to true. And at the end, set loading to false. Oops, like that. And in between, we want to basically add the item to the cart, right? Pretty basic. And a lot of different design. So let's start moving on with the design. There's actually going to be such a big one that we're going to do these backticks right here, which allows us to do multi-line strings. So we're going to do width full, margin top 6, background radiant towards the right. It's going to be from red 500 to red 600. Then on the next line, we're going to do text white, PY4, rounded full, and we'll do font bold. We're going to do text extra large. Now on hover, we're going to do from red 600. So you can see when we hover, we go from red 500. So when we begin the gradient, we change it to red 600. And we're also going to do the same with the 2. So when we hover, we'll do 2 red. We start with 600 and we'll just end up with 700. So that just makes it one tone darker in the gradient. Now we'll do transition all. We'll also do transform. And we'll do hover, scale. We'll do just a tiny bit bigger. So it gets 2% larger just to have this little growing effect when you hover. And when it's active, we'll also scale it up like that. Now we'll do shadow extra large. We'll do flex item center. Now we're making the button into a flex container because we're going to put a loading icon and a span inside of it. So that's why we're going to do that. Then we're going to do justify center to have it both centered on the y-axis with item center and also on the x-axis with justify center. We'll do gap 3. Now, if it's disabled, we want the opacity to be slightly more transparent. If it's disabled, we want the cursor to be cursor not allowed. If it's disabled, we want the hover to not scale. So originally, if we hovered, it would scale up to be a little bigger. Now, if it's disabled, we want to just override that and not do that. And that's also going to be for the active, like this. So when it's disabled, we don't want to scale on hover. And when it's disabled, we also don't want to scale on active. And the final thing we'll just do is say disabled hover from red 500, disabled hover to red 600. So this just defaults back to using the original background colors, which disables the hover effect when you hover, when it's disabled. Now we want to have 2 separate ways of rendering the add to cart button. Firstly, we want to check if it's loading. So if is loading, then we'll do something. And if it's not loading, then we'll do something else. So these are the 2 options. So we're going to do these empty brackets right here because that just says that's the same as just doing nothing, but if and having several items. The only problem is if you do that within parentheses like this, you get an error. So for example, if I want 2 spans like this, you can't do that within parentheses. You have to put them inside of a fragment is what it's called. And so that's what this is. You can also do react.fragment to make it more explicit. React.fragment is the exact same thing as doing this. Yeah, as you can see. So it's the same thing. But what we'll just do is make it a little more simple and remove React.fragment. And we're going to have, we can leave the second span, but the first is going to be loader2. So that's going to be a loading icon. We'll do W6, H6, and it's going to spin. So that's the loading animation. And then it's going to say adding to cart. 3 dots. So that's when we're loading, it's going to say adding to cart inside of the button. If it's not loading, it's going to say add to cart and then format the price and use the product.price. And if there's no price, we'll just put 0. Actually, let's just not do that. Let's do something instead. If the product.price has not been set, we'll just return null. I think that's fine. So if we just refresh, we need to add use client to the top, because otherwise it defaults to being a server-side component. Yep, so you can see it says add to cart 639. And now I want a cart icon as well. And so I just have a little SVG, which we can copy paste inside of here. So this is just an SVG with a cart icon like so. Now it's pretty good. Now it looks pretty good. Now, and if I set a false await right here, we can simulate the loading animation. Like wasting a second. And so if I press add to cart, you can see it says adding to cart. This is exactly what we want. Now we obviously also want to add it to the cart. And so the next part is just for us to create a store in Sustan. So inside of source, what we're going to do is create a new folder. And it's going to have stores. And we're going to make this called cartstore.ts. And so this is going to be our Sustan store. So we're going to import create from Sustan like this. Now we got to make a couple different types. So we need to make a cart item. We're going to export that so we can use it elsewhere later. And that's going to be a cart item. So it's going to have an ID, a title, a price, which is a number, a quantity, which is also a number, and an image, which is a string. So that's the image URL. And so basically a cart item is equivalent to one item within the cart, but it's going to have to be the same product, because we don't want it to be such that you can just spam add to cart and then they add a different line for the product every single time. We want it to be the same product inside of the cart, but just changing the quantity. Okay. So that's why we have the cart item. Now we also want to have a cart store defined. And so that's going to have an items. So that's the list of all items. So that's just going to be an array of cart item. We're going to have is loaded, because we're going to store this inside of the database and also inside of the local storage. So we want to just check if it's loaded. We're going to have is open. We're going to have cart ID. So this is going to be equivalent to a cart ID that's inside of the database. Then we're going to have a set store. And that's going to take a partial of itself. And it's going to be a function that returns nothing. We're going to have add item. That's going to take an item that we want to add and do nothing. Well, return nothing. It's going to do a bunch of stuff. And then we're going to say remove item. And we're going to just take an ID right here. We're going to have that be a promise void as well. Then we're going to do update quantity. And that's going to take an ID and also a quantity. Promise. The reason these are promises is because each of them will make database calls. So we want to update both the cart for the person, like on the screen and the client side, but we also want to have it be such that it updates in the database. And so that's why we have these promises. So open is just going to be a void. Close is just going to be a void as well. Set loaded is going to take loaded. Sync with user. So this one's going to be interesting. This is what's going to get called when it initially loads for the person. Now we want to have get total items, get total price. That'll be it for now. So now we can make the store, use cart store. We're going to use the create function. We're going to have it be of type cart store. And we're going to pass persist to this. And persist is a Sustan middleware. So we're going to just import persist from Sustan/middleware. There we go. And now down here, we can use persist like this. We'll just quickly, what's going on with this? It's because this is not done right. So this right here is not curly braces. It's going to be parentheses, and then we can use persist. And so persist has two separate parameters. One is just using set and get. We need to return our definition of the default state of all of these different items in the store. And then the second one is an explanation of how we are supposed to store it. And so what we'll do is say the name. So this is the local storage name. And so we'll do cart storage and then skip hydration. We're going to set that to true. Oops, not turret road. We're going to set that to true. And the reason we're setting that to true is because we're going to manually load the store when we initially load on the client side. And this is because we're loading in all of the different items on the server side. And so we want to control when the cart is going to be hydrated. Otherwise, we're going to run into some issues down the line. And so now we can start defining our different functions. So the first thing we can do is just say items is an empty list, is open is going to be false, is loaded is also going to be false, cart ID is null. So this is just the default state for everything. Set store. So we're going to have store, and we're going to just do set store like that. And now we shouldn't, I believe we don't need to define the type because it's already inferred from this, but we'll see down the line. And we can do add item. Now this is the one we want to call when adding the item in the add to cart button. And this is going to be pretty interesting of a function. We'll just do that one in a sec. Then we're going to have remove item. So let's just take all of these. I'm just holding down my Alt key on Windows. Make all of these into functions. Just to quickly get that across the finishing line right here. Okay, get total items. So this is an async function. These are supposed to return number. Get total price, yeah, of course. And update quantity is an async function, I believe. And update quantity. Yeah, so we need to properly... Oh, did we not have remove item? Probably. Yeah, we need to add remove item as well. That's going to take the ID and go like that. There we go. Cool. So now we have no more errors. We need to implement all of these different functions now. So we have add item, which takes the item. And yep, that's definitely inferred right here. So we can just add the different parameters. So inside of update quantity, we have ID and quantity. And in set loaded, we have loaded like that. And of course, we can quickly just do that. So we can use the set. So the set function right here gives you a state. So that's the current state. And then we need to return the new state. And so the new state, when we have a loaded parameter, is going to be everything from the current state, but where is loaded is set to the loaded parameter. It's very important to also pass this state. Otherwise, it may cause confusion depending on the version of the Sustan you're using. So anyways, let's start moving towards let's do the simple ones first. So we'll do set, and this is just going to take a state, but we're not going to use it. Except, well, actually, we're going to have to empty it in, and then we're going to set is open to true, like that. Close is the same, except we set is open to false. Now get total items. So this counts the total number of items in the cart. And so the reason we want this is because right up here in the top right on the website, this little 0 is going to have a different number when we have different items in the cart. So get total items is that number. Like how much stuff is in the cart right now. So that's pretty easy. Now we can get all of the items using the get function. So again, remember we have both the set and get functions right here. And we can return items.reduce total an item. We'll just add all of the different quantities together, and we're going to start from 0. It's the same thing with the price, except we add the item.quantity multiplied by the item.price, like that. Because if we have 10 of these shirts, we need to multiply it by the quantity, of course. So when calculating the total price, we just need to take the quantity into account as well, since that's a part of the cart item. Just one thing to keep in mind. Now we have a clear cart as well. So that's just, we can copy the open function right here. Clear cart, but that's just going to be, I believe we can just set items to an empty list like that. Now we have a couple more advanced ones. So maybe we should move these to the top. Yeah, so these 4 functions right here are a little more advanced. So we have add item first. So to move on with this, we just need to create the data schema first. So if we just head over to schema.prisma right here, then we'll just be able to make a couple new simple models. So the first one we'll do is do the cart line item. So that's equivalent to the cart item that we declared inside of the store. So that is this cart item right here. And this is just going to have a simple ID. And it's going to have a Sanity product ID, quantity. And then we're going to add a title, price, make sure that's a float, and then image string. Then we're going to make a new model, another model called cart. And this is just going to be linked to a user, but it may or may not be linked to a user. For example, say if I'm not logged in and I start adding stuff to a cart, we still want to be able to track that in the database, but we don't want to have that linked to a user yet because the user isn't logged in. So that's going to be with a question mark right here, which means that it's an optional. It may or may not be null. Then we can have, and the user ID must be unique. So that can only be one cart per user ID. So we just want to make sure to take that into account when we make these different database server actions in a sec. So this is going to be a relation with and it's going to reference to the ID on the user. It's going to use user ID. And when the user gets deleted, we're also going to delete that cart. And then there's also going to be some items, of course, in a cart. And we're going to use cart ID right here. on the cart line item. And this is going to have a relation, of course, and reference to the ID on the cart model. Fields on the cart line item. So that's going to be the cart ID. And then on delete, cascade. Cascade means that when the cart gets deleted, all of the cart line items that had that cart ID, so that all the ones linked to the cart, also get deleted. That's fine, because if a cart still exists, then that means the purchase has not been made yet. So we don't care to store that. Now, inside of the user, we need to link the optional cart right here. So cart, and then that's all clean. So I'm just going to stop the server, do npx prisma db push, and hit enter. So we just need to push the schema to the database, and that's what we're doing now. And there we go. Now we can just do npm run dev again and come back. So what I'm going to do now is inside of the actions folder, I'm going to make another folder called cart actions.cs right here. I'm just going to refresh on the right side here to make sure the server is all good to go. And meanwhile, we can start making the cart actions. So this is going to be use server in the top. And the first thing we're going to do is create a function called create cart. So this function creates a cart, of course. And so the first thing we'll do is try to get the user. So we're going to do await get current session. And so I believe it's a little slow just because it's building the page. Yeah, there we go. Cool. And so get current session is the function we made inside of here when we made the login system. So we're going to try, and we can use this call because we're on the server side. Remember, this is only going to work on the server side, but we're on the server side, so it works fine. So we're going to make a cart. So because the function is called create cart, and it's going to be called await prisma.cart, because we just created this object inside of Prisma. So we now have the types. We're going to create, and it's going to have some data. And we're also going to include items true. Now, this is going to be empty, but it makes the type safety much easier because we're going to return the cart. And so inside of the data, we're going to give it a random ID. And so we are just going to use crypto.random UUID. Crypto is built into Node, so you should just be able to access this. Now, as for the user may be null, or it may be the user object, but without the password. So we need to have two separate ways to handle the user. So if the user has been set, then we're going to do connect the cart to the user like this. Otherwise, we're going to put undefined, which is the same as just doing nothing. Now we're going to do items. We're going to do create nothing like this. This is mostly just to get the types to work properly. So now we're going to have a cart, and the cart is going to be with an ID, and the user ID is going to be either the ID or it's going to be null. And then we have all the different good stuff in here with the items. And so now we can create a cart. Now the next thing we just need to do is do get or create cart. So get or create cart. And this is going to be async as well, of course. And in the function parameters, what we need to give it is an optional cart ID, and it can also either be a string or null. And so the reason we make it so optional, it can be string, null, undefined, is because inside of the local storage, it may not even exist if we haven't set the cart yet. It may also be null if we are removing the cart, for example, or if there's a bug or something, or it may be set to something. So we have to be able to handle all of these different scenarios. Now, again, the first thing we'll do is check if there's a user. So we'll try and get the user. Now, if there's a user, we're going to create the user cart.
Now, first we'll try and find the cart because it's called get or create cart. So we're going to try and do find unique. And that's going to be where user ID, user.id. So remember, this is going to be unique because inside of the schema, we made it so that there can only be one user with one cart. Like that's a one-to-one. There we go. So inside of that, we're also going to include, of course, the items, not items sensor. Let's just make that a little prettier. There we go. So we're firstly going to try and get the user cart. Otherwise, so if it has been set, we're just going to return the user cart. Now, if the user cart has not been, if the user is logged in and the user cart is not set, then that means that there's no specific cart in the database yet linked to the user. But we may still have a cart ID, because if a user starts putting stuff in the cart and then they, while not being logged in, and then they make an account later, then there's still going to be a cart ID in the local storage, but there's not yet going to be a user linked to it because they were not logged in. And so that's why we're going to pass down here. Now, the next thing we'll do is say, if there's not a cart ID, then we're just going to return create cart. And that's the function we just made up here. So if the user has a cart already, we're just going to return that. If the user does not have a cart yet, then we're just going to return create cart. And if the user has a cart, but it's not yet in the database, or it's in the database but it's anonymous, then we're going to try and do this. And so what we're going to do is do const cart equals await prisma.cart.find unique, where the ID is the cart ID. We're going to include the items. Now, if this cart is nowhere to be found, we're going to return create cart. Otherwise, we'll return the cart like that. Pretty nice. And the reason we can just kind of carelessly use create cart is because inside a create cart, it actually gives us the right user connection and handles it even if the user is also not logged in. So we can kind of just mix between user logged in and not logged in, and it will still properly do it because we obviously check right here. And so that's pretty nice. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to do update cart item. And so this is going to be used to both update the quantity and also add a cart item. So we'll do update cart item, and let me just export const update cart item, and that's going to be an async function, of course. It's going to take, and actually we'll go down the line. It's going to take a cart ID. It's going to take the Sanity product ID. So the Sanity product ID is going to be equivalent to what we set inside of the cart line item right here in the Sanity schema. And we're going to have some data. Now, this is all going to be optional because if they're not set, we're just going to not update that field. So this makes it useful for multi-purpose. Like that. Now then the first thing we'll do is say const cart equals await get or create cart. So this is a nice helper function now because we know no matter what that we get a cart out of this. Now we can say existing item. So we're going to try and see if there's already an item inside of the cart where the ID of where the product ID is equivalent to the ID we're trying to update. So we'll do this little quick search right here. And so the idea is then that within a cart, you can't have two of the same items be separate if it's the same Sanity product ID.
And so inside of Sanity, we obviously have this one single product. And inside of the cart, you can then only have a single cart item for each of these different types of Sanity products. And so we can safely try and use the search algorithm to try and find a match between the item we're updating and an item that may or may not already be in the cart. Now, if it is in the cart already, we want to just update it. If it's not in the cart already, we want to add it. So if it's already there, so if existing item, then we'll update quantity. So we'll do, and actually what we can do is just say, if data.quantity is 0, then we're going to delete right? So it's going to be multi-purpose. It's going to have a delete function if we set the quantity to 0. It's also going to have an update quantity function. So where the quantity is set and it's also greater than 0, then we are going to await prisma.cartLineItem.update where ID existing item.id, and we're going to use data and put quantity, data.quantity, like that. So if the quantity is 0, we're going to delete it from the cart because you can't have an item in the cart with a 0 quantity. You just delete it. And then we're going to update the quantity to the new quantity if it's greater than 0, the quantity we want. Now, this is if the item already exists. If the item does not already exist and the quantity is greater than 0, we just need this quick null check as well, then we are going to create it. So we'll do prisma.cartLineItem.create, and this is going to have all of the different data. So we're going to give it an ID, random UUID. This crypto library is pretty nice. We're going to link it to the cart. So we're going to use this cart right here. Oh, and actually, I almost forgot. We need to pass in the cart ID inside a get.create_cart. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to do anonymous carts for users that are not logged in. So remember to do that. Easy to miss that. Cool. And we're going to give it the Sanity product ID. Inside of the quantity, we're going to do either quantity equals the quantity, or it's going to be 1, actually. Yeah, I guess despite this, we still have the weird type. But we're going to do Sanity product ID. Sanity product. Oh, did I call it 2 products? Yeah, I did. There we go. We can call that like that. Now the title is going to either be data.title, or we're just going to do an empty string. The price is going to be data.price, or it's going to be 0. And the image is going to be data.image, or an empty string as well. And we just forgot the comma right there. There we go. And now what we can do is simply, we want to revalidate the path to the entire route. And then we're going to just return get or create cart ID. A little bit of space to optimize on this one right here. Maybe a little wasteful, but you don't go on round trips, so it should be fine. And yeah, that's all of the actions we need. So now we can complete the cart store right here. So inside of the add item, we want to first try and see if we even have a cart. So we're going to do get right here. And we're going to do if cart ID. So if we don't have a cart ID, we're just going to return. Now, the reason we don't make a cart right here is because we're going to do that part inside a layout function, inside of the cart component that we'll create. So we want to handle that in the cart component and not inside of the store itself. And so now we can do const updated cart equals await update cart item. And we're going to import that. And that's going to have the cart ID that we just got. It's going to also have the item ID that we are passing. So we're trying to add this. And then inside of here, we just see right here, left ID. Yeah, that's cool. Inside of here, we'll do the title, item.title, price, item.price, image, item.image, and quantity, item.quantity. Like that. And as you can see, we actually get the updated cart because we are returning the raw just cart object, which is nice because now what we'll be able to do is inside of set, we'll get the state, of course, and we'll do curly braces first. We'll first try and find out if it already exists, if there's a mistake for whatever reason. And then what we'll do after that is set the state, is set the store. So we'll do state.items.find item. This is going to be existing item right here. And we're going to say item.id equals oops, so we actually have two item variables right here. So we'll just call this one I. And if there's an existing item, we're going to update the state with all of the state variables, of course, with the cart ID that we just got from the database. And then we're going to map through all of the items. And so firstly, what we'll do is say, if we are on the item ID, then we want to do ... I. So all of the item data for the existing item in the cart. And we'll just +1. And so that's equivalent to if we are spamming this button right here. We're trying to add the same item over and over and over again. So we're kind of just spamming it. And so we'll do that. Otherwise, we just have I. Now that's if we have an existing item. If we don't have an existing item, we'll just do ... state cart ID, updated cart.id, and the items will just be ... state. So the current items and then the new item. And since we're adding, we're only going to actually, I think what we want to do is item quantity. I think we'll handle this on the client side. I think that makes more sense. We don't want to do hard-coded. There we go. So that's the same as just doing this. Cool. Okay, yeah. Now I got myself confused a little bit, but basically we are trying to get the cart. If the cart doesn't already exist, we're just going to do nothing because this is going to be handled in the cart component in a moment. Then inside of the code, we're going to update the cart item. And so this is going to basically reach to the part of the code that should be right here. So there's no existing item. And we're just trying to create the item, and it's going to have the quantity that we specify. Now the quantity we specify is going to come directly from the client. That's totally fine. And we'll just handle that in the add to cart button. And then finally, the resulting state is going to be cart ID. This is just to keep it synchronized properly. And then the items is going to be
the existing items, if we have any, plus the new item. And the new item is just, we can simplify this further. It's just like that. So it's all of the existing items and then plus the new item that we just added, like this. So this is the database part and this is the client part. Pretty simple. Now to remove an item, all we need to do is copy paste add item. We'll just copy paste. And inside of here, what we'll do is we have the update cart item. We'll just pass the ID right here. And then we'll do nothing for all of the fields, except we'll do 0 in quantity. Because if we put in 0 for the quantity, it will be removed. And the resulting items will then be state.items.filter item. And it's going to be all items where the ID is not equal to the ID that we want to remove. Right? So on the server side, we just remove the cart item. On the client side, we just set it to the same state, but just without all of the items, without the single item we want to remove, I mean. Now, for the update quantity, very similar to remove item, except inside of the quantity, we just set quantity like that. Very simple. So now we have add item, we have remove item, and we have update quantity. Now, the last part is going to be sync with user. So this is going to be a slightly longer function. So essentially what we are going to have is const cart ID equals get. And we're going to do if the cart ID has not been set, we're going to do stuff. And otherwise, we're going to do synced cart. And we're just going to create a new function inside of this right here, inside of the cart actions right here. It's going to be called sync cart with user. And so we're going to have export const sync cart with user equals async. And it's going to take a cart ID, which is either going to be string or null. And so this function, what it basically does is that when we call this upon mounting of the entire website, like upon the cart being loaded, we just need to make sure that between the server and the client, the cart is always synced and a user always has a cart. Because otherwise we run into these issues where if we try to remove an item if we try to add an item, the cart is not there and nothing will happen. Well, we need to call this function before this happens to make sure that no matter what, the user has a cart and that it's both synchronized on the server side, which is what this function will do, and also on the client side, which is what we'll do in the sync with user part right here. And so what we'll do in this function, and it's going to be a slightly long function, so bear with me, but we'll first try and get the user. We need to check if the user is logged in. And if the user is not logged in, we're going to return null. And this is going to be such that we can allow ourselves to say, okay, well, we know if the cart has been synced to a user, but if it's null, we know that there's no user that's logged in on the server side even. And this is very useful on the client side because then we can just carry on with the current state, with the current store from local storage, and just make sure that it's synced with the anonymous cart from the database. And so if we go back here, if the user has not logged in, we're going to return null because then we know to not sync it with a user on the client side. Now, otherwise, firstly, we'll check existing user cart. So this is going to be where the user ID is the user's ID. It will include the items like this. And then we'll also try and see if there's an existing anonymous cart. And so if the cart ID has been given to us, then it's going to be something, otherwise it's going to be null. And so if the cart ID in the function parameters has been set, this is going to be another Prisma call where instead of being user ID, it's going to be where the ID is equal to the card ID. We'll also have an include. So we're trying to see, okay, is there already a card for the user? And if it has been given, like the card ID, if it has been given, is there already an anonymous card without a user, or may not be with a user, but with this card ID at least, such that we can maybe link this to a user that has just logged in, for instance. And so that's why we have these two. So first we're going to check, so if there's no card ID and there is an existing user card, then no problem. We just return the existing user card. There's no like clashing. We don't need to figure anything out. Now, that's the easy case. Now, if there's no card ID and there's also no existing user card implied, so this is what it's implied from being down here. So basically, if the card ID has not been set, but if the user has a card, we just want to use that card that the user already has, no problem. But if the user does not already have a card, but the card ID has not been set, which is inside of here, then we need to create a new card. Because that means that there's no existing user card, and there's also no explicitly set card ID that we're going to get from the store, from the local storage, right? Now, the next thing is, if there's no existing anonymous card, and there's also no existing user card, we also need to create a new card, right? Because there's no existing anonymous card, there's also no existing user card. So there's a problem here. So we need to create a card. Now, if there is an existing user card, so the user already has a card, and the existing user card.id is equal to the card ID, then we return the existing user card. So this is the same as saying, oh, well, we want to sync with this card ID from the client. The user already has a card linked to him. If it's the same card, if the card is the same, which is what this check is the anonymous, maybe not the user's card, the same as the user's card, well, then we just return the user card because it's the same. So that's what this is. Now we need to check if there's no existing user card. Now we're in trouble. So now we need to const new card. So if the user has no card, we need to link the anonymous card with the user. So await prisma.card.update where ID, card ID, and we'll put data, user, connect, ID, user.id. We'll include items. And so at this point, we know that the card ID has been set because up here we checked if the card ID has not been set. So this means that there's no current card that has been set on the user in the database, but on the client side, there is a card ID, and we also know that the user is logged in. So the user is logged in, but they are using a card that is not currently linked to their user account. So we need to link it to their user account, otherwise there will be synchronization errors. So that's why we call it sync card with user. Now we return new card. So we have now handled, if the user is not logged in, we ignore it. If the user is logged in, we check their existing card. We check the card that they have set in the store, in the client side. If on the store side, on the client side, there's no card, but the server side on the user has a cart, we just return the user cart. If we still, if the user cart is not set on the store and the cart ID is still not there, then we just create a new cart. So if we get down here, it implies that existing user cart is null, right? That's what this implies. So if the cart ID is null, so nothing on the client side and also nothing on the server side, we just need to create a new cart because there's no cart at all for the user. So that could be if the user logged in, like they hit the sign up page and no cart was created, right? Now, so this is the same as saying cart ID and this, right? So now we also have to check if there's an existing anonymous cart. There's no existing anonymous cart. There's also no existing user cart. We create a new cart. Now this is kind of similar to these two, but it's just to have a double pass. And finally, we say if there is an existing user cart and it's the same as the one in the on the client side, that's not linked, that may or may not be linked to a user, well then we just it's one and the same cart. So we just set it up. Now, if there's no user cart and the user is logged in, and the user has cart in the client but not on the server side, then that means that they maybe have started a cart on the client side and then they logged in or made a user, and now we need to link it. Now there's one final setup here, and that is if the user has a cart already and they also have an anonymous cart as well that may or may not be linked and they're different, then we need to merge two carts together. So what we're going to do is we're going to merge into the user cart. Okay. So finally, we're going to say, okay, for each item in the anonymous cart, oh, and we also need to just check if this is set, of course. So down at this point, we have done all of the checks on the existing user cart. If the existing user cart still exists and the anonymous cart does not, then we just don't have an anonymous cart, but we do have an existing user cart. It's kind of equivalent to this one up here, except here we check on the cart ID. We just need to do this for the TypeScript. And so inside of here, we are going to loop through each anonymous cart item. That's going to be without the question mark. And we're going to say, okay, we're going to try and see if there's an existing item within the existing user cart. We're going to compare on the Sanity product ID. If there's an existing item, we just add the two quantities together. Otherwise, we add the anonymous item to the existing cart. So if we have two different shopping baskets and there's 3 icebergs in one and 2 icebergs in the other one, that's what this code block right here is, then we just add them together and it's going to be 5 iceberg salads in total in the final cart when we merge them. This one, it's the same as saying 3 iceberg salads and 2 carrots between the 2 different carts. Well, then because there's no carrots in the first one, we have to just add the 2 carrots to the cart. So add a non-existing item to the user's cart. So this is pretty simple. We just await prisma.cart line item dot update. We'll do where id existing item dot id. And we'll do data. And we'll just add the two quantities together. So we'll do existing item dot quantity. And we'll plus it by the item dot quantity, the one that is in the anonymous cart. Now down here, we need to create. So await Prisma dot cart line item dot create. We'll do, although let us know where. We'll do data, give it a new ID. And then we'll do cart ID, existing user cart.id. Sanity product ID is going to be the item that's Sanity product ID. Actually, we might just be able to do, we can't. Sanity product ID is going to be the item's Sanity product ID. We're going to have the quantity, of course, being carried over. So this is just copy the item over. That's basically to the other cart. The title, the price, and the image, of course. There we go. And then finally, what we need to do at the end is delete the anonymous cart. And the anonymous cart is the cart ID. And then we just return. I believe we can just do the same as this. We return getter create cart. But it's going to be the existing user cart.id, like that. And then if we just go back into the cart store, so that was quite a big function, but this properly makes sure that there's always one cart for the user. And if they even start making a cart and are not logged in, and they log in, we still track that cart to the user. So this is very nice cart tracking. So we're going to take this, and inside of sync with user, what we'll do is say, if there's no cart ID in the store, we're going to just make a new cart. Or we're gonna get it if the user is logged in. If there's a cart that we can get out of this, which there should be, then actually, is that not just always? Yeah, that's always set. So we don't need this if statement. Then we're going to just set. We're going to copy the entire state over. The cart ID is going to be the new cart ID. And then the items is going to be all of the cart's items, like that. Now, if there is a cart already, then we need to sync it. So we're going to just do synced cart equals await sync cart with user, that massive function we just made. And then that's going to give us a cart, or it's going to give us nothing. Now, if it's nothing, then this is where there's no cart at all in the client side. And so the user is also not logged in. So this is where we just do it in the state. On the client side, I mean. So if we have a synced cart, we're just going to do another state, cart ID, synced cart.id, and items is just going to be synced cart.items, like that. And that brings us to the end of all of these cart store different crazy functions. So now we can go back to the add to cart button right here, because that's where we actually started from. And we can do const add item and open. So we want to add an item, and then we want to immediately open the nice cart drawer right after. We're going to do use cart store, and I want to do use shallow. You can use shallow import use shallow from sustan / is it /shallow? Yeah, I believe it is. That's going to take state. Yes, cool. And we want add item, state.add item, and open state.open. So what useShallow does is when you do useShallow, it will only trigger a re-render within the component that gets these variables or functions, etc. It will only trigger a re-render inside of add to cart button if one of these are changed. Whereas if we had just done this, for example, and just done use cart store like this, just raw, every time anything inside of the cart store is changed, the entire component will re-render. So that kind of goes against the entire idea of using global variables, in my opinion, because you may as well just do trickle down variables. So what we do is to use shallow, and then only when add item changes or when the open variable changes, which is a function, then we change. Then we have a re-render being triggered, and so that's much more optimal. So the next thing we'll be able to do, and I'm just going to make this slightly smaller delay right here. We still want the delay just because it's going to actually be pretty quick inside of the server actions to run this. So we don't want to have it be too quick for the user experience, but we're just going to run this add item function right here, and we'll do add item. We'll do title. We'll do the price, of course. Product.price. The image is going to be URL for product.image. Quantity is just 1. And what we just need to do first is check if there's no product.title or no product.price. And for the no product.price, we actually need to check if it's undefined, because if the price is 0, we still may want to add it. So we do a return like that. Now it works. Now for the quantity 1, actually, I think we need to go back inside of the cart actions, the cart store, because I may have made a mistake. Yeah, so we need to check if there's an existing item already, and then we need to add 1 to the quantity. So what I'll do here is just say existing item equals, I think we'll do items dot find. So we'll try and find an existing item, and we'll just do existing quantity equals existing item. Then it's going to be the quantity. Otherwise, it's going to be 0. And that's going to just be, and then we're going to do added item quantity equals existing quantity plus item dot quantity. So you add it to the basket. And then we're just going to update this. So it's going to just be, for example, 1 plus 0. So it's 1 in the beginning. Then we have item. I believe we still need to do dot item and then give it the quantity like this. There we go. Just to get that add item to be proper, like that. Now we want to do add item in here. Right after we have stopped loading, we also want to open the cart. So it's open. And yeah, that pretty much brings us to the add to cart button. All should work just fine. And of course, nothing's happening right now on the front end, but inside a local storage, if I just press F12 and go to application, I can go to localhost 3000 and we can see inside of the cart storage that stuff is starting to happen. So at the moment, the cart ID is null, and so no items are being set. So the next thing we need to do is just make this cart component. And so I'll just make a cart folder inside of components, because we're not initializing a cart right now. And inside of the cart, we'll just do cart.tsx. This is going to be use client. We'll do cart like this. And we're going to have a use effect right here. And inside a use effect, what we want to do is do const init cart. That's going to be async. And we're just going to do this with an empty list in use effect. Oh, did I make square brackets? There we go. Like that. We'll do const init cart equals async. Like this. And then what we'll do is do use cart store dot persist dot rehydrate. Then we'll do await sync with user. We'll do set loaded to true. We just obviously need to get these from the store. So we'll do const sync with user and set loaded. We want that to be use cart store, use shallow, state, sync with user, and we'll just need to import use shallow like that. Sync with user is going to be state.sync with user. Set loaded is going to be state.set loaded like that. And now when I update, oh, and we just, of course, we need to put this inside of layout. So we want to put this inside of app and then layout right here. And so just above Sanity Live is where we want it. So we'll just do cart right here. And so that's going to be always loaded at the root layout. And now that's just going to take a sec to refresh. And then we should start having an initialized cart. Cool. So something just happened. So you can see that inside of my local storage. So we're just here at the bottom with my mouse. So we now have a cart ID. So that's what we want. I can also scroll down a little bit. And maybe if I can move around, finesse this, find the add to cart button. If I press add to cart, we can see now that the items are being added inside of the cart. And now we just need to start designing the cart. So obviously I can't press this right now. It's still 0, but I can start adding stuff to the cart. This also updates in the database. And so now we can just start making our cart draw. So what I want to just do first is we have a sign up button in the header right here. So we also have this button right here. So inside of this button, the first thing we want to do is just change that to be up to date with the cart. And so what we'll just do up here is we'll do const open equals use cart store, use shallow, state, open, state.open. Like that. So that's the open function. So I want it so that when we press this button right here, it opens the cart. So of course, we still don't have any stuff being displayed, but we'll get to that in just a sec. So if we press this button, we just want to have it call open. Now for this 0 right here, we also want to use get total items. Get total items. And that's going to be state.getTotalItems, like that. And we'll just use getTotalItems right there. Nice. So if I refresh, you can now see that we actually have a 5 right here, and that's because I've added 5 of these to the cart. So if I just press this right here, we get, so it seems like it may be adding a little bit too much. We can look at that in a sec once we have made the cart. Anyways, let's start designing this cart. So if I go back to cart.tsx right here, we have nothing right now. We just have cart. And what we want is to have this fragment first. I'm just going to format. We'll start out with this fragment. So the first thing we'll do is just, we want to have a backdrop. So we want to make the background a little darker because it's going to be a draw, like a sliding cut draw. And then we just have the cut draw. So the backdrop right here, we can start with that. We only want to show that if it's open. And so we need to go up here and add is open. So if it's open, then we'll just display a div. And we'll do fixed inset 0, black, BG50. We'll do transition opacity. We'll do backdrop blur SM. And we'll also make it so that on click, you close. And so for some reason, it just detected a function right here, closes the window. Yeah, we don't want window to close. We want the cart to close. Just make sure that you use the cart store close function right here. So if I just refresh, yeah, there we go. So we can see that now we can open that and it has the backdrop. We can also add to cart and it opens the backdrop as well. So that's pretty cool. Now the next thing we'll do is add the cart drawer itself. So that's going to be this div. That's going to have a very big class name. So we'll do backticks right here. What we'll do is say fixed. It's going to be right on the right side, full width, and it's going to be full height as well. Now, on smaller screens or above, we want it to be limited a little bit on the width to 400 pixels. Now, small screens is 640 pixels. So on like phones, basically, and below, the cart is going to take up all the space of the width. And we'll do background white. That's going to be a little shadow. Then we'll do some animation stuff. Like that. We'll also do Z50. So that's just to keep it on top of everything. For example, we have, I believe, Z40 or something, or Z10 or something with the header. We want to just make sure that the cart is on top of that because we have different layers to this. Then now we'll do, if it's open, we want to translate X0. But if it's closed, we want to push it with, basically, we want to push it to the right with the full width of itself. So we translate it fully on the X. Now to do it on the left, if we wanted to push it to the left side, you would do a minus here, because then it pushes it in the negative X direction, which is left. But we want to push it in the positive X direction, which is right. So what we'll do here is we'll do flex call h full. So this is just like a container element. We'll do a cart header. So we have a couple different things we want inside of here. Cart header, cart items, and cart footer. Like this. And there'll be a lot of different stuff here, but let's just keep it to the cart header first. So we'll do a div. And let's maybe save this first, see what happens. Yeah, nice. So you can see that this is going to be the cart. It's pretty cool. So now we're just putting stuff inside of here. That's all it is. So if I open this, yeah, that's pretty good. So let's do flex, items center, justify between. We'll do P4 for a little bit of padding. Otherwise, it's going to be just at the edge of this, which is not going to look nice. We'll do border bottom, BG gray 50. Then inside of here, we'll do another div. And under this, we'll do a button. Now this button is going to be an X icon. Width 5, height 5. And this button right here is going to have on click, it's going to close. It's also going to have a class name. This is just an X component. So you press the X and it closes. Like that. Now this div right above it. So let's just save. So if we save, this should just come in. So we can see that this is really nice, right? So what we'll do here is say flex item center. We'll do gap 2. This is going to have a shopping cart icon. Same size as the X. We'll do an H2 and say shopping cart. Font semi-bold. We'll do a span. And this is just going to say get total items. We'll just get that from the store in a sec. BG grade 200, PX2, PY1. We'll make it a circle. There we go. And then the header is pretty much there. Now we just need to import this function to get the total items. Like that. Now if we refresh, we should be able to see the number of items as well. So give it a second. Yeah, there we go. So we have shopping cart 13. Nice. And we have a little cross to close it down again. So far, so good. So let's move on to the cart items. A div, of course. We're going to do flex 1. This means that this takes up all of the excess space that's left over after the header and footer. So flex 1, we'll do overflow y auto. So scroll basically will enable scroll. And then now what we do is we have two different options. Either there are 0 items, in which case the shopping cart is empty, or we have more than 0 items because the shopping cart is not empty, there's stuff in it. So if, oops. Oh, so we actually need to import items. So items from the store, state.items. So these are the items we've put in the cart. So if items.length is 0, then we need to display an empty state saying, hey, there's nothing in the cart yet. You gotta buy some stuff. Otherwise, we can show all the items inside of here. So what we'll do first of all, when there's no items, is we'll just say inside of this div right here, the first one, we'll do flex call. So we'll make like a simple little empty state. So we'll do items center, of course, justify center, hfull, p4, text center. And inside of this, we'll have a couple different things. So we'll have a div. This is going to contain a shopping cart. We'll make it a little bigger than usual because it's going to be the only, like this empty state is going to be the only thing on display. So we can make it bigger. Text gray 400. We'll close that off. The parent is going to be width 16, height 16, rounded full. Like that. So we can't see that right now, but if I go ahead and if I go to local storage and just delete the cart and refresh, we can see that that's now 0. And we have this icon right here, so that's what we're editing. And so we'll have this little shopping cart right here. We'll also have an H3 saying your cart is empty. We're going to make font semi-bold. MB2. Then we'll do a paragraph. And this is going to say, looks like you have not added any items to your cart yet. And then, of course, a little call to action. Start shopping. And this is going to have an href to just slash, because that's where we are dumping all the products in the product catalog. On click, we close. We not only close, we do a little more. Window.href. Oh, that's from the href. So we actually just close. So we close. Yeah, because it does the href to the root and then afterwards it closes at the same time. So this is going to be black. Rounded full. Font medium. And transition colors. like that. We have start shopping. So if we do this, we can now see that if I press this, we just let this compile for a second, we get taken over to the home page with all the items. I can now press into this, I can add to the cart, and now it's not empty anymore. And so if it's not empty, then we're going to show it. We're going to show the items like this. So we're going to have the first div just be divide y. So this adds some spacing between each different item. And then for each item, so we're going to map through the items. We're going to have a div. And remember, in React, you need to specify a key. So we're going to do cart item, item.id, just to specify an ID. Otherwise, you might get an error. We'll make it a flex container. We'll also add some gap. So we are going to have a flex row because the default is flex row. Remember that, with some gap and a little bit of padding as well. And what we want to display inside of here is going to be, firstly, another div. This div is going to contain the image. So we want the image on the left side again. So this is going to be relative, W20, H20, rounded, overflow hidden just in case. We want this to shrink. And then we'll do image. And that's going to be the next image because that's optimized. And then we'll do src equals item.image. Remember, the image is the item.image in the store corresponds to the URL. So we don't need to do the whole Sanity URL for stuff. We'll do alt is going to be item.title, fill, class name equals object cover. We'll do that. And now if I refresh, we should be able to see the little version of the image. Yeah, there we go. Pretty cool, huh? Nice. Now, outside of this image div, we'll have the stuff to display on the right side. So that's going to be flex1. And so inside of here, firstly, we want to display the item.title with this H3. Now, this H3 is also going to have font medium. It's going to have text gray 900, and also we'll truncate it. Truncate means that it shortens the string automatically using these small little dots if it's too long. Then we'll have a div. This is going to be the price. MT1 like this. And in here we'll have format price and item.price. I'm just going to save. Now under the price, we're going to have a quantity selector and also a remove button. So you can see it's starting to take shape. So I'm going to do flex, item center, gap 3, MT2. So the first thing we'll do is a quantity selector. And the value is going to be the item.quantity. On change is going to do update quantity, item.id. It's going to cast to a number the e.target.value because all of our options are going to be numbers. Of course, we need to just import the, where can we do this? Maybe up here. We need to import updated quantity from the state, or from the store, from the used cart store. So we now have update quantity. And it updates the quantity of the item and sets it to the new value. Now we want to have a list of numbers. I'm just going to make the list in a sec. So this is going to be the options. Oops. And this is going to be item. Let's just do quantity select for the item ID and then for the number, because it has to be unique. So we'll do item.id like that. think that's pretty good. And let's prefix it with cart. And the value is going to be the number. And then inside of this array, we'll just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 10. So you can set the quantity from 1 to 10. So if I update that, we got our little nifty quantity selector. And let's just add some cool styling to that. So how about we do border? We can do rounded MN, MD, maybe PX2, PY1, something like that, little border. Yep. Yep, that's pretty good. Nice. And now we'll add the remove button. So this is going to be a remove. And we'll add class name. We'll make this red because it's a remove button. Text red 600. And when you click it, it just removes the item. And remove item, as we remember, is also one of the functions we made in the store. So we spent a lot of time making all of the different store and server actions, but now with all these functions, it's not going to take any time. So I should be able to press remove. If I press that, give it a second, and now our cart is empty. And if I refresh, hopefully it's still empty. So you can see nothing is in the cart. And if I go and add a cart, add to cart, and I can update this to maybe four items. That was a problem there. So we probably need to look at the update quantity function is in a sec, but other than that, looks pretty good so far. So add to cart. Cool. So let's just fix this quantity thing in a sec. Firstly, let's just finish the footer of the cart, and then after that, we can fix this little bug I think I introduced. So inside of the footer, we're going to do a bunch of fancy stuff. First of all, we only want to display the footer if the cart is not empty. So first, we'll check if it's 0. We're not going to display anything if it's empty because we have this empty state already. So we'll just display this if it's not empty. And we'll put all this stuff in a div. Give it a little border on the top so it separates from the center of the cart, the middle of the cart with the items. Now we'll change this to be in just a couple different sections. So the first one is going to be the shipping progress. So we're going to gamify this a little bit and make it so that there's a little bar that fills up until you get free shipping. Then after that, we'll do order summary and checkout. So first of all, let's do this. So we need to add a little state variable up here. And this is going to be called const remaining for free shipping. And this is going to be use memo. Use memo makes it so that we only recompute a variable if one of the dependencies in the array changes. So what we'll be able to do here is say only when get total items. Actually, what we want to do instead, I think, is just say get total price. We'll import that. We'll need that anyway. So we'll do get total price, state.get total price. And we'll say const get total price is equal to use memo. We only want to recompute that. Total price, like that. So now we have a variable called total price. And it's just going to be equal to get total price whenever get total price changes. So if we add something to the cart, if we remove it, or whatever. So we only want to also calculate the remaining for free shipping. So that's the remaining amount of money we need to add to the cart until we get free shipping. So that's going to be math. So free shipping amount is 15. So $15 for free shipping. Because inside of the header, of course, we put $15 for free shipping. So const remaining, well, we can just return. So it's going to be math.max 0 free shipping amount minus total price. right? We want to make sure that it's 0 if we already have more than that amount in the cart, because we don't want negative numbers. So inside of the remaining for free shipping, what we can now do is do a bunch of cool design. So we want like a bar that fills up. So what we want to do first is say, if the remaining for free shipping is greater than 0, then we display some stuff here. Otherwise, we display some other stuff here. So if we still need to spend more money, we'll do this one first. So we'll do P4, BG blue 50, and border B, so border on the bottom. And this is going to include 2 different divs. The first one is going to be the one that says add more for free shipping. So flex, item center, gap 2, text blue 800 and MB2. And inside of here, we're going to just have a span. And I have a little truck icon we want to use, like that. And then we have another span. And this is going to be font medium. And inside of here, we're going to say add format price, because we still need to format the price. Remaining for free shipping. More for free shipping. Right? Just like that. So I'll save. So add $8.61 more for free shipping. Now, the second one right here is going to be the bar. So we're going to do width full. Background is going to be blue 200, so like a weak blue. And it's going to be rounded full. And just height 2. So height 2 is going to be 8 pixels. And then inside up here, we're going to have a div with no children. And all we're going to do is do background blue 600, also H2, rounded full, transition, all, duration 300. And we're going to have a style. So the reason we have style is because we now need to calculate a number on the width. And so we don't want that in the class name. It's going to be a little messy. So inside of the width, we're going to do a bunch of stuff, and then percent. So we're going to calculate the percentage of width. So it's going to be, we're going to limit it to 100. It can't be more than 100%. And then this is going to be total price divided by, and so actually we need to move this up a little bit. Free shipping amount is going to be $15. We can use that up here. So total price divided by free shipping amount multiplied by 100. Okay, and that just maxes out as 100. So if this is 7.5, it's 7.5 divided by 15, which is 0.5 times 100, which is 50, 50%. So 7.5 is 50% towards $15. And so now if I save, we're going to have a nice little blue bar right here. And if I change the quantity, notice the bar is going to start filling itself up. So that's maybe a little problem with the way we're adding items to the cart, or updating quantity, I think. But anyways, I think we can still, yeah, this one is going to be good. So I can add this shirt to the cart. And if I add more, so that's a problem with the quantity still. Okay, let's just fix that right now. So this is the store. So let's fix this once and for all. So inside of the update quantity function right here, so I see what happened. Okay, we just copy-pasted remove item, but didn't actually do this one. So this should be a simple fix. So we return the state. No real reason to do this in a return. We can just do that. So .state. We do the cart like that. Yes. And we have items. Yes, so this is the problem. So it is items, so it's state.items.map items. And so we want to check if it's the item that we're trying to change. If it is, then it's just the item with the new quantity. Otherwise, it's just item. And this is not items, it's item. Something like this. So now I just need to delete my local storage to clear out any problems that may still stay in the store. Cool, so now it's refreshed. And if I press add to cart, that works. And if I update it, that also works. Very good. Now I noticed that the price is not updating, so I believe we can perhaps just move this outside of the use memo right here, and then that should work. And now if I update the price, or update the quantity, you can see the bar is now moving, and it's also animating pretty nicely. So it's like a game, right? So I can change this to 3 and it goes up. I can change it back to 1 and it goes down. Pretty cool. Now I think that was a separate bug as well. So add to cart. Yes, so that's why it added 2. Cool. Yes, so it's to do with the logic up here. So it's probably just to do with the item ID. So I think if we go to add item inside of here. Okay, yes. So the add item. Yes, so the add item function right here, we need to change this. So inside of here, we remove the cart ID. And what we do first is update the cart. And we just update it with item.quantity right here. Now, inside of this right here, we want to first say const existing item. We want to see if there's already an existing item with the same ID as the item we're trying to add. So the problem is that when we're adding to cart right now, it doesn't currently check this, and so it adds on top a new item as if it's a completely new item, even if the ID is the same, and we need to merge them together. So if there's an existing item, then we do some stuff and we return. And if not, of course, we return the same as what we already did. So that is just the item we input right here. There we go. And cart ID is still updated cart.id. Now the only difference, not cart ID. It's existing item. And we'll do items. So now we need to just merge the two different quantities. State.items.map. So we loop through every single item that is already in the cart. And then we say, well, if that item matches the one we're trying to add, then we return that item that already exists, but we merge the two quantities. And we merge them by adding them together. Otherwise, if it's just one of the other items, we just leave it alone and just put I. So now that should work. So if we just try again, I'm just going to refresh. Make sure every time there's a problem we refresh. We need to also clear the cart storage, because if there's a bug that makes it into the store, we don't want to have that be a cause of the problem. There we go. And so now I can press add to cart, and it will add it to the cart. And now I can press add to cart again, and now it will stay within the same item. Nice. And the quantity still updates correctly, which is very good. Now, of course, we need to display something now when we have reached the successful $15 for free shipping. So let's go ahead and start designing that. So that's what this part is right here. So it's going to be pretty simple. What we just want is P4. We want to make it green instead of blue now. Border on the bottom. We'll put a div. And this is going to be a flex. text green 800. And inside of this span, I just want to put an icon right here, this magic, and say you have unlocked free shipping. Very nice. We'll do font medium on that. And that's it. There we go. You have unlocked free shipping. And if I move it down a notch again, I believe 4 should still have us within the free shipping, but 3 should be just below. Yep, so you can see how that changes over. So that's pretty good. Nice. Now we just need, of course, the order summary as well as the checkout button. So let's just do that. So we'll have the div right here and close that off. This is going to be a P4 space Y4. Then we'll do another div. And this is going to be space Y2. So this is going to be calculation of the subtotal and shipping costs. So we'll have two divs, one for the shipping cost, one for the subtotal. Inside of here, we put subtotal in this span, subtotal, like that. And then we'll do span right here. And span is just going to be the total price. Yeah, well, the subtotal is going to be the total price right here. So the total price is that variable that we declared up here. So that's the total price inside of the cart. And to just give this some styling, let's start with the div. Pretty simple flexbox. Subtotal can have text gray 500. This can be font medium. And now we can just actually just paste, we'll clone that once and put shipping. And then the shipping costs, what we're going to do here is to say if the remaining of free shipping is greater than 0, then we're going to put calculated at checkout. Otherwise, we're going to put free. Okay. And so if I just do this, you can see this is starting to look pretty nice. So we have a subtotal right here, 19.64. And if I just change this a little bit, it changes instantly as well. So that's pretty nice. The next thing we'll do here is just add another div. So this is going to be the checkout / proceed to checkout section right here. This is going to be border top PT4. Keep it a little bit away from the shipping stuff and the subtotal. We'll do flex items center justify between MB4. Now we also want to have a total. And the total is again going to be the format price, total price. So oftentimes, if you want to have discounts or something like that, you would have the subtotal, and then you would subtract the discounts and plus the shipping, etc., and taxes. And then the total is the final price at the end. So, but for this, we're just going to have total price for both total and for the subtotal. And so inside of here, what we'll do is say font medium, text large, and we'll do font bold, text large. Then we'll have a nice little total like that. Look at that. Starting to look pretty good. We'll do a button, and this is going to say proceed to checkout. And this button is just going to be width full, background black, text white, PY4 rounded full, font bold. And so we also want, when we hover, for it to be background gray, 900, transition colors, flex, items center, justify center and gap 2. Proceed to checkout, just like that. We actually don't need the gap. Ignore that. And now we can finally just add at the bottom some trust icons. We'll do class name equals mt4 space y2. We'll have 3 items. So this is going to be flex, item center, gap2, text sm, text gray 500. We'll have 2 spans. Secure checkout first, and then an icon. So we'll do like this, and then duplicate it 2 times. And then the second one is going to be a 30-day returns. All major payment methods accepted. I'm just going to paste in a couple icons right here. So this is like a little return icon. And instead of this, we're going to have a credit card. And there we go. When I save, we can see that we got proceed to checkout. Of course, we haven't implemented Stripe yet, but that's the next thing we'll do. So yeah, it's pretty nice. I can change the quantity. You can see the whole shipping thing is changing every time. It's very nice. I can also remove items right here. I can also add them again, of course. And if I go to a new item, say I want to add this one, and I add this to cart, then we have 2 separate items right here added to the cart, and I can just keep going on and doing this. So it's pretty cool. So we're starting to have all these different pieces working together. So yeah. Anyways, the next thing we'll do now is just do the Stripe implementation.
And so the first thing we'll do is just head back into Sanity here and make sure we're inside API. Go down to tokens, and we need to add an API token to do editing. So we'll just create one here. Click save. Then we'll take this editing token here and add it to the environment variables. Like that. And then next up, we'll need to add orders inside of schema types inside of Sanity, because we'll be storing orders inside of Sanity. So I'm just going to go in here and create order.ts. And so 2 objects that we need is just, first of all, the shipping address, because it's so many fields inside of an address that we're just going to create that as a separate item. And then we'll also have order item. So that's when you check out with the cart, that's going to be one of the items that you're checking out with. And then we can build the entire order from there. So the first thing we'll do is we'll import define field, define type from Sanity. And then we'll export shipping address. And we'll do define type. And that's going to be shipping address name. It's going to have the title of shipping address, of course. Then the type of this is object. So this one, usually you'd put document if you want it to be one of the pages inside of Sanity, inside of the editor, but we want it to be an object because we just want this to be a separate field inside of the actual order. So we'll have that here. Then we'll also have order item. Oops. That'll be order item. And the title will be order item. So that's just going to be one item. That's going to be an object as well. Then finally, we'll have the order itself. And this is going to be the actual document right here. So these are the 3 types. So now we can start putting stuff inside of the shipping address. So we're going to make an object called fields. And that's going to be an array of different defined fields right here. The first one's going to be just the name of the person. So that's going to be full name, type string. So that's the name of the person. That's the name on the shipping address. Then we're going to do line 1. So that's going to be shipping address line 1. Just like how you type it inside of any ecom web store when you do the checkout. Then we'll also allow for line 2 right here. And then we'll do another one called city. We'll do city right here. and another one called state. And we'll do another one called postal code or zip code as well, same thing. That's also going to be a string, so these are all just strings. And lastly, we'll also put country right here, country, that's a string. So that's going to be the shipping address right here. Now the next thing we'll do is add the fields for order item. And so the first one is going to be the product itself. And so this is going to actually just point, this is going to be a reference to the product that we're storing inside of here. So we already have, of course, earlier in the video, we made product right here. And so what we're just going to make this one into is going to be a reference and not a string. And it's going to be a reference to a product. And that's going to be with this type of syntax. So an order item points to the product that has been ordered. It also contains a little more information. So we need to store the quantity. So how many of this product? And we'll just call that quantity. That's a number. And then we'll just do the last one, which is the price. And so that's going to be the price at which the product was purchased. So this might be a little different if there's stuff like discounts, stuff like that, sales, then the price might differ from the actual product price. Now we'll go back to order right here. So we have the shipping address, we have the order item, and now we can start building the order. So we'll make fields. We'll make order number. So that's going to be the ID, essentially, of the order. Then we're going to store the order date. And inside of Sanity, you can use date time to store that. And then the next one is going to be the customer ID. So customer ID. This is just basically data so that we can look at an order inside of Sanity and we can easily figure out all of the stuff we need to fulfill the order. So we'll also have the customer name. So this might differ from the shipping address name. For example, if someone buys a gift for someone else, then the shipping address might have the gift receiver, but the customer name is going to be whoever paid. So that would be the difference between customer name and the shipping address name. And we'll have the customer email. Now we'll store a little bit of Stripe information. So we'll store the Stripe customer ID. So this is very useful so we can track it back to a Stripe transaction. We'll also store the Stripe checkout session ID. These are all just going to be strings. And we're also going to store the Stripe payment intent. Stripe payment intent ID. Right here. And then this is for the entire order right here. So what we'll do is also store the total price of the entire order. And we're going to make that in USD. And that's going to be a number type. And now we're just going to have to store the shipping address. We'll put shipping address. And inside a type, we have defined the shipping address object up here, and we called it shipping address inside of the name. And so this actually becomes a custom type. And so inside of Sanity, in the type field,
we can actually just put shipping address right here. And then that's just going to refer to an object of this type. So that's pretty handy. Then we'll also have products. And that's going to be an array of, not of products, but of order items. So actually, maybe it's easier to just put order items. I'm just thinking about it. So that's going to be type an array of order items. And it's an array of order item. And then finally, we'll have another field. This is going to be status. And this is going to be a string. And we're not going to make it just an arbitrary any string. We are going to make it into some options. So it can either be processing. So this is basically so that staff can easily track the status of an order so that it can be fulfilled properly. So it can either be processing status. It can also be shipped. And it can be delivered. It can also be canceled. We'll just do a smart little thing here. So if you select something and do Control-Shift-P and then just type uppercase, you can make it into uppercase like that. Now, you can also add stuff like refunded or, dispute pending or this type of stuff, but we're just going to go with processing, shipped, delivered, canceled, and this can then be updated by third-party logistics systems or through the staff doing it manually. So this is going to constitute an order. Now we need to also add this inside of the index folder right here. So we need to first of all add the shipping address, because otherwise this won't be detected as an actual type object. We'll also add order item. And then we can add an order. But this should probably be down here because we know that order item points to product. And this is actually going to be like a loading order hierarchy. So we need to load the stuff that's the most dependent last. So we'll do it like this. And then we should be able to do Sanity schema extract. And there we go. So it's extracted the schema successfully. And then we should be able to do Sanity type generate. And then it's going to generate all the types. And we have all the types, so it seems like that worked just fine. Let's see if we have so we can see we have the order type right here. Now what we'll be able to do is use these types. And so the next thing we need to do is set up Stripe, because now we need to set up the Stripe transactions, and then we can start putting orders into Sanity as they come in. But we just need to have these order types ready inside of Sanity before. So now we'll start with Stripe. Okay, so here we are in the Stripe dashboard, and all we need to do is just get the API keys. So I'm going to press here to get the secret API key, the secret one. Then we'll go to the environment right here. I'm going to put Stripe keys. We'll go ahead and do Stripe secret key. Paste that in. So you can probably notice that I'm in a sandbox inside of Stripe. Really, it doesn't matter. You can do it whatever you want. I'm just in a sandbox because that's like Stripe's new testing environment, but you can also do this in a production environment or in the old test mode or whatever you want. So I just created a sandbox, and then you can get the secret key right here. Now, the next thing we'll need to do is just head over to Vercel. And the reason we need to do this is because we need to set up a webhook as well. So we'll be able to receive the webhooks after a purchase has been completed and push that to Sanity. So I'm just here in Vercel, and we're just going to log in. Cool. And so under deployments right here, I can go to my deployment. And what we'll need to do is we need to get the link.
So we have 3 different links right here. And as you can see, one of these is has like a little globe icon. Another one has a little kind of branch icon. So they have kind of different domains. Now, so some of these change sometimes. And so if you set up a webhook in Stripe using one of them and you use the wrong one that changes when you push a new version, that's going to kind of mess things up. So to avoid that, what we need to use is this globe icon right here. The globe icon is just the production URL. If you're on like a staging environment, you want to use this branch one. So this uses the same branch link. So unless you change branch to some other branch, like a pull request or something branch, then this will not change. So if you have like a staging branch and you want to do it with staging, you can use this middle link. This last one is just a deployment link. So you definitely don't want to use this because every time you push a new deployment into Vercel, this link will change. So you want to use one of these 2 first ones. Now I'll use this one and head back over to Stripe. And now we'll be able to type in webhooks. So go to developer/webhooks. Yes. We'll create a new event destination. Inside of here, we just paste in the endpoint URL. And now we also need to specify the final like endpoint where the webhook will be hit. So we haven't actually made this yet, but we're going to have it under. So it's going to be /API/Stripe/webhook. And this is going to be where we make our webhook endpoint URL. We're going to just put Stripe checkout completed webhook. And then we need to select events to listen to. Inside of here, we're just going to click here and press checkout. And we'll just do checkout session completed. And so only when checkout session completed event is called, then the webhook will be sent to our endpoint. We'll add events. And we can just press add endpoint right here. Now we need to also set up the signing secret inside of our environment variables. So underneath the Stripe secret key, we'll do a Stripe webhook secret right here. And we can reveal that and just paste that in. That is this one right here. Paste that. And then we have these nice ones right here. Now, we are also going to have some redirection stuff going on. So we need to also have set a public base URL. And I'm just going to set that to HTTP localhost 3000. On the Vercel side, this must be set to the whatever the URL is online. So HTTPS, public Vercel, whatever. Yeah, this one right here, we need to set that inside of Vercel. We'll just go ahead and do that. I'm going to go to the project, settings, environment variables. And what you can actually do is you can copy the entire environment file, and then you can just paste it in like this, and then you have everything. So that's pretty cool. So the next thing we'll do inside of here is the public base URL needs to actually be set to the real public base URL. So I'm just going to get that from the Stripe right here. So remember, it's just the base URL. So it's without all the API stuff right here. And that looks good to me. We can save that. And then we know that next time we deploy this to Vercel, it'll be the right environment variables. So now we're ready to start coding. So we can do npm install Stripe right here. Give that a little second. Oh, and we'll have to do legacy peer deps. Okay, cool. And so now what we'll be able to do is inside a actions right here, we'll make another file called Stripe actions. And so now we'll be able to create a checkout. So inside of the website right here, once we've added stuff to the cart, and we just need to start the server again, npm run dev. I'll just pause and be back. Cool, so the server is back online. And so if I add to the cart right here, and so what we want now is so that when you press proceed to checkout, it generates a Stripe checkout link, and then it redirects you to the checkout link. That's what we're trying to do.
And so inside of Stripe actions.ts, we'll start out with just doing use server. We'll import Stripe from Stripe. And then we'll do const Stripe equal, so we'll initialize the Stripe server client, and we'll use process.env.stripe secret key. Now, we'll also specify the API version, and usually there's only one API version, just depending on the npm install version that you have. So we'll just use this Acacia something version. If it's a little different for you, that's probably just because it's a little, you're watching this a little later. That shouldn't make a difference. So we're getting an error here, but if I just add an exclamation point, we're basically telling TypeScript that we're just assuming that this has been set to something. And so instead of being undefined, we're saying, actually, it's not undefined. It's just a string. And so that's what the exclamation mark does. Now we'll do export const create checkout session. And that's going to be async. And it's going to take a cart ID. Now the first thing we'll do is just get the user. And now we're just going to try and const cart. And we're just going to use the getter create cart method that we created in the cart actions and specify the cart ID. And so this is going to give us a cart pretty much no matter what. Now it can still be empty. So if the cart is empty, so if cart.items.length equals 0, then we're going to throw an error. Cart is empty. Now this should not really happen because we don't want to actually show the proceed to checkout button when there's no stuff in the cart. But if someone is like trying to hack the system or whatever, we're just going to throw an error. And now we can just use the Stripe client to create the checkout session. So we're just going to do session equals await stripe.checkout.sessions.create. And it's going to have mode. So this is either you can just confirm a credit card and use it later. That's going to be set up. You can also set up a subscription, so like a monthly payment. But we just want it to be a one-time payment because, we're only buying this shirt one time. So we're going to put payment. Then we're going to specify the cart items through Stripe's line items. So they call it line items. And so we're going to map through all of cart.items.map. And for each item, we're going to return this object right here, and it's going to have just two fields. It's going to have price data, and that's its own object, and it's also going to have quantity. And quantity is just going to be item.quantity. We already have this info. Inside of price data, we're going to have to specify currency. Now, we're doing everything in US dollars, but this can be dynamic, of course, depending on user settings. We have the user up here, so if you want to attach user settings with the currency, this is where you would have that be substituted in. But we're just going to do USD. We're going to do product data. So this is data related to the product. So that would be for our shirt right here. And then we'll do name item.title. And we can also specify images in Stripe, which is pretty cool. So we'll do images item.image. And the last thing we need to do is specify the price. Now, inside of Stripe, price is actually specified in the lowest nomination of the currency. And so inside of, like in the currency US dollar, it's actually not a dollar, like $1, that's the lowest amount. It's a cent, that's the lowest amount. So we need to specify how many cents does this product cost. And so that's actually item.price times 100. Because we specify the price in US dollars, but now we can't specify a float, so like a decimal inside of this field, like, 100.5. So that would be, what is that? $1.005. Like you can't specify that. You can only specify it to 2 decimal point accuracy. And so we need to also do rounding here. So we'll do math.round item.price times 100. And that makes sure that this is definitely an integer. And so this needs to be an integer in the lowest nomination of the currency. So we convert it to cents. And then if there's a decimal point, we're going to just round that off to the nearest cent. People shouldn't be too mad about that. It's just a cent. So after line items, we need to specify the success URL. And so this is where we're going to use this base URL that we just configured. And so we're going to do backticks so we can specify a variable. And then we'll do process.env.next public base URL. Now we know this is set. So instead of having undefined, we're just going to use exclamation point. And we're going to do /checkout/success. And we are also going to specify a query parameter on this URL. And so inside of the success URL, we're able to get the checkout session ID passed to the URL, like in this field, if we specify it. And the way we can do that is we want to do session_ID. So this is just the name we want to call it. This could be anything else. We just want to get the session ID. And then to say to the Stripe system that we want to get the checkout session ID, we'll do checkout session ID. And then Stripe is going to substitute this variable right here with the actual checkout session ID. And that way we'll be able to get the data. So that's very helpful. Now we also have another URL right here. And that is the cancel URL. We're just going to set that to be the public base URL for now. We also need to specify the customer information, so the customer email. Now, this can actually be undefined. That's okay. So you can set this to nothing. So we already know that our user may actually not even exist, because if they're not logged in, they're not going to exist. So we can just do user.email. And this might be undefined. And so that's just fine. Now, additionally, we want to set some metadata so that we can really link the data between our system and Stripe. And so we want to track back on the cart ID, cart.id, and also the user ID. That's going to be user.id.toString. Now, ID is, of course, a number. We set that to be a number. So we're going to just do .toString, because inside of Stripe's metadata, you got to put strings. And so we're also going to just default that to a minus, just in case the user isn't actually logged in. It could be an anonymous person checking out. The card ID will always exist, though. And then we'll do shipping address collection. So this is where you can ship the item to. Now we're just going to allow US. You can see you can specify any country you want as well. We're just going to do the US like that. And now the last thing we need to add right here is the shipping options. So this is something to do with just the amount of money. So we'll do shipping rate. Shipping rate. Oh, no, sorry. We need to put this inside of an array. Oops. We'll do an array, and inside of this array, we'll do shipping rate data. And we'll need to put type, so that's going to just be fixed amount. The fixed amount is going to be currency, USD. And now we put, of course, free shipping over $15. So what we can do is in the amount, we can say we can calculate the total price. So we can do cart.items.reduce and just say accumulated an item will plus by item.price multiplied by item.quantity, and we'll start at 0. Now we have the total price. Now we need to multiply this by 100 again, because everything is in cents, of course, remember? The non-negative integer in cents. And so now we can say if the total price is greater than or equal to 15, well, then it's 0, because then you unlock the free shipping. Otherwise, we can just say that it's $5. $5 shipping. This can be dynamic in all sorts of ways, like is the user using a free shipping code, all this stuff. So we'll just do it like this, so we can display it. Now we'll have fixed amount. We also have display name, and we'll do total price greater than or equal to 15. We'll do free shipping. Otherwise, we'll do shipping. So it's gonna say free shipping if you unlock the free shipping. Otherwise, it's just gonna say shipping. Now we'll do delivery estimate. We'll say minimum 3 business days. So from 3 business days to 5 business days. So delivery estimate, roughly 3 to 5 business days. That's what we're saying here. So that's everything. So we can see that the session is now not giving us an error anymore, and a lot of different data right here, but that's pretty good. And then we'll do if the session.url has not been set, because on the session object it might be null. Now this shouldn't really happen because we just created the session, but if it does, then we throw a new error and say failed to create checkout session for whatever reason. Otherwise, we just return the session URL like that. And now we can use this to create a checkout session when the user presses the proceed to checkout button right here. So if we go to proceed to checkout, we'll go here. So what we'll do here is add a onClick, handle proceed to checkout. We'll add that as a function up here. That's going to be an async function. We'll do const checkout URL equals, then we'll call this function create checkout session right here. That's going to be an await. And inside of here, we're going to have to put in the cart ID. And so we should be able to get that from this right here, from the state. Cart.id. That's not going to be cart, that's going to be cart ID, like that. Now, cart ID, of course, can be set to null, so we just need to make sure that if the cart ID has not been set, we'll just return. Then we can put in the cart ID. And now we can use the checkout URL right here. And we can just simply use window.location, I believe is checkout URL. And actually it's going to be .href, I believe, right here. Navigate to the given URL. Yep, that sounds about right. And if I refresh, what we'll be able to do as well is just say loading proceed, set loading proceed. That's going to be a Boolean. Like that. We'll also return from the function if we're already loading. Set that to true. Otherwise, we set it to false. Right here. So we start loading. Then what we'll be able to do as well is go down to proceed to checkout. And we can say disabled equals loading proceed. And then perhaps inside of here we can do if loading proceed, then we'll return something. Otherwise, we'll just do proceed to checkout. And I think what we'll want inside of here is a div. Gap1. And we can do loading a loader2. We'll do W4, H4, animate spin. And what do we want to put in the text? Something like a navigating to checkout, perhaps. Something like that. So that should show us some different text. And so we can press the button right here. It's going to say navigating to checkout. And then it creates the Stripe link. And we can see here that we actually have the product. We have the subtotal. And then we also have the shipping amount, which is $5, and gives us the total. Now, if we go back, and let's say we want this jacket here as well. We'll add that to the cart. Now we have unlocked free shipping. So we'll press the button again. And now we can see that the shipping is actually free. Sorry, we can see the shipping is actually free now. So it says free shipping 3 to 5 business days. And now we can put in all of the different information. You can see up here, it's inside of the test environment, which is pretty good. And what we'll just do first is create the webhook, with a webhook logic. And then after that, we can go ahead and do everything. So we'll do, I believe it's, oh no, I think it's /Stripe, right? Oh no, it's /API. Just go back in here. /API /Stripe /webhook. So we'll do /API /Stripe /webhook. We'll delete this folder right here. And inside of the webhook folder right here, all we need to do is do route.ts. And this is where we're going to get hit with the event. So a bunch of different stuff we need to do here. It's going to be a post. It's going to be a post event or a post request. So we need to do export async function post. So this is in NextJS, and that's going to give us a request. And the first thing we'll do is just get Stripe client. So we'll just do the same thing as we did down in the actions. So we'll just do the same as here. Get the Stripe client, import from Stripe. Then we'll do get the webhook secret. So we called it Stripe webhook secret, I believe. Stripe webhook secret. There we go. And we also want to create the Sanity client. Now, this is going to be different than the client that we actually created inside of this right here. Or is it? Do we want to use this one? Oh no, yeah. So this is going to be slightly different than this right here because we're going to have some client-side code that needs to run, and so that's going to not work because this is on the server side. So we're just going to use a similar logic to this, but change it up a little bit. So we don't need to pass the CDN token or the CDN flag. We'll do create client from next sanity. And now we need to specify the project ID. That's going to be process.env.next public sanity project ID, and the data set and the API version and the token. Now the token is special because that's the token we just created. So we'll do dataset, we'll do API version. This is going to be sanity dataset and sanity API version. And for the token, so this is the token we want to pass to Sanity when we make the calls. We want to use this API write token. Because this is the client we're going to use to write the orders into Sanity. Now we're going to make a big try catch block right here. the first thing we'll do is get the body through rec.text. So this is how we're going to do authentication on the Stripe webhook request. So a hacker can't just pass some data and have it work. So we're going to get the headers. In Next.js 15, you need to await the headers like this. In Next.js 14, you could have just done this, but that's not going to work. In 15, we need to await that. Now we're going to get the signature. Now Stripe is going to pass us the signature through Stripe-signature in the headers. And if that has not been set, we're going to return next response.json. No signature found. And we're going to have status 400. So there must be a signature. Now we're going to set an event. Just going to declare that for now. And we'll have another try catch. And this is just to make sure that the event has actually successfully been constructed. So we'll try to set the event to stripe.webhooks.construct event. And we're going to pass in the body, the signature, and the secret. And the secret is going to be perhaps undefined. So we're going to do exclamation point right here. You can also check this in an if statement, but we know for a fact that this is going to be set. Now, if there's an error here, we don't want to continue, because this is also going to be an error. Invalid signature. Status 400. And we don't want to continue. And so from now on, we know that the event has been set. So we can make a switch on the event.type. And we can say, if it is checkout.session.completed, then we do all of this stuff. Right here. We can also do a default and just say unhandled event type event.type. But we're only expecting this event type right here with the checkout session completed, because yeah, you can see listening for checkout.session.completed. And so if this one matches to this one, we're all good to go. So inside of here, we can get the checkout session. So the way we can get the session is do data.object. Now, this is the data that is included inside of the event. And when it's a checkout.session.completed event, then the object is going to be stripe.checkout.session. That's going to be the object. So we can cast that because we know that if this is the event type, then we know that this is the type of the object that is being passed. Now, we also are able now to get the card ID and the user ID because we are setting this on the metadata, right? Remember in the Stripe actions, we set card ID right here and user ID as well. So we'll be able to get both of those. Now, metadata can exist. It can also be null. So we need to put a question mark. Get the user ID. Now, we don't necessarily need the user, but we definitely need the card. So if the card has not been set, we need to throw an error. No card ID in session metadata. Because if there's no card ID, well, how are we going to link it back to a card and actually handle this properly? So we can't do that. So now we can get all of the items that were purchased. So we can get the card. So we need to get Prisma. We'll import that from our client library. And we'll find the card through the ID. And we'll also include all of the items as well. So those are the products that have been purchased. Now, if we couldn't find the cart, then that means that the cart ID was set, but it linked to a cart that doesn't exist in the database. So that's an error. Cart not found, so we can't proceed. So now we have the right cart. We also know that the session is of the valid type, which means that they have paid. So now we can create the order inside of Sanity. So we can do await Sanity client. So we'll just rename this one, I think, to Sanity client. Yeah, that makes a little more sense. Sanity client. And we're going to just do await Sanity client.create. And to specify what type of document we want to create, we do _type and put order. And now we can put all of the different stuff that we created when we did the Sanity type. So inside of order, remember we have all of these different fields like order number, order date, customer ID, customer name, etc. We're just going to fill these out now. And so what we'll just do is so there's many different ways we can generate the order number. We're just going to do it by taking the session ID from Stripe and just taking the last 8 characters and then just making them uppercase. You can also use something like crypto.random UUID. This is fine as well, but we're going to make it a little more dependent on Stripe. Now we're going to put the order date. We'll just set that to new date. So that's just the current time. So .iso string. That way we can easily get the current, the date that the order was placed. We're going to put the customer ID. Now, if the user ID is not set to minus, and it's set to minus, of course, remember in Stripe metadata, if there's no user. So if it's not minus, then we set it to user ID. Otherwise, we just ignore it. So there's going to be empty. Customer email can be the session.customerdetails.email. So we can get that from Stripe. Customer name, session.customer.details.name. Get that from Stripe as well. We can get Stripe customer ID. And then usually you'd be able to just put session.customer.id. But because if you put session.customer, it can actually be like a bunch of different types. It can be a string, it can be a Stripe customer, it can be a deleted customer, it can be null. We need to just check the Stripe. We need to check the type. And so if we do session.customer, so if it's an object, then we can do session.customer.id. And we can default here because this still might be undefined. So we default to just empty. Otherwise, we just put session.customer. Because if session.customer is not an object, then that means that session.customer is either null or it's a string, right? So if it's a string, we just want to put it in here. Like, because then the .customer is going to give us the string instead of the customer object. It's like how Stripe likes to do it. So we'll just do that. We'll do Stripe checkout session ID. That's going to just be the session.id. So obviously we got the Stripe session up here, and that just has an ID. We're going to also get the Stripe payment intent ID. Now, that's just going to be Stripe session.payment intent, because we know that that's going to be a string. Cast that to a string. Total price is going to be a number, and it's going to be session.amount total divided by 100. Because we want to get this out in number of dollars. We don't care about in cents, like it's difficult to read. So we get the amount total, which is in cents, and then we divide by 100 to convert it back to dollars. Then the shipping address is going to have type shipping address. So what we're doing now inside of order is we're just creating the shipping address, so this one right here. And so we need to specify the type. It's going to have name, and actually might be easier if I just go up here. Name, line 1, 2, city, state, postal code, and country. All of these. We can do some smart coding, editing stuff right here. So session dot shipping details dot, and I'll just copy this in for now, but won't be quite satisfied. So all the shipping details might actually be a null object. So we need to put a question mark before that. Now, all fields in Sanity default to be optional. So if it's not been set, it just becomes undefined inside of here, and then that just becomes an empty field in the order, and that's fine. So it's not .line1, it's .address .line1 and line 2. And I believe the rest are actually also address. And so it's not postal code, it's postal underscore code in Stripe. There we go. So we got the shipping address. Now we just need to put the products. So we'll do cart.items.map. So remember, the products is an array of order items. Oh, and we actually renamed this to order items. So we'll do order items instead. So it's an array of order items, and it's cart.items.map. And that's going to give us underscore type. Now, since this is inside of the array, we actually put order item. Then we need to specify a key, because in Sanity, when you make an array and you put a bunch of items inside of it, you need to give it a key. So we'll just put item.id as the key, because that's going to be unique. Then we can put product. And so remember that product is a reference to the product. So the way we do this is put product, and it's going to be a type of it's going to be a reference, of course, and it's going to have underscore ref to the item.sanity product ID. The quantity is going to just be item.quantity. The price is going to just be item.price, right? And then under status, we're going to put processing, because we have just received the payment. So now it has to be processed and fulfilled on the backend side. And so we got the product, quantity, and price in all the order items right here. Product, quantity, price. And then in the status, we're going to just put processing, like that. Now, finally, what we want to do is delete the cart at the end. Oh, and I think I went up one too far. So we do await prisma.cart.delete, because now the cart has actually been completely fulfilled. We don't need the cart anymore. So we're going to do ID, cart ID. There we go. And then we'll break out. Because if we don't break out, then the switch statement is just going to go down to default. And we don't want that. So we'll break out. And we'll just print an error statement here. Something went wrong. Do that. We have another one, don't we? Useful to just set up these debugging prints in the beginning. There we go. Cool. And so now what we need to do is just push this to Vercel. This is obviously not going to work on localhost, because we set up the webhook to use our Vercel public domain. Now, of course, it would be helpful to do this on localhost. So you can use something like ngrok or ultrahook to pass from the Stripe webhook from the public domain, you get like a URL, and then it can funnel the events into your local environment. But for this video, we don't need that. So I'm just going to save this and get it up as a deployment in Vercel, and then we can continue from there. Okay, so that took 3 attempts for me, and now we have our production environment all ready to go. So if I go and press the button to visit this domain right here, what we'll be able to do is just say, let's add one of these scam disks right here to the shopping cart and proceed to the checkout. And what I'll just go ahead and do is provide a bunch of dummy data. John Doe. I think that in the US, they have like a one test street, I think. Yeah, El Paso. Perfect. And inside a cart, what you'll be able to do is just say 42 on everything, and then just put random stuff that's valid inside of the other fields. And then if you're inside a test mode inside of Stripe, then this is going to act as if you use a cart that works. So we'll just use pay. Pay. Give that a second to process. And so we'll be redirected to the success page that we haven't yet created, which is fine. So we should see a 404 right here. Yeah, so we got a 404, but you can see in the URL that the checkout session ID has been substituted with the actual checkout session ID. So that's perfect. Now, we'll just check real quick if the webhook event was properly went through. Aha. So we can see that there was a small issue right here with one of the events. So if I went into, so I'll just show you how I debug this. So we can see that there's a 500 internal server error. So the first thing we want to do is just head over to logs right here. We can see that there was a 500 right here. Now we'll scroll down and see session does not match project host. And then it says SIO. So this is something to do with Sanity. So if I just head into Sanity right here, I bet that we just haven't configured an origin properly. So send authenticated. Yeah, we'll just allow this. So what we need to do is add. Remember to add everything to Sanity, of course. We'll do that. And then I'm just going to generate another one, another sale. Actually, what we'll be able to do is just trigger it to restart right away. Now, another thing I can tell is that we actually didn't resend manually. We didn't actually do a response. So we need to return next response.json. And here I'm just going to put success true. I'm just going to deploy that real quick because we need to return a response. Also inside of here, all these small little details can mess everything up when it has to do with other systems. So we'll just make sure that everything is just fine. I think it's useful to show this just because always when you integrate with something, that's going to be a problem like this. So all you want to do is just say, well, where is this error? Which side of the software is it happening on? All of this stuff. And then we slowly find the solution. So I'm just going to deploy this again to a new deployment. Okay, so everything is good now. The problem was something to do with my own Sanity project ID. It was configured to like an old ID or something like that. But after fixing that, everything looks fine. So we can move ahead, and we just want to go ahead and check out /studio. We should be able to now see an order has been created. It actually really like created inside of the orders inside of Studio. So it's just compiling right now. See what happens. So I'll just quickly log in. Okay. I already logged in. Come on. And we can press order. And we should have something in here now. Published last week. 1 minute ago. Okay, here we go. So this is one I just created. So yeah, perfect. So we can see January 5th at 15:50. Customer ID has not been set because I'm not logged in when I processed the test payment. So that's as expected. Customer name has not been set. Customer email has been set. Email. We got the Stripe checkout session ID. We can see the total price right here as well. You see the shipping address as well with all the stuff, postal code, everything is right there. So for fulfillment, we'll just ship it to this street right here. We can also see the products. So this is the product. So it's this winter coat jacket thing. And you can see the price is 12.6. But if we go up, we can see that the total price was 17.6. That's, of course, because we have the shipping thing that added $5. So 12.6 became 17.6 because the $5 shipping was added. So this takes that into account as well. So really, really nice. We can see the order status is processing. And now that just totally works. Now, the next thing we just need to quickly do here, I'll just do this on localhost perhaps. So we'll take this one right here, change to localhost. So I'm just going to want to also make the checkout/success page. So inside of app, we'll do new folder and do checkout and do success. And we'll do a page.tsx, of course. Now this is just going to be a pretty simple file. So we first of all need to do export, well, we can do const checkout page equals async. So this is going to be the page. And we need to export default checkout, well, it's actually checkout success page. So we'll just quickly do that. We're going to remove this error. Now inside of this right here, we need to get the checkout session ID. So that's going to be through getting the search parameters. We'll just get a little more space here. And the search parameters has a type. And it's the promise. So this is new in Next 15. It's a promise. Before Next 15, it was not a promise. And this is going to be a string. This is, of course, because inside of the Stripe action, we just chose to use session ID. Yeah, this could also have been ABC or whatever we want, but we have put session ID. And so you can see up here, we have session ID as the key right here. And so that is that. I'll just quickly format. Then we can go down into the page and say const session ID equals await search params. So we're unpacking it. And if there's no session ID, we're just going to redirect. Remember to import from next navigation. We're going to redirect to the base URL. Nothing to display, so we'll just redirect. Now we're going to try and get the session. And we actually need to create that function. Now, we only need to use it in here, so we'll just create the function here. We'll get the Stripe client. And this is safe because it's going to run on the server side. So this is like this is a server. This is a function that the server side page will execute. So this is super safe. Stripe secret key will never be shown to the client because only next_public_something is going to be exposed to the client. So, and otherwise it's just going to be undefined. So we know that this is going to run on the server and be safe. And we're just going to return stripe.checkout.sessions. And then inside of Stripe, you need to use retrieve instead of get, which it often is, but it's retrieve. And we're just going to return that. And we're going to get the session down here. Just pass in the session ID. And if we can't find a session, then that's an invalid session ID. So we'll just redirect again. Now we can do a little bit of designing. So we'll first do a div and do minimum height 60, viewport height, and do flex. So this just makes like a little box and puts everything in the middle. We'll do another div. And that's going to be the width container. Then now we should be able to start seeing something. So this is going to be the container. And now we can start putting stuff inside of this container. So we'll do width 16, height 16, background green 100. So this is going to be like a green tick mark. So background green 100, rounded full, flex, item center, justify center, MX auto, MB4. And then I have an SVG copy paste that I want here. So this is just a very simple SVG for a tick icon. So I'm just going to save, and now we have a nice tick. You can see that we specified width 8 and height 8, and then we have text green 500. So we have dark green on top of light green. Now we'll also add some text. Do H1, I think. Thank you for your order. We can do P and say, we have received your order and will send you a confirmation email shortly. Or some other kind of message like this is very nice. Now we'll just quickly style this text a little bit. So the class name of the H1 is going to be a little bigger. It's going to be bold, gray instead of black. And for the paragraph, we'll just do a little lighter gray and some margin for the next element. There we go. Now we're going to do a quick, simple rundown of the order total. So we'll do text small, gray 500. And this is just going to be order total. And inside of here, we're going to put new international dot number format. So this just formats the price as dollars. And the way we do that is put EN-US, then it formats it in that number currency. It's going to be in the currency style. You can also put it in just cent or whatever style, because, you know, some countries use the full stop. Like some countries use comma, some countries use dot. And so it's a little different from country to country. So this is just what we're specifying here. Now we're just going to get the currency from the session, because that's actually inside of the Stripe session. So we can make that dynamic here, but we already know it's going to be USD. And then that's going to be dot format, session dot amount, total. And if that's just not set, we're just going to default to 0. And we have to divide by 100 again, because this amount right here is going to be in cents. And so now we can see the order total was 1760. And we can also include the order email perhaps. Dot email right here. Text small, gray 500. Right? There we go. So there's a bunch of different information. Oh, we need to make that the same color. There we go. Cool. So now we have the success page as well. So all of the Stripe integration stuff is done. We can now add items to the cart. We can also check out, and we're also able to process the payment through the webhook and update everything on the backend side through the Sanity Studio. So now the next thing we'll move on to is just the Wheel of Fortune. So the cool Wheel of Fortune you saw in the beginning of the video, we're going to make that now. And so the first thing we'll need to do to get the Wheel of Fortune to work is just to install ShatCN. And so we need to use ShatCN because to get the Wheel of Fortune to work, we need to use a pop-up. And we don't have a current pop-up right now. You can build it yourself, for example, but I just want to use the dialog because the dialog is pretty easy to use in ShatCN. So if I just close down the server right here and go to installation, I will press NextJS and we use npm. So I'm just going to do, so this is create project. Set up existing one, so that should be fine. I'm just going to do npx ShatCN init right here, give it a second. There we go. So I like the default settings a little more. We'll do neutral. We'll do yes. And then inside of here, we'll just use legacy peer deps, installing dependencies. That's just going to take a second. There we go. And now we have ShatCN installed. Now we can go ahead and just do, I believe, add. Yeah, so we can use this add command. So inside of the dialog, we can just do npx ShatCN add dialog like this. And we'll just always select the legacy peer deps option. This is for me, this is because React 19 is very new. So if you get these weird things with React 19, that's just because of that. Cool. So now we have installed dialog.tsx. You can see that we have all of this stuff in here. Now we want to navigate over to the home page because this is where we want to open. Yeah, so this is where we want to open the Wheel of Fortune. So we'll do Wheel of Fortune right here. And so I'll go right next to the sales banner in layout and just create a Wheel of Fortune. This is going to be use client. We'll do it just like this. So now we have a Wheel of Fortune right here. And if I go back to the home page, we should now see nothing because we closed the server. So we'll open it back up. Starting. And a little problem with the utils file, probably. Yeah, because this was actually another file just 1 second ago. So we just need to make sure that the function we made before, format price, still exists there. There we go. Yeah, so I think ShatCN overwrote utils.ts, and we had a file already called that with format price inside of it. So that caused an error. But now we have the Wheel of Fortune right here. You can see that we just have the Wheel of Fortune. However, if I copy paste all of this dialog stuff in there instead, and you import from components/UI, not from Radix, I'll import all of these one at a time. Now we can press open. This actually opens our dialog right here. So now we can start making the Wheel of Fortune design. And so this is going to be done inside of this dialog content section. So we want to keep this dialog. We want to remove this dialog header completely, but instead have dialog title. And so inside of this, we're just going to have the title. So this is going to be a div, and it's going to have some padding. Some styling like this. We're going to give it some color as well. So this is just a shining effect, I believe. There we go. And we'll make another one as well. We'll make a title called Spin and Win. I have a little little gift box icon right here we can use. We'll use class name, text to Excel, font bold, MB2, animate bounce. Make it really fun to play with this. Try your luck. Spin the wheel for a chance to win amazing prizes. Give this paragraph some style as well. MB4, relative, animate pulse. We'll do another div. Oh, so this is the shining one. So we'll do absolute minus left 10, top 1/2, height 8, W40, BG white /20, rotate 45. That gives it a little diagonal angle towards the top right corner. Animate, and then we're going to make a new animation called shine. And that's just going to go for infinity. And so we just need to create this shine animation, and that's just going to be inside of globals.css. Inside of here, we can scroll down all the way, and we actually need to create a couple different keyframes while we're here. So we're going to have a spinning effect on the Wheel of Fortune. When you press it, you need to have the spin effect. So we're going to make a spin, keyframes spin, and it's going to be from transform, rotate 0 degrees. So it starts at 0 degrees, and it's just going to go to transform, rotate 360 degrees. So it just does one full rotation. Then we're going to make the shine effect from, let's translate x, minus 100%, 45, and it's going to be 2. We could copy this to 400%. So this just moves it from left to right. That's what it does. And so now we have this shine effect right here. And if I press open, we can now see that we have this pretty crazy looking casino kind of vibe to it, I guess, from this header title, from this dialog title, I mean. So now we can start creating the actual wheel. So we want to exit the dialog title and just make a div. We'll have it called class name, flex call, item center, justify center. So we just center on the X and Y axis. BG gray 50. And then inside of here, we'll do another div. We'll do relative. We'll do a limited width to 350 pixels. The height is going to also be 350 pixels. So this is like a square. But on bigger screens, so from medium and up, we're just going to go to 600 pixels. Like that. We're also going to do transition all, duration 1000, and ease in out, and transform. Now, what are we going to actually transform? That's going to be when we want to show the winning item, we want to fade this wheel out and show the winning item. And so we'll just quickly create show winning item, set show winning item, use state, Boolean, set that to false. Then we can take all of this styling code. I just cut it. And we can make this a little, oops. I keep doing that all the time. We can make this backtick instead. Do a little multi-line because this is a lot. And I think I lost it when I actually did the screenshot. Yeah, so we can do we can copy this. I'll go back to where we came from. Yeah, like that. And then we want to say if show winning item, then we do scale show winning item. Then we want to do scale 0. So we want to make it small. We want to make it invisible. And we also want to rotate it out, like a little rotate effect. Otherwise, we just want to have it be normal. So normal is just scale 100, opacity 100. Like that. So when we want to transition from showing the wheel that we just spun to transitioning into showing the item, we want to scale it down and rotate it around and make it invisible so it fades out and fades to be small. And then we want to show the winning item. So that's what that animation is. Now we want the pointer. So we're going to separate this a little bit. So this is the red pointer. So this is where the item to be 1 is going to be. And then we have the wheel itself. So the red pointer is just an empty div. And we're just going to go on the next line because there's going to be a lot of style here. Like this. And we'll do absolute top 1/2 right 0 minus translate y 1/2 translate x2 width 0 height 0. So we're going to make it using borders. So now we're going to do border top 20 pixels, border top transparent, border right 40 pixels, border right red 600, border bottom 20 pixels, border bottom transparent. And we're going to do Z20 just because that's going to make it go on top. And then we want to have it be, I think that's it. So now we have the pointer. So that's going to be the pointer right there. You can see it looks kind of bad right now, but that's just because we need to actually make it. Actually, I believe perhaps we need to add a class to the content right here, I think. Maybe something like that. Yeah, that looks better. Cool. So yeah, so in the content, I believe content starts out with some default settings. So we just want to make sure that that's overridden. So on bigger screens, we just want to actually make it up to 800 pixels. So now you can see that on the right side, we have this little triangle. Now that's going to give us the wheel that we want. So we're going to make the wheel right here. We can start doing that now. So we'll do the wheel. That's going to have a pretty big class name as well. How about we make that a little better, I think. Yeah, I think that's fine. Cool. And the wheel is going to be absolute, inset 0, rounded full, because it's a circle, overflow hidden, border 8, border gray 200. We're going to have some shadow. So the shadow is going to be pretty particular. So it's going to be 0, 0, 20 pixels, then RGBA, and it's going to be a black shadow. So 0, 0, 0, and then 0.2, 0.2. So this makes it black, and this makes it a 20% opacity. Now, we want to give it an animation before it has been spinning. We want to make it like very enticing to play. So what we'll do is say, if it isn't spinning, so we need to make this variable, and it hasn't been spun, then we want to include an animate effect, and we're going to create that, and it's called float. and it's going to be called float like that. Now we can head back into globals.css and create this keyframes. I think I did it again. We'll do keyframes float. We're going to do 0%, 100%. And it's going to be transform, translate y 0, 50%, transform, translate y minus 10 pixels. So this makes it like go up and down a little bit so that it feels like you can interact with it. So that's just going to work automatically. Now we can create these two new state variables. Is spinning. So when you press the button to spin, it's going to be is spinning. And then set has spun is after you have spun the thing, spun the wheel, I mean, it's going to set that variable. So now we can see that we have the circle of the wheel right here. It's starting to take shape literally, which is pretty cool. Now, there's going to be a lot of different, how can we say, pretty crazy styling going on. So there's actually going to be so much style for the wheel that we need to make a separate variable called wheel style. And this is going to change depending on whether we are currently spinning it, it has already spun, or it's in this beginning idle state. So that'll be useState. That's going to be of type react.css properties. And it's going to start with an empty dictionary. Just like that. Now, additionally, we're also going to store inside of the local storage if the player has already played. So if we do useEffect, we can figure out has played equals local storage that get item has played Wheel of Fortune. And if that has not been set, then what we'll do is say we want to open the dialog. That's going to start out as false. And so after 2 seconds of opening the home page, we want to open the dialog. So we'll remove this trigger. And I believe we can put open equals is open on the dialog. And then we'll do set is open to true. In here we'll return clear timeout timer. Just like that. So this is not going to be set. So you see that after like 2 seconds, that opened. Oh, and then maybe we need to on open change set is open like that. There we go. Very good. So if I refresh, I'll wait 2 seconds and that opens. Perfect. So after a couple seconds, we can check, oh, well, has the player already played? If that is not the case, well, we'll open the wheel because we don't want people to just win infinite free items all the time. Now, we can now continue a little bit more on the wheel right here. Now, we haven't yet set anything on the wheel style, but we're going to do that in a little bit. So we'll just unpack the wheel style right here. Then we're also going to add an animation. So if it's not spinning, and it has not been spun. So if we're just in this idle default state, then we're going to do something. Otherwise, we're just going to have no style. So we'll do... Actually, this is the same as the stuff up here. So we can do... We add to this gentle rotation, 30 seconds. Oh, well, animate gentle rotation. gentle rotation, 30 seconds, linear, infinite. I believe that's fine. Applies the same. No, we want both. So that's why we want to do it down here. So we'll do animation. Has spun. Then we'll do gentle rotation, 30 seconds, linear, infinite. And that's actually the same as just using spin. So we'll do spin instead. And otherwise, we'll just do undefined. And now we can't actually see this yet because it's like the same color. But once we start putting items inside of this, we'll be able to see that. So the next thing we need to do is just have a function to actually get the items, like get the winning items that you could possibly win. So that actually has to be something that we pass to the Wheel of Fortune. So we'll do type Wheel of Fortune props equals products, and also winning index, which is a number, and products is going to be a sanity product. So that's just going to be product, and it's going to be an array. And then we can say products winning index and do that. Now that's going to give us an error, of course, in this page. So we need to make this function now. So if we make a function called random, that returns random products and the winning index, and we're going to call that get Wheel of Fortune, maybe configuration or something like that. We'll go in here. And inside of actions, we'll make Wheel of Fortune actions, use server, and we'll export const get Wheel of Fortune configuration. That's going to be async. We can import that now. Still going to get an error. We need to make this function now, but we can make it pretty simple. So what we can do is just say const products equals await client. And so we'll import the sanity client dot fetch, and we can actually cast this to a product by using the less than and greater than symbols product array. And we'll make a very simple grok query that just says anything with the type of product. And then we want to only get 6 products. So we'll do 0 to 6, like that. That gives us the first 6. Now we can also create like a deterministic winning index. So what we'll do is say, we'll get the current date. This can be done in many ways. So we'll get the current date. We'll get the date. We'll get the month. So this goes like on a rotation every day. And then we can do winning index equals day times 31 plus month times 12 plus year. And then we can just divide by, or do moduli products to length. That's just going to give us like a rotating semi-random winning index. And then we'll return, we'll call this random products. So we'll return the random products and also the winning index right here. So that's going to be our function. And then now we have these two, so we can now pass them to the actual Wheel of Fortune. So inside of here, we'll pass the products, random products, and winning index can be the winning index, just like that. Now we shouldn't have any more crazy errors. Perhaps inside of here. So what we can do is just say, we can create the client inside of here. And then we still want to use the CDN, of course. Now the project ID is going to be process.env.next public sanity project ID. We have all of these in the environment, dataset, and API version. There we go. Now we can use the client. That should be all we need to do. There we go. Now, if we wait a couple seconds, we have the Wheel of Fortune again, no more errors. And we can go back to designing the rest of the stuff here. So now we have the random products. We also know the product that is supposed to win, like the index, which one of them. So what we can do here is just say products.map. So that's from the products in the properties right here on the component. And then we'll do product and index. And this is just going to return a div. And every time you map through something and return components, you need to give it a key. So we'll do product.id as the key, because that's going to be unique. Style is going to be set to a function. We need to change the style of these items quite a bit, because when you do the rotation and everything, it's going to be pretty wild. So what we'll do is we'll create a get slice style function, and that's going to take the products.length and also the current index. It will be able to do some maths to properly position the item in relation to where it should be on the circle, because that's going to be quite tricky. So it's kind of like a pizza slice, the way we do this math inside of the text right here. We're also going to do some styling based on a function called getTextStyle. We'll give that the length and index as well for now. We'll truncate and do px2. Then here we'll have a span, which we'll also truncate. And this is going to have the product title. And we're also going to make a price tag component. We can make that one first. This is going to take a price. And this is just going to be there to say what the value is. So we want to show that the value is 10 times more than the price, because everything is 90% off, of course. Or actually, everything is 80% off. So we'll do that times 5. So let's make the price tag first. This is just going to be like a little visual component. So up here, we'll make all of the stuff inside of the same file, because we only need to use price tag inside of here. And so what we can do is just do simply price and just say that price is a number. And this is simply just going to be a div flex item center gap 1. We actually don't even need the gap. And we'll do span. And in here we'll put $ price.toFixed 2. So we'll basically just show the first 2 decimals. Otherwise you might have a lot of spam if it's like rounded off improperly. So we'll do text white, text base. So for the size, font is going to be extra bold. Drop shadow large. Then for the text shadow, for the text shadow, so this is inside a curly brace, a square brace right here. So the text shadow is going to be underscore minus 2 pixels, underscore minus 2 pixels, underscore 0, underscore, and then the color. So we want to go for a green color. So we'll do 22C55E. comma, and then underscore 2 pixels, underscore minus 2 pixels, underscore 0, underscore, and then the color again, 22C55E. Then we'll do a comma. So we're just specifying X, Y, and the different corners of the shadow and the color. And so we'll do comma again. We have 2 more to go. So we'll do minus 2 pixels, underscore 2 pixels, underscore 0, and the same color again, comma. And then the last one, underscore 2 pixels, underscore 2 pixels, underscore 0, underscore 22C55E. That should give us the price tag. Now, we still need to do the different styling functions. So what we'll just do is do const get slice style equals length number, index number, and we'll just return an empty dictionary for now, just so we can look at the price tag. Get text style, and we'll wait the 2 seconds. Yeah, so we actually haven't properly defined get slice style yet, and so we won't be able to see this, but the idea is basically that this shadow is there to make it green, green stroke for price tag green stroke. So if we go to images, the price tag is just kind of like this. So you have some white text and then you have a green stroke around it. And so that's what we did with the price tag. Now we actually need to make some stuff happen now in the get slice style to be able to get this to work. So that's quite a bit of math in here, and I won't really explain all of the math, but just think of this circle as a pizza, and we're separating them all into pizza slices. So we have const degrees equals 360, which is how many degrees you have in a circle, divided by the length. So degrees, so this corresponds to how many degrees one slice is. Now we need to rotate it based on what index it is. So we do degrees multiplied by index, because we need to offset it by a certain rotation. Otherwise, they're just going to be clumped into one place, just like we have right here. Now, we need to calculate an angle, which is 2 times math.pi. So this is just a circle. This is the same as 360 degrees, but just in radians. And then we divide that by the length. Then we do const r equals 100. Const start angle equals minus angle divided by 2. Const end angle equals angle divided by 2. This just ensures that everything is centered properly. Now we're going to make a circular arc. So in order to do this, we need to, so this wouldn't work with a continuous function, of course. So we're going to just have it be using some kind of approximation. So we're just going to make 20 points, because that's going to make an arc smooth enough. We're going to store those in an array. So we have const num points 20, and then const points equals empty array. We'll push 50%, 50% in the beginning, because that's the center point of the arc. And now we're going to add points along the arc. So we'll let I equals 0, I less than or equal to num points, I++. Then we'll do const current angle, and that's going to be the start angle plus the end angle minus the start angle. So that's the difference between the two angles from start to finish. So that's the length of the arc in angles. And that's going to be multiplied by I divided by the number of points. So what you can see here is that if you've done integration in math or like calculus, what we're basically doing is we're trying to make like a circular arc around the circle, but then have it be triangles towards the center. And so if I can just maybe draw a little bit. So I'll just snip this and draw. So what we're doing is we have, let's try and do something like this. And then maybe we have another one. So this is shared with another one. Like this, right? But on top of this, you also need to properly have this part right here. Right? So now we have a pizza slice. And so what we're doing here is you can't, inside of JavaScript very easily, use a continuous function like you know, f of x equals something to describe this and then just render it. That's pretty difficult to do in just React. And so what we're doing is we're saying we're going to make slices kind of like this. And we're going to do 20 of these. So each point is a point up here. And then each slice is going to be made up of 20 of those points when we render it. Right? Does that make sense? And so that's just what we're doing here. So we're just doing that right here. So the number of points. So every single iteration here accounts for a fraction of the slice. So 1 over the number of points. 1 of the points. So we're going to calculate the x, which is going to be 50 plus r. It's 50 because that's half of r, times math.cosine current angle, and that's some trigonometry, 50 plus r. And for the y, to get y, you want to use sine. So we do math.sine current angle, and then we just push this to points. So x percent and y percent, like that. Oh, actually, the 50 is because we are starting from the center, and then we need to also have it be after this using the right color. Like we want different colors for everything. Like one of the slices can be green, one of the slices can be orange, one of the slices can be purple. So. But we don't want it to just be a solid color. We want it to be a gradient because that's a little more fun. So we'll go ahead and I have this array that I want to paste in right here. So these are just arrays of like pairs of colors. So from and to. And so we have red, orange, yellow, lime, emerald, cyan, cyan, blue, indigo, purple, pink, gradients. And so these can be used right here. You can also use your own colors, of course, but for the purposes of this, we'll just do that. So we'll do color start, color end. And now we just need something so that they go on rotation. So what we'll be able to do is do index modulus colors.length, because then it maxes out at colors.length, and then it just circles back. And that's what we want. And now we can return the style. So we'll return position absolute, left 0, top 0, width 100%, height 100%, transform origin 50%, 50%. We'll also do transform, and this is going to be the rotation. So we'll do rotate, and that's going to be rotate in degrees, because that's degrees multiplied by the index, and degrees is obviously in degrees. Now the background, we'll do backticks here and go down another line. And this is going to be linear gradient, 115 degrees. And we'll do color start, 0%, color end, 100%. And we'll also do a radial gradient. And that's going to be a circle at 50%, 50%. So this is just to omit a little bit of light to make it look a little lighter. And so to make it lighter, we just want to use radial gradient with a white color. Just make sure that the white color is not fully 100% opacity, otherwise it's too much. So we'll do 255 3 times for white color, and then we'll do 0.15 to make it 15% opacity only. And then we'll do, that's from the beginning, so 0%. And then in the end, we want to fade it out to the fringes using black at 20%. So to 100. Then we'll do background blend mode overlay. And now we need to use the points that we made using clip path. So clip path, and this is a polygon because we just have a bunch of different points and we want to draw. So we'll do polygon and pass in points.join, comma, space. And that's just going to put in all of the points, and then we're going to clip to those points. Good. There we go. And why is this a little weird? Perhaps if we just say that it's React.css properties, it's fine. Yeah, okay. Okay, and I'm going to try and refresh now and see if that has changed the slices. And there we go. We can see all of the different colors now. Rotating in this idle state, you can see that they all converge towards the center. It's very cool. But now if I change the number of points, they should start getting a little tackier. So I'm just going to refresh. Maybe 10 is not enough, but maybe 4 is going to make it. So refresh again. I just want to show the number of points and how they make a difference. Maybe 2. Oh, you know what? Maybe it doesn't make a big difference just because we have, just because the container is actually, a circle already. Like we have rounded full on the wheel and we have overflow hidden. So maybe we can't see the actual edges of the points in the polygon, but that's interesting. Cool. That's probably why, but that's fine. We can move on from here. So the next thing we need to do is just do the text style. And so we actually don't really need lengthened index. So let's just get rid of those. So all it is const mid angle equals 0. So this is something to do with just positioning the text properly based on the approximate center of the slice. So you can kind of play around with this a little bit. That's what I did. So this -20 right here, for example, this -20, that's like, I played around with that and got something that was like a little better looking. With the text, you'll probably see in a sec, but this is mostly up to you, the text style. This is what I did. So what we can do here is say position, and of course we also want to have this be React.css properties. So this should actually give us autocomplete. Yeah. Position absolute. Width, so 200 pixels. Height, 80 pixels. Word wrap. Break word. So we have to be pretty careful with the styling of the text, just because you don't have a lot of space. It looks like you may have a lot of space, but you actually don't have a lot of space to do stuff without it starting to look really bad. So that's why we have all of this crazy styling. So we'll do left is calc 50% plus X%. And top is 50% plus Y%. Color is white, white text color. Font size is 13 pixels. Font weight, we'll do bold. We'll add some text shadow so that it's more readable. So 0.5. White space is wrap. Display flex. Flex direction column. Kind of like that. Because we have both the text and the price tag in it. And there we go. So I think the price tag, I can't see the green. So I'm just going to quickly have a look at this crazy shadow. Oh, it's actually just probably because the square bracket wasn't added at the end. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, nice. So now we have all these random products. We have the titles of them, and we have the kind of the value of the product. So $63, $31.95. So it's like, whoa, I can win so much. This one is $184. Crazy. So now, of course, I wanna spin the wheel, but there's no button. So let's make the button now. So we'll just head down here and add a button. And this button is going to have a lot of stuff on it. First of all, it's going to have handle spin on click. So we'll just create a function called handle spin. We'll just do nothing for now, but just to have the function ready. Now, this button is going to be disabled if we're spinning or if we have spun. So if it has spun. We're also going to add a class name. This is going to be pretty big, so we'll go down on the next line and use backticks as well. We're going to give it relative, px8, py4. We're going to make this button look pretty crazy, pretty cool. So we'll do rounded full, font bold, text white, text large, transition all, and then I'm going to go next line. We're going to give it a gradient background. So background gradient to right from red 500 via yellow 500 to red 500. And we'll do background length 200%, 100%, animate, and it's going to have animate gradient x underscore 2 seconds underscore linear underscore infinite. And gradient x is something we can add inside of globals. So we'll add a keyframes gradient x. And this is just going to be 0%, background position 0%, 50%. And then at 100%, it's going to be 200%, 50%. So it just moves the background on the x-axis. There we go. So animate on that right there. Now the next thing is just give it a border. So we'll go down and we'll do border 4, border yellow 300, shadow. We'll give it a pretty crazy shadow. So it's going to be 0, 0, 20 pixels, and then RGBA. And that's going to be 234, 179, and 8 and 0.8. So this is the shadow. Then we're going to make it so that when you do a hover, it's going to do shadow 0, 0, 30 pixels, RGBA 234, 179, 8, 0.8. So it becomes a little stronger, the shadow, when you hover. You can already start to see the button right here. So if I put spin, you can see that it's looking pretty crazy. So that's kind of what we're trying to go for here. So I'll go on the next line and we'll say hover scale 105. So it'll become bigger when we hover. when it's disabled, we want to make it a little less visible. And also change the cursor. We'll also have it so that if show winning item is true, then we don't want to show the button. Just like we fade out the wheel, we also need to fade out the button. And we'll do minus translate y full as well. So this is like a transition. So when you win an item, we want the wheel to fade out and become smaller and fade out. We also want the button to fade out. So that's what this is. We're also going to have a before. That's going to be absolute. And before inset 0, bgwhite/20. And it's going to have an animate, and it's going to be pulse, 1 second, ease in, out, infinite. Just like that. Oh, and this was wrong. We just need to add that translate to there. Perfect. Now this button looks pretty crazy. So we just need to have some conditional stuff in the text section. So we have is spinning. Then that's a state. We also have has spun. So this is a very, very temporary state, like right after you have spun it, before it has finished doing this animation. This is what it will be shown. And otherwise, this is the default state. So in the default state, I just want to have 2 spans with a little gift box in it right here that are animating with pulse, 1 second, ease in, out, infinite. And in between this, we're going to have spin now. And we need to actually have space between both spin and now. So we need to do it like that. There we go. So it says spin now. Now is spinning. We're going to have a span with a class name of inline flex, items center, gap 2. And it's going to say spinning. We're also going to have a little SVG right here. This is a little spinning icon. And inside of has spun, we're just going to put congratulations. And then use this celebration icons right here, just like that. So, of course, nothing happens because we didn't make the handle spin function yet. But that is the next thing we'll do now. So if we go up to handle spin, we'll do if is spinning or has spun. We're going to return because we don't want to do anything. It's currently doing stuff, so we don't want to spin it again. Now we'll do set is spinning to true. Set has spun is also going to be true. These two are separated because the style is going to change on is spinning and it's going to fade out on has spun. That's kind of the idea. Set show winning item to false. So we don't want to show the winning item yet. Now we'll want to stop the animation of the wheel as the first thing. So we'll set wheel style. So remember, wheel style is this variable right here that we always just empty on top of the animation. So this is kind of like an overriding style that we have control over in the state. So we're going to just set animation to none. So we stop the animations. And now what we're going to do is do something called request animation frame. And basically request animation frame, so we'll do a request animation frame. So yeah, I think that's looks about right. So request animation frame is basically a way for us to get high speed animations, like a spinning wheel, without it looking super bad. So we'll do number of spins equals 5. So we want to spin the wheel around 5 times. Now we need to calculate how many degrees of spinning, so in the circle, there are per product. And that's just going to be 360 divided by the length of the products. Now we want to spin to the winning index. And we're going to have a random offset. So we're going to calculate exactly how many degrees we need to spin to land on the winning product on the winning index. And then we're going to add a little random offset to that so that it looks a little more realistic. So we'll do degrees per product times 0.2 plus math.random times 0.6, something like that. And now we need to calculate how many degrees we're going to spin in total to land on the final product that we're supposed to land on. So we'll do degrees equals number of spins times 360, so 3 rounds, plus spin to index times degrees per product, minus random offset, plus 45. The reason we do plus 45 is because we have decided to put the red triangle in the middle right here. So that's to just offset it properly so that it lands here. Then we minus with the offset. And then this right here is just so that we land on exactly the right place. And then what we'll do now is set the wheel style to transform, rotate, minus degrees. And we'll do transition. And we'll give it a transform transition. It's going to take 4 seconds, and it's going to be a cubic Bezier. So 0.17, 0.67, and a comma, of course, in between. And then it's going to slow down towards the end, 0.08, and then 0.99. So this makes it spin super fast in the beginning, and then it slowly makes its way to the end at the end. And then animation is going to be none, because we're now not animating using animation. We're just animating using transform instead. And then we're going to do set timeout. Set is spinning to false. And so that's going to be what we're doing after 4 seconds, because the animation takes 4 seconds. So after 4 seconds, we set the spinning to false, but now we wait another 500 milliseconds, because we want to be able to see the item that we won just for like a second, and then have it show the winning item. And then we'll show it to true. So we'll save that, and let's see what happens. So I'm going to press the button. Well, let me just refresh first, just to make sure. So we'll press the button, spin now. So now it spins. And you can see that we landed just about on the men's something. I think men's casual premium t-shirt or something like that. So let's just see if we hit that again. So I think that was maybe a little bit off. Perhaps that has something to do with this right here. Is it 90 instead, perhaps? I'll just take a quick look at this. I think somewhere in my math, it's a little bit off. Okay, yeah, so my math was a little bit off. What you actually want here, I think we had plus random offset, minus 45. What you actually want here instead is minus degrees per product divided by 2, because what we're doing is we're landing on the, this is landing on the center of the item. So we want to go to the edge of the item by subtracting the distance from the center to the middle, or from the edge to the middle. Then we land on the beginning of the start of the edge on the item, and then we plus the random offset. So now the math is right on this. Cool. So of course I can refresh now, and nothing is going to show when we win an item because we didn't do that part yet. But now we can see men's casual something something. And if I try again, we're going to go and hit men's casual something something again, like that, but just a little bit more after the center, because we have this obviously random offset, which takes the which goes from 0.2 to 0.8. So from 20% to 80% within the pizza slice of that product. It's going to show that through the random offset. So now what we can do is actually show the winning item. So all we need to do is go in, so right above the button right here, we need to make a div. And I'll just make a div. And we only want to show something if we have spun. So if has spun is true, and if we're not spinning. Okay? And then we want to just show winning item. And we're going to make this component. Now we're going to have some styling on this div as well. So class name, I'm going to use backticks, go down a little bit. So it's going to be absolute, inset 0, flex, item center, justify center, padding 8, transition all, duration 1000. So this is the duration for animating it into the, so you know, you have the wheel fading out and this is going to fade in. So we'll do ease in out and we'll transform. We'll do, if we're not showing the winning item, we want the scale to be 0, opacity to be 0, and translate Y to be full. Otherwise, if we want to show it, then we just scale up to have it be normal. Just like that. And so when we change show winning item, it's going to fade from this to this. And then it's also going to show the winning item. So winning item right here, we're going to make this into a component. So we're going to go and say right above the price tag, I think is pretty good. So winning item is going to be a component. And this component is going to take the product that was won. So product, and also it's going to take the onClose function. So onClose is going to be the function to close the dialog, just because we want to be able to handle that from here. And that's going to be product. And that's going to be the Sanity product. And then onClose is just going to be a function that gives us void. Okay, and then we can go down to right here and say product equals products winning index. And then we can say onClose set is open false. There we go. And now we just need to make the actual component. This is going to be a pretty big component because that handles this entire state when you are done spinning it. So we're going to do a bunch of different stuff. I think it makes the most sense to just make a couple functions first, because we want to have an add to cart button. We want to have some loading state. We want to have a router. So let's just do this first. So we'll have set store and open, and that's going to just be open cart. And that's going to be from use cart store. Of course, we want to use shallow, I think it's called. Yeah, use shallow, and then we use state and just return set store. state.setStore, and we'll return open state.open. That's the function to open the cart. Then we're going to have is adding. We'll also have the router. I actually would prefer to move that up all the way, so it'll be up here. And then now what we'll be able to do is we can make the handle add to cart function. That's going to be async because it's going to make server calls. And we can put all of this. So we'll start with set is adding to true. Then we'll do const updated cart equals await. And we're going to make a new function called add winning item to cart. So we'll do add winning item to cart. And that's going to take the product. And all it takes is just, we'll go in here, we'll add that to the cart actions.ts. And then here in the bottom, we'll do export const add winning item to cart. This, of course, takes the product. Then we can work on that in just a sec. We'll import that. And we'll actually also need to pass the cart ID in here. So we'll just do cart ID string. And then inside of here, we're just going to get the cart. Get or create cart ID. Then we'll do const updated cart. Await update cart item, cart.id. And that takes the product ID as well. And then inside of here, we're just going to give it a title. And I'm just going to give it this little gift box. So product.title and parentheses 1. And the price is going to be 0 because it's free. The image is going to be the product.image. If that is set, then we'll do URL for product.image.url. Otherwise, it's going to be empty. And quantity is going to be 1. And now we can return the updated cart. There we go. And we'll also be able to get the cart ID from the cart store. Now, if that is not set, we're in trouble. So we'll return, because that should set itself automatically using previous code we made. And we'll do cart ID right here. Now it's going to add the winning item to the cart. There's ways to make this a little more secure, but through this server action, this should be like okay for this purpose. You'd probably want to store this in the database for production. So we'll do set store and updated cart. We'll also set a fake timeout. Like this. So we'll just add it to the cart, wait 500 milliseconds, just so that it's like so it's a nice user experience. And then we'll do router.refresh. We'll open the cart, and then we'll close the dialog. And finally, we'll of course set is adding to false, just like that. Now we can start styling this winning item. So we'll make a lot of stuff in here. So we'll make a div. So class name is going to be text center, animate, and we're going to have a slide up. So when it comes in, it's going to like slide everything up a little bit. And that's going to go pretty fast, 0.5 seconds, and ease out. I believe we need to add this to global. I'm using Control P, by the way, to open this little file search thing. So inside of here, we can use slide up, rum, opacity 0, transform, translate Y 20 pixels, 2, opacity 1, transform, translate y 0. We'll also just have to quickly fix this. I buggered it up a little bit on the syntax, so we'll do keyframes, slide up, and now we can head back into the Wheel of Fortune and start doing some more design stuff for the winning item. So we'll make a div, and this div is going to have a lot of style. So what I'll do is go on the next line here. We want to just keep this nice and clean. We'll do something like this. So we'll do class name P8, rounded XL, BG white, shadow 2XL. And we'll also add a little bit of a backdrop. And do BG opacity 90. We'll give a border as well. Border white /20. We'll also add a transform effect. So that actually shows us, that actually gives us a little bit of an animation when this element is shown or not shown. Also on the hover effects, of course. So what we'll do here is add a hover effect on the shadow. So when you hover, it's going to have a shadow emerald 500/20. And also we want to scale it a little bit. And so that's where the animation stuff comes in here. So we'll do 500 milliseconds. And now inside of this, we'll make another div. Call this relative. Give it the class name relative. And now we can start putting some stuff in. So the first thing we'll do is just add a little green, a nice green overlay. So we'll go ahead and do absolute, inset 0. Then we'll do background gradient 2R. We'll do from emerald 500/10. So it's kind of a muted emerald color. And we'll do to sky 500/10. So sky is like a blue color. So that's like a sky blue. We'll also give it animate pulse and also do rounded LG. So that's going to be the overlay on top of the content that we'll put inside of here. So the first thing we'll do is put an H3 and we can put congratulations. And so you can see that when I hover here, the shadow changes kind of like that. So we'll put all of the award stuff inside of here. And so we can start out with the styling of the H3 tag right here. So again, I'm just doing backticks, and then we can go on the next line and have nice clean styling. So we'll do text 2XL to make it pretty big. And we'll do font bold, text emerald 600 to keep it in the emerald style. We'll do padding 4 and a little bit of margin on the bottom because we're going to put the winning item right underneath this text. We'll also do animate and give it pulse underscore 2 seconds underscore ease in out underscore infinite. And if we hover over that, that just gives us pulse 2 seconds, ease in out infinite. We'll also add a text shadow. So we'll do square brackets like this, and do text shadow and do colon. And then we'll do underscore 0 underscore 1 pixels underscore 2 pixels underscore RGB. And then that's in parentheses here. And we'll do 0 underscore 0 underscore 0. So that's black color. Then we'll do underscore slash underscore 10%. So that'll give us a black color at 10% opacity for the shadow of the text, making it a little more visible, just like that. Kind of like a little bit of a darkish stroke on the text. And of course, we also want some crazy icons. So we can have these two confetti blasts as well, and that looks pretty cool. So next thing we'll do is add the actual winning product. So we'll do class name equals flex call, item center, gap 6. And inside of here, we'll put, if the product image has been set, we want to show everything. Because if that's not a product image, we'll just ignore this. So we expect the product image to be set. So we'll do class name equals relative and also group. So group allows us to make it so that if there's a hover or something happens in a child element, we can make some changes to other elements or or parent elements in different positions within this
element right here inside of this div. So that's what we have the group for. Now we want to make a lot of different stuff here, so we'll just separate this into a couple different pieces. First, we'll do sparkle effects, so some crazy like sparkle effects. So let's just go ahead and make those. So we'll make an empty div. Now we'll go on the next line here because it's going to be pretty big. These sparkles take up a lot of lines. So we'll do this, and we'll do absolute minus inset 4 background gradient to R from yellow 400 via red 500 to pink 500. So it goes from yellow to red to pink. Then we'll do rounded to XL, opacity 75. We'll do some blur, animate pulse, then group hover. We'll do opacity 100, and then we'll do transition, opacity, and slabber duration 500 on the back of there as well. So you can see now that we have this kind of sparkling effect here. Now it'll make a little more sense when we actually put the product here, because it'll be placed in this position. So if we just go down a little more right here, this is like the main product content. So we'll do a div, and that's going to have relative background gradient to BR from white to gray 50, padding 4, rounded XL, a little bit of a shadow as well. Doing something like this. So you can see now that the sparkles actually come around this. And it's starting to take a little bit of shape. So the first thing we'll do is just put a price tag. Now this is going to just be a big free. It's going to just say free. So we'll put that in a div. Say free. And this is going to have absolute minus top minus 3. Minus right minus 3, BG red 600, text white. We'll do PX4, PY1, rounded full. We'll do font black. So font black is actually not black color. It's just the highest possible font weight. That is the most bold. We'll do text large, shadow large, and Z10 to make it on top. You can see we have something like this now. So the reason we put this as absolute is because we want it to kind of be an overlay in the top left corner of the container. So if we write stuff here, it's going to look a little weird, but we want this to be positioned in the, oh, actually it's in the top right corner, but yeah, same idea. So we're kind of just positioning it as a tag on top of this crazy container. So that's the idea here. Now we'll make the image. And we'll give that a div. And here we'll put relative, rounded large, overflow hidden. And now we can start to put, overflow hidden. And then we also need to add a border. We'll do border yellow 400/50. And we'll do a shadow as well. This is going to be another one of those square bracket setups. So we'll do 0, 0, 15 pixels, and then RGBA. There's going to be 234, 179, and 8. And we'll give it a 30% opacity. So you notice that we used this color as well down here when we used the button. So it's the same color as the button that we used to spin. So if I just give a refresh right here, it's going to be similar to the button. That looks like this. So we can continue, and now we just need to put an image. Now we want to use next image, of course, because that comes with all the nice optimizations. And inside of here, we'll put source equals URL for, and it's going to be the URL for the product.image. And we'll put .width 256. So Sanity can actually transform the image for us before we even get the URL.
And then we're just going to put the URL at the end here. And we need to provide an alt as well. So we'll put product.title. And if that's not set, we'll just put product, a winning product like this. Then we'll do class name. And we'll do object cover, transform, transition all, duration 500. Then we'll put group, hover, scale 105. So we'll transition the scale of the product image. And then if you hover on anything inside of the container, it will scale the image. So that's the reason we used group up here. So if anything inside of this entire thing gets hovered, the image will also become bigger. Now we need to provide width. And since we already transformed this to 256 in width, we'll just provide width 256, and we'll also do height 256. Then we'll put like a little overlay on top of the image. So that's again going to be an empty div, but it's going to have absolute so that it's not in the same kind of stack. And we'll do background gradient to TR, so that's top right, from yellow 400/20 to transparent. And if we just go ahead and spin this just so we can get back into it and actually see how things look. Give that a second. Yeah, so we can see that we're starting to have something now. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so this is, we'll do without this and with. See, this gives like a little golden overlay. Now we'll put a little badge, and it's going to say, that's going to be a div, of course, and we'll put limited time only. And in the class name, we'll put absolute, bottom 2, left 2, bg yellow 500/90, text white, text extra small, font bold, px2, py1. Give a little bit of padding, do rounded full, and we'll do backdrop blur SM as well. So this gives us a little bit of a badge right here. Pretty cool. So now we can see the actual item that was 1. We can go down a little bit further under here. And now we want to actually show some information about the product. So we can just quickly have a div, of course, and use text center space y2. So we'll just show some text saying that you've won. So we'll do h4 and say you won, and then colon, and then class name here will be text extra large, font bold, text gray 800. And then underneath this, we'll make a paragraph and say product.title as the content. We'll do text large. We'll follow here the emerald kind of color scheme around the product. So we'll do text emerald 600 and do font semi-bold, like that. And if there is a description, we'll also have a description. We'll do product.description. And we'll make that small because maybe the description is pretty long. Kind of like that. How about that? Maybe we'll add some padding to this green stuff. Go up here. From probably this one. Yeah, so we'll do the relative and then P2, just so that it doesn't go straight to the edges. Maybe even P4 is a little better. Yeah, I like that more. We'll do P4, and I think that's fine for now. Then right underneath this, we're going to just step out of these divs. So we'll have these 3 divs ending right here. So that's the entire container of the congratulations box and you've won with the product. Now we can just add the button. So we'll do button, and we'll just say add to cart for now, but it's going to have a loading state as well. This is going to have a lot of stuff. So we'll do onClick equals handle add to cart. Now, we already made this function, so that's going to be pretty simple. Disabled is going to be isAdding. And inside a class name, we'll do some backticks and move to the next line. Now, we'll include loading state here as well. So it's going to change colors a little bit when we load. And so we're going to go ahead and do margin top 6. We'll do full width, some PY4, PX8, rounded font bold, and we'll do a little bit of transition configuration here as well. We'll make it into a flex box as well because we'll include loading icons. Now we'll add a little bit of hover state as well. So when you hover, we want it to be a little bigger. We'll also say when it's disabled, we'll make it a little less visible. Cursor not allowed, because that's the loading state. Then we'll also say inside of the button itself. So now we can start doing stuff. We can say isAdding. Then we'll do something here. Just put a placeholder for now. Otherwise, we'll do something else. So inside of isAdding, we'll want the loading state, of course. So we'll go ahead and do loader2. We'll give that W5, H5, and animate spin. Let it spinning around, and we'll put adding to cart, ... And inside of this one, this is just one when you are just seeing it in the beginning. What we'll do is use the shopping cart icon from Lucid and do W5, H5. No spin, of course, because it's a shopping cart. We'll do claim your prize. If we save that, get some pretty sick stuff here. Nice. Now, we also need to, of course, add the background. So we'll do background gradient to R, and it's going to go from emerald 500 to emerald 600. And then we'll do text white. So it's a big green button right here. You can see it's really moving towards me when I hover over it. So what I'll do is just press the button here, claim your prize, and that's going to add to cart. You can see that stuff's going on here. And now it has refreshed, and you can see that I've now won the television. We also need to, of course, make it so that the local storage here, once you add the item, I think would be a good idea. So what I'm just doing is taking this local storage code right here. How about we do it right after the server action? So we'll just set item and set it to true, or to true like that. I believe that should be fine. Yeah, that should be good. Cool. So what we can just do here is claim your prize. Now it should not open. I'm just going to give it a second. Cool, and nothing happens. Great. Now, of course, I don't want to be able to just put 10 free televisions inside of my cart and just get 10 free televisions. So what we also just need to do is modify the cart a little bit. So what we'll just do here is go to cart.tsx right here. So there's a bunch of different stuff right here. I think the smartest way to do this is just take the cart item and make that into its own component. Basically, all we want to do is just check if the price amount is 0, and then we want to remove these functionalities to change the quantity or remove, and that's pretty much it. So what we'll just do here is go to the top right here. So I think we'll keep the config field in the very top. So we'll do const cart item equals, and that just takes the item. So that's going to be item, and that is cart item type. And we're going to call it cart item type because we want to use the cart item, this type field right here called cart item inside of the store. But since we're calling the component cart item as well, you can't use the same name. So we're going to have a clashing. So what we'll do here is just say use. So we'll import use cart store, of course. We'll also import cart item. Or you can put type cart item as cart item type. And that just gives us the type like that. And now we can move ahead. So we want to include not all of these fields, but we want to just say we want to have remove item and update quantity. And we can do that by just taking copy paste is always easier. Cool. We can take that right here, and then we can say we can make a variable saying is this item free. So we can say is free item equals item.price equals 0. If the item's price is 0, then it's free. So what we'll do now is we can just do our render right here, and we can simply just start by copy pasting the code we have right here. So instead of that, so I just did Control X to copy and to delete. So what we'll do here is use cart item instead. And we'll just pass item. Oh, actually, this is the completely wrong place. So inside of items.map, that's why we want to do it. And we'll go ahead and select all of this right here and just Control X. And now we can do cart item equals item. That's going to also require a key field because we're mapping over it. So what we'll just do is say, cart item, something like that. Just make sure that it's a unique key. Now I can take my copied cart item and paste it right in here. And since we called it item in both scenarios, nothing has actually changed. Cannot find name button. That's not an error. So you can see that I refresh and the cart still works fine. So now we can work on making this free, some conditionals for the free state. I don't know why it's saying this. Yeah, there we go. Just some weird VS Code stuff. So what we'll do is make our way to the price. So right now we can see that it just shows the price no matter what. We want to make it so that it shows free if it's free. So we'll do is free item. Then we'll do a span and just put free in all caps. This is going to have text emerald 600 and font medium. And otherwise, we're going to return format price. And you need to take it out of these curly braces when using this ternary operator syntax. So I'll just refresh, and you can see now that it's not $0 anymore. It's free, which is way better. Now, inside of here, we obviously don't want to have this whole quantity selector and remove. We want to just make it like there no matter what. So inside of here, above the select, we'll just go ahead and say is free item. And if it's free, we'll do something. Otherwise, we'll do this fragment syntax. And paste that in right here. So that's the default. Don't mind the errors for now. That's just because we didn't put anything inside of here yet. So we'll do a div. So if it's free, we'll return a div instead of these quantity selector and remove button elements. We'll just return this div. It's going to have text small, text emerald 600, font medium, and we'll also do price item. There we go. So now you can easily see that this is like a price item, but if I go and try and add this item right here, for example, so I'm going to press add to cart, give that a second, you can see that that's just a normal item still, and I can just update that just fine, very simple. I'll do one of those, I can remove it as well. So everything's still the same as before, except now we have a little special way to handle these prized one items from this wheel. And if I go ahead and proceed to the checkout right here, we can see that that's going to generate our new Stripe link right here, take us to the checkout. And now the item should be a free television. It should also be a gold-plated princess. So we'll go ahead and check what's up. Yeah, exactly. So you see we got the free television, $0 right there. We got the white gold-plated princess as well, $14.39 as well. And of course, if we check this in, what we'll be able to see, of course, in Sanity Studio is that once the order has been created, we'll be able to see easily that the television product has its original price, but in the order it's set to 0 because this acts as a full discount. So we can just go back here, and we didn't check out, so that's still going to be in the cart. And yeah, that's pretty cool. So we've got this spinning wheel functionality now. I'm just gonna, we can refresh this right now. We can replay it as well. If I just go inside of here and delete in local storage, you'd probably want to save this on the database or something, like in the user, probably say has played or something like that. But we're just storing it in local storage right now, just to get this to work. So yeah, so we got this television right here. You can see that it's the same price all the time. Okay, so we got the television before, we still get the television now, of course, and we want the television. If I want to get some t-shirts as well, what I'll just do is do add to cart on the t-shirts. We still need to put in $10 worth of stuff right here. So if I put in 2 more, I still need 27 cents. So getting 4 of those is going to give us that free shipping right here. I'll go ahead and proceed to the checkout. And this whole flow of putting stuff in the cart, adding it, we have the spinning wheel as well. Seems to be working very well. So the whole customer journey is pretty much there now. So you can create an account, you can link the cart to that account, you can play the spinning wheel, you can also get this free shipping stuff, everything's set up in Stripe. So now to make sure that our store actually is working, we need to add analytics. So the next thing we'll do now is add the analytics, and we're going to use something called Umami to do that. So we're just going to use umami.is to do this. I was looking at a bunch of different ways to have easy analytics that just kind of works, and Umami looked like the best way to do it. Not sponsored or anything, but I just went to Reddit, and this seems to be the best option. So we'll go ahead and sign up, and I'm just going to quickly make an account here. So it seems like we need to verify our email address. Cool. So I'm just going to go through this entire setup flow from creating the account to getting it all set up. So I've got this set up with my spam mail, of course, and they're going to send this verification code. So I'll just do copy right here, verify that. Everything looks good to me. For this, if you actually want to deploy this in production, just make sure you know which compliancy you have to follow. I'm just going to put European Union because it's the closest to me. And this, of course, has some implications to do with GDPR compliancy, of course, if you're in the EU as well. If you're in the US, it's something else. It's the personal data stuff or whatever. But if you're just developing alongside this to learn, it doesn't really matter. Pick whatever's closest to you. I'll do European Union. So I'm going to update my profile, put some whatever stuff in here. And now we need to add the website. So we'll do tutorial website right here. Now, to add the website, we need to use the Vercel domain. So what I'll just quickly do is whip up Vercel, and then we'll be able to get that domain. Cool, so we're just in here in the latest deployment, and just like before, we'll use the first domain right here. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy the link address. Of course, we just need to input the domain. So we don't want the whole slash trailing slash at the end. We also don't need to specify the protocol because that's not part of the domain. We just need to specify the raw domain. So if you have google.com, you would just put google.com, no www, just the domain right here. So we have blah, 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 .vercel.app. That's going to be the domain. I'm going to go ahead and press the add button here. Now we need to add the tracking code. And so we can't just copy paste this inside of NextJS. We need to do it in a slightly different way. So if we head over to layout.tsx right here, what we actually need to do is use script right here. So this is imported from NextScript. And that's going to be an empty, no children, React component. And we actually need to import from the source. So you can see that it's currently importing from cloud.umami.is/script.js. Now we're just going to do the same exact thing as this right here. So we'll do that right there. Now we also need to do strategy, and that's going to be before interactive. So that's similar to defer right here. And we also need to do data, website, ID. So that still works just like normal. And we'll put in the website ID right here. We'll just copy that and paste. Now that's not going to work right away on the local host, obviously, because it needs to properly come from the domain, but we'll just go ahead and finish right here. And if I click on the view button, we can see that there's actually some stuff going on. So it looks like it actually is tracking on the local host. Interesting. But yeah, I guess it's because it just tracks back to the website ID. So yeah, pretty cool. So anyways, now we need to add some custom events here. And so the first thing we need to do is just turn off the server here. And we need to install a package called, so we'll do npm install umami/node. We can also probably find this if we go to the, which one is docs? Do Umami docs right here. So if we go to Umami docs installation, we don't want this. What we actually want is the API library. So they also have a way that you can self-host it. So that's also why I kind of picked this, because you can self-host Umami, so you don't even have to pay anything. Okay, I believe it's here. Yeah, so we want Node client. So API client is kind of like the, configure your workspace, configure your account data. Node client is when you actually run it on the website and want to do tracking. So we'll just follow this guide right here, like that. That's going to give us just npm install. Give that a little second. Okay, that is perfect. So we'll just go in here, and a lot of different folders are open right here in the file system. So I'm just going to go ahead and find what we need is a lib. So we'll add a new folder, a new file under the lib folder, and call it Umami, of course, because it's for Umami. Now we just need to do import Umami from umami/node. So this is the same stuff as right here. So what we'll just do is copy this code right here. Now we need to actually use the real website ID. So I'm just going to copy the ID from I can see that that's the website right here. So we'll copy that in and paste. And now for the host URL, you can self-host it, and then you can just pass it to the instance that's hosting it. Now we're just going to use cloud. So we'll do https cloud.umami.is. So I think Umami has like a free, like you can track a bunch of stuff for free. So I'm just going to show it on that, but if you want to set it up yourself, do whatever. Now we're also going to make a little utility function in here called checkout success event, just because we want to keep that logic in here. So we'll do Umami track checkout success event. And this is also going to allow us to pass a bunch of different information, such as the payload. So that could be, cart ID, user ID, this kind of stuff. So we'll do key string. So that's just any key possible in a dictionary. And we'll do string. It can be a string or a number or a date. The reason it's those three types is because that's what Umami allows you to track. And now we'll do umami.track. And we'll do checkout_success and payload. We'll also track a couple other events as well, but we need to do this on the server side because it's inside of the Stripe. It's inside of the Stripe webhook that we need to call this. So what we'll just be able to do is, if we go to the webhook, I believe, yeah, right here, I'm just going to close everything and we can keep Umami open here on the left. Copy this right here, and then we can just say inside of here, so right after we add the order, that means that it's obviously been successful. What I want to do right before we even delete the cart is try. So I'm just going to do try again. It's kind of useful to do all these try catch. I know it's a lot of different try catch blocks, but if you want to make sure that it just doesn't fail on these different like kind of isolated functions, then we need to have many blocks like this, especially when you do it in production. So I'm just going to set, so like we don't want to accidentally have some Umami configuration issue when we do the tracking, and then the cart doesn't get deleted or the request doesn't get sent to Stripe properly, and then it retries on the same order, for example. So we don't want to get these evil loops established. So what we'll do is do Umami tracking error, and we'll do console.log e, and all it is just we just call this function. And then Umami handles the rest. So we'll do cart ID. So we're just tracking basically. Oh, this, we need to make this into a dictionary first. So, or an object. Oh, I think dictionary is in Python, but yeah. So umami.track literally just sends the like a custom event called checkout success, sends that straight to the Umami analytics, and then we'll be able to see it on the graph here. So we'll do cart ID. We'll do email as well, and that's going to be order dot. So perhaps where do we have the order? I think we need to fetch that actually from Stripe. Can we just pull it? I think we can just pull it probably from here, from the Sanity object. I think that's fine. So we can do order dot customer email. We can also do the order ID, of course. So we'll do order.id. That's going to be the number. Then we'll do, I think we can add a dash right here if there's no email. And we'll do order total. So we're just adding whatever we want here. Total price, order currency, USD, something like that. Just the basic information you'd want to actually have tracked. So now we're tracking checkout success events. Isn't that cool? That was so easy. So anyways, the next thing we need to do is we need to set it up so that Umami is able to track back to the same user if it's the same user visiting the website. So what we need to do is make a component, and inside a layout, I think, is the most relevant. We'll call that analytics tracker.tsx. We'll do use client. And so the reason we're doing this is because we want to make sure that if a user does something, but maybe they do something on the phone and then they go back on their computer and do something, we want to still track that all on the same user if they're logged in and not on separate users. So we need to specify that we want to track it based on the cart or based on the user's email. And so what we'll just do here is do const analytics picker. And what we'll do is take the user and That's just going to be a user as we've already defined it in Prisma. And we're going to make that partial because there's a good chance we don't want the password, of course. So we're going to make that partial. Now we're going to take user out of that, like that. Now this is just going to be a very simple component that does not render anything. So it's just a client-side component that we're just using as a way to do functionality. Now, why do this? Well, it's because our logic for users is actually mostly handled on the server side. So if I head back to layout, so this is the root layout, all of the user stuff is actually on the server side. And so if we want to do client-side tracking of the person, because that's on the client side, you have to do that. Then, since we're loading this script which does it, so it's all client-side, then we actually need to have a client-side component where we inject the user, and then the moment that the client-side loads, so once it's been streamed from our web server to the client so that you can now, you have now loaded the page like this, then we can run all the client-side code, and that's going to be the analytics tracker. So that's just to link the data to the email or to the cart ID. So whichever one is there, but we would prefer the email. So we'll try and get the cart ID from use cart store. And here we need to use shallow. And we'll do cart ID state.cart ID. If you don't use shallow here, you're probably going to crash. You're going to get a problem here. So I recommend using use shallow. We'll do use effect because otherwise it gives you like an infinite loop. So we'll do when cart ID updates in any way, then we're going to say if the cart ID is not set, or if the user is set, then we just return out of this. So this is just so that we only do this if the user is not set and the cart ID is set. So this is if the user is logged out and we have a cart that is in the user's browser. So we're just going to do try and catch. We're just going to do an empty catch. We just don't want to throw errors right there. And what we'll do is say const any window equals window as any. And so the reason we're doing this is because inside of this script right here, Umami injects itself into the window, but we can't really add that as a type. So we're just gonna call it using any type in the window. So we have just any, and so on TypeScript we're just allowed to do whatever we want now. So we're just gonna have to check if any window dot umami. So they inject umami through the umami variable in window. Then we want to do any window dot umami dot identify. And identify is a function that says, okay, in this session, like in this user session, the person just connected to the website, they're going to do stuff. In this session, we want to identify this user uniquely using this variable. So we're going to use cart ID here because the cart ID is set and the user is not logged in. Otherwise, we have returned. So we're going to do that. We're going to keep this whole thing in a try catch because maybe if Umami is not set or if this identity function, if something updates, for example, we don't want to crash everything. So we're going to do that. Now we need to add another use effect. So before we had if the cart ID is not set, or if the user is set, we return. So this one is, of course, the one that identifies it back to the user. So we want to update this one whenever the user updates. We're not expecting this to really update, but we're just doing this for the purposes of best practice. So we're just going to do if the user is not set, we return. We only care about this if the user is set. And then we just do another try. So I'm just going to copy paste this little block. You could probably avoid repeating this through a function, but we're just going to go with this for now. And what we'll do is say email user.email. So Umami is now going to try its best to link it back to either the user's email if they are logged in, or back to the cart if the cart has been set. So that's what we're doing here in analytics tracker. That's the name. And we of course need to do export default analytics tracker. And inside of the root layout now, we can add this. And so we can't just add it instantly because perhaps this script has not loaded yet or something. So what we need to do is put it inside suspense. And this just prevents it from crashing on the server side. So we'll put suspense, and then we just put analytics tracker right here. This also makes it so that it doesn't stream into the website before this user has been loaded. Otherwise, this is going to otherwise the client side components, I believe in Next 15, actually will stream in before this is done to have a faster display. So we're going to use suspense, of course, because the user may or may not be loaded. And now we just need to add a couple more tracking events. So we also want it so that whenever you press the checkout button, that you track it. So inside of the cart, we're going to say we have a handle checkout function, or handle proceed to checkout. So when you want to proceed to checkout, of course, we also want to make sure that, if there's a drop off between pressing the checkout button and actually successfully checking out, well, then we might need to consider changing the checkout page, right? So it's about establishing this funnel kind of system. So what we'll do here is say, we'll get the URL, and right before we send them over, we're going to say try, and we're going to do catch, of course, again. And I just want to have this copy paste right here. Now, instead of using .identify, we're going to use .track. And track takes two arguments. It takes the name of the event. So we're just going to say proceed to checkout. And then it takes the data. So we're going to just put the cart ID. We're also going to put the total price. And we can use get total price, the function. And we're also going to put currency, USD. Then we have a little bit of data on just what types of carts get added. And it'll also allow us to do some, you'd be able to do some good business intelligence on this. Now, I also want to track when we add to a cart. So we'll do add to cart. So inside our add to cart button right here, we of course also have a handle add to cart as a function. Now, we'd probably want this right here, I think would make sense. So we'll do try, catch. You can add logging here as well if you'd like. We're just not doing that in this video. And all it is just copy pasting the tracking. We're just installing a tracking system right now. It's pretty simple. So we'll do cart ID, handle add to cart. I think it makes sense if we had cart ID. So let's add cart ID, state.cart ID right here. That would probably be a smart way to do things. Total price, probably don't need total price, but we do want some product data. So we can keep currency USD for now. We'll do product ID. It's going to be product.id. So that's the Sanity product ID. We can do product name as well and say product.title. That would make sense. And maybe the price as well. And that could be product.price, just like that. So now we have that as well. So now we have a couple different things, right? We have the automatic detection when you enter the website. We have when you press add to cart. We have when you press proceed to checkout. And we have when you successfully checked out. So we have these different steps now. And so what we can do now is inside of Umami, and I think we might be able to do this on local hosts. I thought we had to do it online, but maybe we can do it on local host for nice display. So just going to close some other windows here. Do we need this? Probably not. Close this as well. Okay, so see, is this live? Last 24 hours. Real time. Okay, real time. Okay, one current visitor. So if I take this right here, drag it over here. Maybe do it like this. Okay, so I think that is fine. Okay, so we have one current visitor. So if I go ahead and say, let's say I want to do casual premium slim fit, I'm going to press add to cart right here. Press add to cart. Does that go straight in here? Events 0. Events 1. Okay, so I think it did. So it says proceed to checkout. Oh, did we forget to update it in the code? It says proceed to, okay, yeah. So we got the right data, but we didn't change it to the right name. So we need to change it to add to cart, of course. And if we go back here, the nice thing is that with localhost, it'll update instantly. So I'll do add to cart right here. And in just a sec, we'll have events should change to 2. So it just changed to 2. You can see that it's add to cart right now. So it's on product, this one right here. Okay, nice, great. And if I press proceed to checkout, does that give us that as well? We can also do the checkout process. Yeah, so now we have proceed to checkout. So we have crazy, awesome tracking now. So, you know, you can imagine a marketing team or whoever would be able to access this test, put some random information. John Doe. All 42s. We can pay. See if we also get that, because that's going to be on the server side, right? Oh no, that's not going to work, because this is going to hit the live site, and I didn't deploy it yet. Hang on, I'm just going to quickly deploy. Okay, so we just deployed. I'm going to try one more time. Probably should use the real deployment URL. So we'll go ahead and do that. So use this one. We'll keep this one open right here. So we have the spinning wheel. That's pretty cool. So yeah, so we have 2 current visitors because we have the localhost one. We also have the live one. So that makes sure that we actually know now that the live one is working fine. So I'm just going to spin this right here. Claim my prize. Cool. So the prize item has been added right here. I'm just going to add a t-shirt as well to the cart, because why not? And my internet is kind of a little slow right now, so that's probably why it's taking a little bit of time to load the images. Got the mega savings right here. So, okay, so I'm going to add to cart. This item right here, that's been added to the cart. Now, event should go from 3 to 4, and that happened really quick. Wow, okay. And we'll just go ahead and get some free shipping as well. Cool. So we'll proceed to checkout. We can see that that has been added as an event right here. So events went from 4 to 5. And now if we try again with this dummy data, 1 Test Street, El Paso. We'll go ahead and do this. Pay. We'll just give that a little second. Okay, so that went through. Now the webhook is going to take like a minute, just like a minute to go through. Okay, that was instant. Okay, crazy. Cool. So we see that checkout success, checkout success event. Okay, checkout success event. Cool. And yeah, great. So we see the different funnel events right here. Now we're going to stop here, but Umami is pretty cool. You can do all these crazy funnel reports right here. I don't even know, like save. Yeah, so you could build your own funnel and like kind of have it visualized properly, but I think we've set everything up now, and yeah, this is pretty good. So I think we're going to call that a wrap. So yeah, we have the whole website. So if I'm just gonna go back here, we have deal, we create a deal. You can sign in, you can sign up as well. So, and if I just go back, you can also browse different products, and these are dynamically just put in. Also remember, we have live price updating. So not even price, but just everything to do with products. If I want to grab this right here, I can very easily do that. I can add to cart. I can do everything I want. So it's really, really cool. So yeah, it's also linked to Stripe, and we just set up Umami as well. We built the entire crazy Wheel of Fortune. So if you just want to quickly demo that as well, delete that from local storage. And we can spin and win. So I'm just going to press here. We got all the different features. It's super cool. I just won a television. I'll claim my prize. Thank you very much for watching. If there's anything you'd like to see next, please let me know. And hope you enjoyed. And please leave a like, comment, anything you'd like to see next, and subscribe if you'd want to see more in the future.